Chapter 672, 267. Are we still going to see the snowy mountain together? Second update. _2 Sujiua also looked up, her eyes behind the lens. Bai Lian stood up straight and walked downstairs. I have something else to attend to today, and Director Huang is looking for me as well. As soon as he heard it was Director Huang, Su Wenyao did not insist on keeping Bai Lian, and he accompanied her downstairs. After Bai Lian left with Jiang Fulai, Su Jiue still leaned on the iron railing, watching Bai Lian's car until she finally spoke her first words. How could sister leave so quickly? You don't talk when alien is here, Su Wenyao said, looking down slightly. Su Ziyu's hands did not loosen as she uttered hesitantly, I didn't dare to speak. Now she regretted it. Su Wenyao expressed his inability to assist her. He returned to entertain some other relatives, while Su Jiue stood at the door for a while. Just when she was about to leave, she noticed a child squatting at her feet. He held a Rubik's Cube in his hand, squatting beside her, leisurely twisting it. A white t-shirt with overalls that had cabbage pockets stitched on both sides. Su Jiue knew this was a child who often followed Bai Lian closely. Thinking Jiang he was concentrating on the Rubik's Cube, she squatted opposite him and took the cube from his hands. To help restore it. Source web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. 10 minutes later, Jiang he extended his hand to take back the Rubik's Cube from Su Ziyu's hands without any expression. In Su Ziyu's doubtful gaze questioning her own scholarly status, he restored the Rubik's Cube. Su Jiue. She took out her cell phone and sent an exclamation mark to Bai Lian. Mu Yining was at her temporary residence in Yinqiao district. She looked at Dong Xiaobai sitting on the couch. She and Dong Chuan? Dong Chuan was Dong Xiaobai's brother's son. They knew each other because of Dong Xiaobai and walked together. Taking advantage of the National Day holiday, they invited Ren Wanxian to the Dong family. It just so happened to be the 2nd of the month. The Dong family was known for its scholarly heritage. Mu Yining had never expected these two to come together. I just found out too. Dong Xiaobai was also frustrated. She's going to the Dong family. You know my dad really appreciates her. It's not right for me not to go, so we'll have to visit your granduncle another day. Sure, then she probably can't make it today either. Mu Yining glanced at her phone. Xiaojie was already downstairs waiting with Ji Xiaojun. She picked up the gift box in her bag and went downstairs. Dong Xiaobai saw her off. How is the old man's health? He always stays in the ancestral hall. The family doctor said his health is about the same as that of the Chun family. Mu Yining stepped into the elevator. The medical summit is in Jiangjing, and several researchers from the MTR and WMA will be coming. Well, see then. Dong Xiaobai sighed too and asked no further, escorting Mu Yining to the car. Today Xiaojie was the driver, with only Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun in the car. Mu Yining handed the gift box to Xiaojie and sat in the passenger seat. The car drove towards Mingfeng district. Most of Mingfeng district was populated by fringe families. Neither Xiaojie nor Mu Yining paid much attention to it. At 11 o'clock, the car arrived at the Su family's front gate, a very ordinary villa district. Zu's assistant had been waiting by the iron gate early to welcome Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing. Seeing Mu Yining, who got off from the driving seat dressed in a professional style, he was a bit startled. His gaze shifted to Ji Xiaojun. Mr. Ji, this lady is? Ji Xiaojun briefly introduced Mu Yining. Hello, President Mu. Zu's assistant bowed and invited them in. The old master and the others are at the back watching tiger fish. Would you like to head back first? Sure, Ji Xiaojun nodded to Zu's assistant. Shenqing quickly noticed Jiang he squatting next to Su Jiue, and he went to find them. Xiaojie meanwhile followed Mu Yining. Feeling puzzled why the Su family didn't come out to welcome Mu Yining and Ji Xiaojun, and instead let the two guests go looking for them at the back. Quite pompous, he thought to himself. Beside him, Ji Xiaojun and Mu Yining discussed some business matters. By the artificial pond in the backyard, an official named Chen held a lit cigarette, pointing at a tiger fish swimming in the pond, and turned to Ji Hung above him. This one indeed has good quality. The smoke twirled around. Chen caught a glimpse of Ji Xiaojun and waved at him. Ji brother, you've arrived just in time. I was discussing with Uncle Ji about fishing tomorrow. Are you free? I am free, Ji Xiaojun approached, greeted Su En, and introduced Mu Yining beside him. As I mentioned before, the guest I brought today, my cousin Mu Yining. Su En had not met Mu Yining before, but having attended countless banquets with the Chun family, Chun knew Mu Yining. He snuffed out his cigarette in the nearby ashtray. He politely smiled at Mu Yining, somewhat surprised inside. Miss Mu, I didn't expect you to be Ji brother's cousin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 673, 267. Are we still going to see the snowy mountain together? Second update. _3 Director Chin knew her, and Mu Yining was of course more familiar with Director Chin, the politician who was often the talk of the Yunxiao district headlines. The rising star put forth by the Chun family. Not to mention Mu Yining, there were countless people from both the Su family and the Chun family eager to take the opportunity to participate in a banquet related to Chin Yongkuan. Mu Yining didn't expect to see Director Chun in a place like the Mingfeng district, so even she was taken aback before regaining her composure and speaking. Lord Chun, I have long admired you. Both of them were too formal. Ji Hung still stood by the railing, looking down at the tiger fish, occasionally turning his head to speak with Director Chin. Mu Yining stood by, shocked to hear how respectfully Chin Yongkuan, with his current status in the Chun family and comparable to Chin Beixian, was treating Ji Hung, especially calling him Uncle Ji and Brother Ji. Mu Yining could naturally tell that Director Chen's respect for Ji Hung came from the heart. The Mu family had declined, and could no longer compare to the Chin family. How did Ji Hung come to know Chin Yongkuan, and why did the latter treat him with such courtesy? And Su source web novel. Com, updated on Omicron 0. Su En the nouveau riche from the Yunxiao district. The Institute. In the second-floor meeting room, Director Huang took out yesterday's exam paper and handed it to Bai Lian. Bai Lian, why did you take the Buyuan class exam? Bai Lian looked down and saw that it had been marked with a 100. Sorry, she admitted her mistake. It won't happen again. Director Huang wanted to say something, but seeing Jiang Fulai standing beside Bai Lian with his hands in his pockets and an indifferent expression, he held back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. God of wealth was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, the teacher would have to expel him from the mentorship. He couldn't even reprimand the little sister apprentice, as her status with their teacher was definitely higher than his. After pondering for a while, Director Huang could only silently take Bai Lian to see the newly arrived quantum magnetic instrument. Jiang Fulai not only showed up today, but also had someone bring the quantum magnetic instrument. Ming Dongheng wasn't allowed into the laboratory of the Science Academy, so he escorted the instrument to the front gate of the academy and stopped there. Returning to Jiang Fulai's side, he handed over a sealed document, the MTR report. Jiang Fulai didn't bother entering the quantum information lab. He pushed up his glasses, headed to the lounge next door, and opened the report with a glance. It was the blood test he had sent in. Ming Dongheng glanced at the envelope. It wasn't English nor French, and judging by the incomprehensible symbols, it should be Hebrew. Anyway, Ming Dongheng had never learned it. He stood silently beside Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai held a grudge against Professor Ma for not letting Bai Lian off, and the researchers on this floor had been tiptoeing all day long, not daring to pass by the lounge even if it meant taking a detour. By 5 in the afternoon, Bai Lian had finally finished reviewing the quantum magnetic instrument. Professor Ma let her go. Jiang Fulai took the car keys, joined her in going to the parking lot. As Bai Lian sat in the passenger seat and buckled her seatbelt, she spoke in her usual casual manner. You seem very happy today. Jiang Fulai drove out. Today everyone around Professor Ma couldn't wait to stay 800 meters away from him. Even Ming Dongheng didn't dare to get too close to him. Only she would say such a thing. A little. The car slowly drove out of the institute, and in the evening, the wind blew and burst into the passenger side, diluting the cool scent inside the car. Today, Ji Hung wasn't at Shanghai apartment, and Jiang He wasn't around either, so Jiang Fulai took her to Kongyu Tower for dinner, to a small private room on the top floor, where opening the window provided a view of the bustling ancient city. The lights on the ancient city towers twinkled. Jiang Fulai spoke briefly about the dish preferences with the manager outside before re-entering. And when he did, Bai Lian was lazily leaning against the window, gazing at the neon lights below. Her eyes and brows were softened by the gentle light, her long lashes casting a shadow on her eyelids as she finally viewed the world without distancing herself. At last settling on this land. The very soil of her homeland was beneath her feet, and the most desperate thing was the time that could never be returned to. Why aren't you coming in? Bai Lian crossed one hand over her chest and leaned on the window with the other, not turning her head, only continuing to lounge by the window lazily. The area below used to be the imperial city. Jiang Fulai closed the door and walked over to her with composure, looking down at her hand resting on the window. My parents died young, and the only relative is an aunt. She probably will still be working at the Dark Matter Institute, semi-free with a body that should still be in relatively good health. He spoke slowly and deliberately. Outside the window, 1,000 lights shone, casting their glow on Jiang Fulai's face as he looked at Bai Lian's eyes that turned to him and sighed softly. It seems like I don't really have much, but Bai Lian. MHM. Jiang Fulai lowered his eyes to look at her, his strong and slender palm resting on her waist with a slight coolness, his distinguished and cold face shrouded in the confusing light of the lamps. He set his glasses aside, tilted his head down slightly, and with restrained passion, moved in for a kiss at the edge of her lips. I may not have a home to speak of, but do you still want to go with me to see the snow-capped mountains? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 674. 268 Roses look good in her hands only. Ranked number 1 in points. Every stage of life has its own significance. Jiang Fulai always had a clear plan for his life, wanting to show her the beautiful and mysterious side of this world was true, as was his desire to take her to see the snow-capped mountains. As time stretched on, Jiang Fulai thought, he was not someone who pleased others, but he could not hide it when it came to her. He hung his head low, blocking the light from the side, casting his profile in a distinct chill, while his usually profound and aloof features now seemed somewhat softer. Outside the window, someone was setting off fireworks, and a rose-shaped firework blossomed in the sky. It was rare for this area to have fireworks, and the sudden explosion of fireworks brought many exclamations from below. Bai Lian looked up, her wrists still casually resting on the windowsill, not seeming too surprised. She had been in this world for over a year, and Jiang He was the first friend she made here. She remembered that night vividly. The moon was beautiful, and she was waiting with Jiang He for his brother, calling the wrong name at their first meeting, a memory too significant to forget. Yet she realized that it was often this man who stayed by her side. Together, they had walked through the countless quiet and deserted streets of Purist Street. But indeed Jiang Fulai was someone who did not indulge in worldly pleasures, a man who stood above the clouds, revered and feared even by He-One, proud and arrogant, that kind of noble son. The fireworks outside continued to climb and explode in the air, the light flashing on and off in his eyes. Jiang University's confident and composed young master seemed not so confident at this moment. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on Omicron. His other hand was placed on her wrist that rested outside the window, his fingers always cool, the temperature at the tips showing distinct restraint. Bai Lian looked at him for a while. Go open the door, there's someone outside. Jiang Fulai made an "oh" sound, subconsciously loosened his grip, and turned to walk to the front to open the door. The meal had arrived. The manager bowed his head, conscientiously serving the dishes with respect. At this window, one could still see the last fireworks blooming. He served the dishes and then quickly withdrew. They also brought a pot of tea, purple sand teapot and cup. Jiang Fulai extended his hand out of habit to pour a cup of tea for the position opposite him. Bending calmly to set the teacup and pot in place, his shirt outlining the slight arc of muscle on his body. Bai Lian still leaned casually by the window, hands clasped together, her right hand holding his glasses that were left on the windowsill, still in a very relaxed state. She watched Jiang Fulai pouring tea and arranging the tableware. The yellow, Bright tea soup was fragrant with orchid notes as it was poured. They serve old banjong here? Bai Lian looked at him and laughed. Jiang Fulai started uncovering the silver lids on the silver dish, his voice ever calm and steady. All stores under the Jiang family have it. When do you think is the best season to go? Bai Lian moved to the side of the dining table, the fireworks outside having vanished. Jiang Fulai did not catch on. What? I mean, Bai Lian sat opposite him, setting his glasses aside. She looked up leisurely. When are you planning to take me? Jiang Fulai sat in place. The feelings hidden deep inside his heart spread through the corners of Xiangqing along with the fleeting fireworks outside. Receiving a response. He was still lost in thought. Any time is fine. When do you want to go? Bai Lian picked up the teacup and slowly took a sip. The old banjong with some years behind it had a rich, full-bodied tea aroma, and the strength of the tea's body was immediately apparent upon tasting, dense and smooth, leaving a sweet aftertaste. Let's go during the winter break, Bai Lian thought for a moment. But it's not fixed, there seems to be a summer camp during the holiday. As she spoke, Jiang Fulai finally came to his senses. He sat up, blinked, and pressed his right hand against the table edge to stand, his rolled-up sleeve revealing his cold white wrist with slightly pronounced veins, and his left hand, roughened by calluses, gently caressed her chin, and he almost whispered as he kissed the side of her lips. Okay. After eating, they returned to Shanghai apartment. They passed by the affiliated middle school. At this time, even the students of Jiang University affiliated middle school were on holiday. Aunt Zhang had opened a flower shop at the affiliated middle school, and her business was not yet closed at this hour, seemingly doing quite well as delivery guys would come by to pick up flowers. Jiang Fulai parked the car on the roadside. He usually did not care for the frivolities of romance, whether it be roses, Chinese roses, or even foxtail grass. They were all the same in his eyes. Facing young Master Jiang, Aunt Zhang also felt somewhat intimidated. She asked, "Still just one rose? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 675. 268 roses look good in her hands only. Rank number 2 in points. Jiang Fulai nodded reservedly, his distinct knuckles holding a mobile phone, scanning the WeChat QR code laid out on Auntie Zhang's counter. He took the flowers handed to him. Very fresh roses, unwrapped, with petals in the shape of wine cups dotted with droplets on their snow-white underbellies, making the rouge-colored roses even redder. Jiang Fulai returned to the driver's seat and handed a rose to the person sitting in the passenger seat. Today, the car's Bluetooth was not playing tedious academic papers. Instead, it played the gouging music of Principal Jian, a representative of both gentleness and passion. His music was the same. Jiang Fulai tilted his head slightly. Bai Lian held the rose in her hand, casually pressing it against her cheek, while her other hand rested askew on the car window. Her face, both restrained and bold, was just as the internet described. Vibrant in her youth, like a horse galloping across a slanting bridge, with red sleeves beckoning from every floor. Indeed, roses look best in that person's hands. Ji Xian's residence. Mu Yining had brought Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing back, and after such an eventful day, she accepted Ji Xian's invitation for a cup of tea. Shen Qing had little to say to the Mu family, so she left Ji Xiaojun to talk with them while she went to the balcony to collect laundry. Source: web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. Dong Xiaobai had just brought Ren Wanxian back when Mu Yining had not yet left. Since Ji Xiaojun and Dong Xiaobai both were involved in the arts, they struck up a conversation and stayed for a cup of tea with Mu Yining. The tea was rich in flavor. Mu Yining did not know how to appreciate tea, but Dong Xiaobai did. He looked down, contemplating. This didn't seem like a tea the Mu family would give to Ji Xiaojun. Curious, he asked an extra question. Shen Qing answered with reserve. This is tea brought by Xiaojiang. Xiaojiang? Which one? Dong Xiaobai wanted to ask more, but seeing Shen Qing's expression, he retracted his question and began to talk about Ren Wanxian with Mu Yining and Ji Xiaojun. You're saying the Calligraphy Association president wants to recruit her? Mu Yining was surprised to hear Dong Xiaobai's words, as the Mu family seldom studied calligraphy, But thanks to Dong Xiaobai, she knew that the Calligraphy Association was very strict about its membership. After all, it was backed by the Chen family and the Jiang family, comparable to Principal Jian's status in the national music circle. She had not expected Run Wanxian to be able to join the Calligraphy Association. Run Wanxian, feeling uncomfortable with Ji Shayan's serious demeanor, looked down. Just lucky. She knew Bai Lian was also proficient in the Liang script, and wondered whether her calligraphy had improved over the year. There's a bit of luck involved, Dong Xiaobai smiled. Run Wanxian was far behind in skill. After all, calligraphy needed a certain talent, and Run Wanxian lacked it. But due to the Dong family's connections, the Calligraphy Association president was willing to show some face. The calligraphy circle really favored the Liang style. My dad himself didn't master Liang script, but he sees Wanxian as quite fond of it. The Dong family had many who studied painting and calligraphy, but only a few seriously knew the Liang script. And among them not a single girl. It was inevitable. Girls inherently have less wrist strength, and in Beijing, the only girl who wrote the Liang style well was the vice president's disciple, Su Yajun. Alien's handwriting is also very beautiful. Amid their conversation, Xin Qing suddenly spoke. Ji Xiaojun had indeed heard from Ji Heng that Bai Lian had spent some time last year practicing large characters by suspending a piece of heavy iron. But Ji Xiaojun had only seen Bai Lian's Guanga style. Were Ji family's genes that good? Dong Xiaobai looked toward Xin Qing. She writes, something Guan. Xin Qing had heard Tang Ming and others talk about Bai Lian practicing some script that made the science students feel inferior because their teacher complained about not finding answers. Guanga style. Dong Xiaobai knew immediately which style she meant but also lost some interest. It's quite a bonus for a girl to practice this style. He and Mu Yining didn't stay long at Ji Shayan's place. After leaving, the two got into the car together. Because Xin Qing brought up Bai Lian, Dong Xiaobai inquired more about Bai Lian. The top scorer in the college entrance exam? He sat up straight in surprise. Then what did your old man say? Mu Yining shook her head. Dong Xiaobai sat back down. He won't come out even if offered the title of top scorer on the national exam? But the genes in your cousin's line seem to be much better than those in yours. A top scorer, could earn a place on the clan's plaque. It's a pity that I'm going back to the Dong family today. Otherwise, I could have met your niece. Though he had never met her, he was curious about Bai Lian. Mu Yining also found it strange. Even if you went, you wouldn't be able to see her. She seems to be busy today. It's hard for even me to get a glimpse. The National Day's 7-day holiday. Even heartless companies should give time off. Isn't she just done with her college entrance exams and still a student? What's got her busy? As for what exactly she was busy with, Mu Yining didn't know either. Of Ji Shayan's two nieces, Run Wanxian could be seen through at a glance, while Bai Lian always remained enigmatic. The 7-day National Day holiday sounded long, but it passed in a flash. Many people woke up on the 8th day wishing they held a time machine in their hands, so they could press a button and return to the first day of the holiday to start over. In the Tongfeng class, Tang Ming swore with his hand raised. Really, I put it in the book after I copied it. It must be Brother Ding who accidentally handed it in. Ding Wenyang had just arrived in class, and a huge blame was immediately placed on him. The rest of the class were discussing various topics, while Gao Yuan was surrounded by a group of people, with exclamations erupting from time to time. 1,300,000 points? And you, Wangxi, how many points do you have? Just hit 1,000,000. That's not too little, said someone by Gao Yuan's side. You'll definitely have your chance in the midterm practical test. Ding Wenyang, sitting beside Tang Ming in a daze, overheard their conversation and curiously asked Tang Ming, how many points do you have on the app? What points? Tang Ming's eyes darted about as he shifted the topic from the blame he had placed on Ding Wenyang, his hand resting on Ding Wenyang's shoulder. You tell me. The preparatory camps app, don't you know? A lot of our subsequent group competitions and slot allocations will be based on the total scoreboard. I'm at 900,000 points, said Ding Wenyang, rather proud of his score. The newbie question bank only lasted for 1 year. Afterwards, to earn points, one had to tackle the challenge bank. Every 1,000,000 points marked a milestone. 8 million points could get you into the top 20, 9 million into the top 5, 7 million into the top 40, 6 million into the top 80. 1 million put you within the top 1,000. At 900,000 points, he was already ranked in the top 3,000. The platform gathered geniuses from across the country of nearly 20 years, and with over 10,000 registrants, Ding Wenyang felt quite smug to have reached the top 3,000 within a year. "You are so impressive," Tang Ming genuinely complimented. "No problem, if there's anything you don't know later on, you can ask me." Ding Wenyang, buoyed by the praise, was floating on air. In his reverie, he noticed Bai Lian sitting beside them. She was lounging casually, wearing a sky-blue satin jacket as Beijing had cooled down after a rain following National Day, her hair tied back loosely, engrossed in reading a thesis. "Wait." Ding Wenyang's heart skipped a beat and he took out his phone, opened the blue app, and searched for Bai Lian. No results. Strange. Ding Wenyang continued to search on his phone, typing in Tang Ming's name at random, and this time the results came up quickly. Account name, Tang Ming monthly points, 58741 total points, 1987449 following. 5 followers. 2 Ding Wenyang paused on this page for a good while, his finger hovering over it. Then he came back to his senses, trembling fingers searching for Ning Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676, 269 by Jian, The Arrival of Lance. Second update. _1 The campus network was SOSO, but Ding Wenyang managed to refresh the page pretty quickly. Account name, Ning Xiao monthly points. 0 total points, 2717458 following. 2 fans 3. Total points, 2717458 almost 3 million. How arrogant, Ding Wenyang thought. The warning bell rang, and Ding Wenyang snapped back to reality. He exclaimed ah and poked Tang Ming. So this is the legendary top student, huh? Not bad. Tang Ming shrugged. Last night, he was criticized by Jiang Fulai for stretching his leg too far. Ding Wenyang. Were these people really from Xiangqing? Source web novel. Com. Updated on In0 New. His gaze shifted to Bai Lian next to him, who was still holding the original document in her hand. This morning was all about mechanics. The professor had already come in with a USB flash drive. Normally, Ding Wenyang was among those who listened attentively, but today he was somewhat distracted. His phone was still on the app page of Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao, aloof as he was, rarely interacted with others besides Bai Lian. Ding Wenyang came back to his senses and suddenly thought of something. He opened Ning Xiao's following list. Just 2 people. L. Bai Jian, pretty normal. Everyone on the app follows that arrogant top scorer. But this godsend of a picker who burst onto the scene this year. Every day, there were posts about him on the app. Even Ding Wenyang had discussed with others, guessing which lab's newcomer he was. But now Ding Wenyang opened his WeChat, found Bai Lian's name, and clicked on it, seeing her WeChat name, Bai Jian. At first, when he added Bai Lian's WeChat, he thought she was a fan of the other person, but now it seems, with Ning Xiao's nearly 3 million points. Among the 3 of them, it's needless to say who is the center. Bai Lian would never score less than Ning Xiao. Considering the timing, the sudden emergence of the picker god coincided with the new students joining the app. Ding Wenyang tried to calm himself. But he wasn't very calm at all. At noon, while taking advantage of Bai Lian's meal card for lunch, Ding Wenyang couldn't help but observe Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, especially Bai Lian. Bro, are you secretly in love with both of them? You're always looking. Tang Ming sat next to Ding Wenyang with his legs crossed, warning him. It's fine if you have a crush on Ning Xiao, but don't you dare have any ideas about Sister Lian. Ding Wenyang. What exactly are you thinking? Oh, just a heads up, Tang Ming shrugged. There are too many people expressing their love for Sister Lian on the confession wall every day. Even after National Day, the buzz around Bai Lian at school did not cool down. The BGM released online by the Physics Academy's Student Council was repeatedly analyzed by netizens. It had a style similar to that of Yen Lu's go-to composer, Jian, and the name was simply Jian. In the last few days, it had garnered a little fame, and it became a choice BGM for many video edits. It had been uploaded to various music app platforms. When Bai Lian returned to her dorm in the evening, the other 3 roommates had already finished their washing up, with Sun Qian sitting in her spot reading. Yu Min was on the balcony on the phone with someone from the association. She was part of the student union's external relations department, had joined the College Students' Entrepreneurship Association, and was now also involved in club activities, as busy as Bai Lian. Only Kong Wei seemed to be the most typical college student among those in the dorm. As soon as Bai Lian came back, she put down her tablet, let her legs down off the bed, and got up to walk over to Bai Lian. Alien. What's up? Bai Lian placed her book on the desk, opened the wardrobe to get a towel, and clothes to shower. Do you want to create a Weibo account or a video account? Kong Wei asked her. So many people are looking for you online, you know. Your popularity is comparable to that of a second-tier celebrity now. No, I want. Bai Lian headed to the bathroom, explaining gently to Kong Wei. I don't have the time. All right then. Kong Wei felt it was a bit of a pity. Another person in her place might have already signed with a live streaming company by now. She followed Bai Lian towards the bathroom. Also about that BGM you sent to Sister Yi. A lot of people online are saying it's very similar to the style of Yen Lu's main composer. Right. Bai Lian stopped at the bathroom door, leaning lazily against the doorframe, waiting for her to finish. Then she calmly lifted the bath towel in her hand, her delicate brows and eyes raised playfully. I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to come in together? Kong Wei blushed slightly and took a step back. Bai Lian closed the door to shower. Behind her, the phone Bai Lian left on the desk rang. It was a WeChat voice message. Kong Wei glanced over, and it was a WeChat call from someone named Lance. And looking at the profile picture, it seemed to be a foreigner. Foreigners often use their own photos as profile pictures. Bai Lian came out after her shower, wearing pajamas, and drying her hair with a towel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 677, 269 by Jian, The Arrival of Lance. Second update, _2 Kong Wei sat back in his chair and reminded her. Just now, a Lance sent you a WeChat voice message. Bai Lian looked down, picked up her phone, and walked to the balcony to call Lance back. On the other end of the phone, Lance, still wearing the dark blue robe Ji Hung made for him, nodded at the welcoming officials and then took out his phone, his Chinese as awkward as ever. Hi, Bai, I've arrived. I'm going to look for an eye. Lance had a summit in the middle of the month. I'm at school. Bai Lian leaned against the balcony, slowly wiping her hair. Are you looking for my grandpa? Exactly. Bai Lian hung up the phone and sent the address of Shanghai apartment to Lance. After thinking it over, she also sent a WeChat message to Ji Hung, telling him that Lance would be visiting that evening. Friday. In the private residential area of Jiangjing, the cemetery. A shower had just passed, and it was nearly autumn, the sky as if washed clean. Source, web novel. Com, updated on new. This was a joint tomb. The woman bent down to place the chrysanthemum she held in her hand, then took a handkerchief to wipe the photo of the woman on the tombstone, mumbling to herself for a while before stepping down the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, Jiang Fulai was wearing a black trench coat, one hand in his pocket, the coat making his figure look extremely slender, his brows and eyes as clear as the rain-washed sky, deep, cold and serene. He didn't look friendly, and his presence was strong. Ming Dongheng held a long-handled black umbrella, standing a meter away. I've heard from Yan Yan, said Gao Shu, dressed in a cheongsam, the deputy head of the National Theater, holding a high position, having recently gone abroad with the theater for international exchanges, and having just returned home. She exuded a graceful and elegant air. I didn't bring anything back as gifts, so I bought her a hairpin, but I don't know if she'll like it. She wasn't very tall but had a gentle demeanor. She had seen the photos sent by Gao Yan. Walking down the stairs with her, Jiang Fulai's voice was cool and clear. You should change the gift. He didn't explain why. Gao Shu was slightly surprised. She glanced at Jiang Fulai and after a long pause smiled. All right, I'll discuss it with Yan Yan again. But when do you plan to take me to meet her? She's busy. Jiang Fulai stood tall and straight, his features like jade. He was always concise, no matter who it was. The two walked down a few paths and reached the old Jiang family mansion. The Jiang family estate was too big, and Gao Shu hadn't quite figured out which way to go, so she left with Jiang Fulai. Outside the door, the two's cars were parked. Jiang Fulai's black car was also parked quietly, with Jiang AG6 starting its license plate. Gao Shu's car had the license plate of Jiang AG9. Ming Dongheng, holding the car keys, opened the rear door of the car, and from Gao Yan's car, a young man and woman got out. The girl, with a clear and beautiful face, politely greeted Gao Shu, "Aunt Gao." "Shuha," Gao Shu smiled at her. "You and Xiaojie wait for a moment, I'll be right there." Jiang Fulai didn't greet the others, giving only a slight nod to Gao Shu before bending over to get into his car, his black trench coat hem wrapped in a layer of cold frost. Gao Shu wasn't surprised because she was his aunt, and his politeness to her was already quite adequate. The black car drove off, and at the other car, the driver lowered the window. "Mom, how did you explain it to Shuha?" Gao Shu got into the back seat, looking at Lu Jiu in the driver's seat. "Does your teacher have time today? Mom wants to invite him for a meal." Gao Shu didn't delve into the scientific research field like the Gao family, and her son Lu Jiu was also in the theater, and at the same time studying the guzheng. Leng Shuha, sitting in the passenger seat, explained to Gao Shu, "Auntie, my teacher is not available today, he seems to be going to have fish soup." Fish soup? Gao Shu didn't quite understand for a moment. Had there been some delicious private kitchen in Jiangjing this year that had become as famous as Qingxin Building's desserts? The car drove off. Soon they were at a stoplight, and as the Gao family lived in Xinjiang district, Gao Shu glanced at Jiang Fulai's car, which was heading toward Jiangjing University Avenue. To Chang'an district? At the Mu family branch, Ji Xiaojun planned to head to Shanghai apartment as soon as his workday ended. Shunqing had gone earlier that morning. Mu Yining and Dong Xiaobai had just come here to check on the business. Seeing Ji Xiaojun, they stopped to chat for a bit. "President Zh's private fund. We're planning to invest 80 million, Xiaojun. You go and communicate with him." After the last National Day, the Mu family and Su family had started cooperating gradually. Suan had a good eye. His private fund could not only find financiers, but also find people for post-investment, backed by the Federation of Industry and Commerce and the Chen family tree. "Okay." Ji Xiaojun carried his briefcase, looking down at the time. Seeing his hurried actions, Mu Yining was struck with a thought. "Going to Shanghai?" "Yes," Ji Xiaojun nodded, speaking with Mu Yining. "My dad and old Jian went fishing, so there's fresh fish soup and fish head hot pot. Do you want to come?" Old Jian? This seemed to be a new person. Mu Yining felt a bit of regret and shook her head. "I need to go to the state guest house. Say hello to my great-uncle and the others for me." Several researchers from MTR had arrived, and she, along with the butler, planned to go ahead and make reservations with them. Dong Xiaobai wasn't very fond of fish head hot pot either. "I'll go to the state guest house with Yining." Ji Xiaojun nodded, still with Xiaojie driving him. It was rush hour in Jiangjing and traffic was jammed, but Xiaojie was patient and explained the situation in the car. "The old master is in poor health, and Miss intends to take advantage of this medical conference to contact doctors abroad. MTR has many special medications, so she couldn't come. However, with this conference inviting people from families like MTR, there would be many, and Mu Yining might not be able to secure a reservation. Is he very unwell?" Ji Xiaojun fell silent for a moment, remembering that the old master was a little younger than Ji Heng. Xiaojie shook his head. Harboring long-term pent-up feelings could only deteriorate one's health, couldn't it? Passing by a small supermarket, Ji Xiaojun had Xiaojie park the car and bought a bottle of soy sauce. Upon arriving at Shanghai apartment, Ji Xiaojun thought of Mu Xiangguang and Ji Heng's issues, looking somewhat silent. Xiaojie followed him, and the door to 103 was closed. Xiaojie pressed the doorbell. The door was quickly opened by an old man with bright blue eyes and dressed in a sunflower-patterned shirt. His gaze landed on Ji Xiaojun and he brightened. "How come you've come back? Where's the soy sauce?" It had been a while since they met. How come Mr. Lance's Chinese had regressed? "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678. Jiang family's unique ruler. The invitation from President Jian_1 Ji Xiaojun carried the soy sauce in, and the voice of Director Chen from the kitchen promptly came through, instructing Ji Xiaojun to quickly bring him the soy sauce. Lance wasn't familiar with Chinese cuisine, so he immediately went to watch Dean Jian and Ji Heng play chess. It wasn't the elegant game of Go they were playing, but the more common 5-in-row chess. The two were evenly matched, and after covering most of the board in 5-in-row chess, a victor had yet to be decided. Xiaojie, not acquainted with Dean Jian and Lance and seeing them for the first time, recognized the voice of Director Chen cooking in the kitchen. He cautiously entered, greeted Ji Heng, and then left. As he walked out, passing by the door, he noticed 2 suit jackets hanging on a wooden coat rack. Next to it was a blue guest pass. Xiaojie gently closed the door behind him, and just before it shut, he saw the line of words at the top of the blue guest pass and the emblem. X4 Annual Global Medical Summit. The door closed and Xiaojie, standing outside, suddenly realized. Wasn't this the medical summit that was particularly popular in Jiangjing recently? This year, the summit was held in Jiangjing, so since the National Day holiday, Jiangjing had attracted a large number of visitors. The medical summit was a gathering of the elite, and many patients' relatives took this opportunity to seek appointments. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New Zero. Neither the Ji family nor the Mu family had anyone in medicine, which was a bit odd. As he walked out, just exiting building number 5, he saw Suen carrying 2 jars of alcohol, not the whiskey loved by top-end clubs, but 2 jars of aged wine wrapped in red cloth. Knowing Suen was this year's new face of affluence in Yunxiao district, Xiaojie stepped aside. President Suen had set up a private equity fund. Mu Yining herself had thrown in 80 million to join their game, not much, but still indicating her stance. Suen was originally from the hotel and catering business, and this time starting a private equity, despite his familiarity with Director Chen, faced many internal skeptics. Mu Yining was currently the highest investor. The name of the fund was quite interesting, Little Grape. A small fund stock that had just started to be listed. Suen greeted Xiaojie amiably. Jiang University. Today was still the bi-weekly literature presentation. Giving the presentation was still by Lian, but this time, the main body of the literature review was written by Ning Xiao and Ding Wenyang, not achieving an A but getting AB+, which was enough to excite them as their best expectation was only AB. Each Tongfeng class literature presentation was public, not restricting students from other majors to observe. Today, there were even more onlookers than last time, with seats filled with students from other majors. At 8:30 p.m., the presentation ended, and Bai Lian left with her group. On the road to the left outside the lecture hall, Jiang Fulai had been waiting there for 10 minutes, with the western gate of the university closer to Shanghai apartment. He hadn't driven, instead walking over. The evening brought another sprinkling of autumn rain moistening the air. Grass and trees along the path were covered in droplets, and the pavement was still damp, occasionally with a small puddle reflecting the sheen of the streetlights. The atmosphere of the school was always serene and harmonious. Jiang Fulai stood lazily by the roadside, his gaze fixed on the distant gate, about to take out his phone when a group of students burst through the gates. He straightened up slightly, and soon Bai Lian came into view. The weather had gotten cooler, and today she wore a beige sweatshirt that was somewhat long. Its collar featured 2 red decorative buttons, and the cuffs were spliced with a band of red split embroidery. The hem of the sweatshirt was irregularly stitched, draping lazily, perfectly highlighting her casual and gentle temperament. Many female students had taken a liking to this sweatshirt. While chatting, they asked for the link to the sweatshirt. Bai Lian then paused and patiently explained to them, looking down at her mouse, that it was a custom modification by her grandfather, without a link to buy. Fulai waited patiently not far away, the girl under the lamp looking unbelievably pretty and gentle. As people came and went along the road in front of the lecture hall, her silhouette was reflected by the light behind her. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao didn't dare walk with Bai Lian at this time, so they took another route towards the cafeteria with Ding Wenyang and others. It's a bit cold today, are you just wearing that? Once Bai Lian approached, Jiang Fulai took her computer in one hand and with the other, gently took her right hand, his fingers leisurely weaving through hers to hold tightly. I'm not cold. He was wearing an extra coat, and his fingertips were even cooler than hers. Bai Lian turned to him and said at an unhurried pace, You should dress warmer, young Master Jiang. The cold's going around, be careful. Jiang Fulai felt a bit gloomy and changed the subject. My auntie is back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679. Jiang family's unique ruler. The invitation from President Jian_2 last time he mentioned that he only had one relative, which was his aunt. Bai Lian Ed still waiting for what he'd say next, but Jiang Fulai didn't continue speaking. He just gave Bai Lian a conclusion. Just letting you know, everyone else doesn't matter. Young Master Jiang, the unique ruler of the Jiang family, never used to take other people into consideration in his schedule, mentioning them only to change the subject. After all, even the current second-in-command, Jiang Shijue, hadn't met Bai Lian in person yet. The two of them walked all the way to Shanghai apartment. The street lights weren't on, and there were many people outside at this hour. A few recognized Bai Lian, but because of the intimidating man by her side, they didn't dare to strike up a conversation with her. It would have taken courage to even glance his way. The two made their way back to 303, where Ning Xiao and Tang Ming had already returned, and were looking at Zhang Shi's papers. Pu Xiaohan was down in 103. Bai Lian went to 103 to get the fish soup Shenqing had left for them. Jiang Fulai pushed open the door of the study, set down Bai Lian's laptop, and helped her print out the documents. The printer buzzed away, and he felt oddly at peace, as though time had stood still, while looking at the door. 103. By the time Bai Lian came down, Director Lance and Chief Chen were playing mahjong with Ji Hung in the lobby downstairs. Source, web novel. Com, updated on In0new. Su En and Ji Xiaojun stood behind Lance, advising him on how to play mahjong. This group of people was smoking. Although the glass door of the courtyard was open, the scent of smoke was still heavy. Shenqing brought out a bowl of soup for Bai Lian, and urged her to go up quickly. Director Lance put down his cigarette. He was rarely this leisurely, and when he saw Bai Lian he nodded. The day after tomorrow at 6 in the evening, I'll have old who come to pick you up. He was talking about the music exchange event. Bai Lian, who was already standing at the door, heard him and made an okay gesture in response. Pu Xiaohan, who had been asking Su En questions, saw Bai Lian coming back and went upstairs with her. After the two went up, Su En finally had the chance to chat with Ji Xiaojun. I heard that Chairman Mu is going to help you and Mulan with the ceremonial return to the clan? Ji Mulan was still recovering. She had bled a lot, and her body was not in good shape. The Mu family had yet to inform Ji Mulan of the plans, but based on Su En's and Ji Xian's understanding of her, she would definitely agree to hold the ceremony. Speaking of which, Su En was surprised to find out that Ji Mulan was a member of the Mu family. Although the Mu family had fallen on hard times, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse, and their centuries of family heritage were something to be envied. A lineage almost comparable to the direct line of the Su family. A family of true noble standing. Play the two of bamboos. Ji Xiaojun stood behind Lance and directed him to play the two of bamboos. Then he responded to Su En. Our household registration has all been moved there, and Aliens is still with my dad. She's not moving it. When will you contact my cousin and move Mulan's registration to? Bai Lian's registration was with Ji Hing's lonely household registration. Old Mrs. Su and Mu Yining were both very envious, but neither had dared to make a move. As for Ji Mulan, everyone present knew her well. She never concealed her own self-interest. That household registration was probably something nobody would want to move, except for Ji Mulan. Is there a set time? Su En, upon hearing Ji Xian's words, was also full of wonder. Who would have thought that the Ji family from Xiangqing would turn out to be descendants of the Mu family from Jiangjing? The news was bound to cause excitement in Jiangjing. Suan was pondering this when he began to wonder about the Bai family from Beijing and what they might think of this revelation. Ji Xiaojun was unhurried in his reply. End of the month. Originally set for the beginning of the month, because of Ji Mulan's situation, the Mu family had postponed the ceremony to give Ji Mulan time to recover. Jiang Fulai had just finished printing when Bai Lian came up from downstairs. Pu Xiaohan was excitedly discussing the little grape incident with Tang Ming. Jiang Fulai took an extra look at Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan also had a good grasp on her stance toward young Master Jiang, and she began to explain the little grape fund incident to Jiang Fulai in a lower voice. She didn't study finance and had just been inquiring about private funds from Suan downstairs. Little grape? Jiang Fulai leaned back elegantly against the sofa, his distinct knuckles resting on the armrest. His posture relaxed and graceful as he watched Bai Lian sitting at the living room table, picking up a pen to write down answers for Zhang Xi's. He stood upright and made his way downstairs with poise and elegance. Private funds all have thresholds. Once the Little Grape Fund was launched, some big players adopted a wait-and-see attitude while others were already looking for ways to get involved. The Yin family was no exception. On a weekend, Song Min went back to the Yin family to discuss the matter with Mr. Yin. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoqi and Mrs. Song were discussing the music exchange event. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 680. Jiang Family's Unique Ruler. The invitation from President Jian_3. Professor Jia is taking you to the music exchange event? It was no surprise to Madame Song that Professor Jia valued Bai Xiaoqi so highly, given that the Bai family and Song family had poured quite a bit of money into his support. It's on Sunday. Dean Jian and the principal of Jiangyin will also be there. Bai Xiaoqi set down her teacup. Auntie, will you be joining us? Such large-scale music exchange events were filled with people from the inner circle, so naturally, Madame Song wouldn't miss it. After their chat, Song Min also finished discussing private equity matters with President Yin. Once Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi went upstairs, President Yin turned to Madame Song, and upon hearing about the music exchange event, he couldn't help but speak up. You haven't been in touch with this Dean Jian? I heard the private equity is somewhat related to the Chun family. He should know some inside information. No, Madame Song shook her head. Forget it, Dean Jian isn't so easy to approach. Having lived in Jiangjing for so long, she was well aware of the local dynamics. Indeed, President Yin nodded. Sunday. Jiangjing's large music exchange event. There were still 2 days left until the medical summit concluded, and now there was the music exchange event. The past month in Jiangjing had been truly lively. 6:30. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on new. Lao Hu's car stopped at the site of Jiangjing Music Exchange event. Bai Lian got out of the car, took her phone and the invitation Lao Hu had given her, and entered while talking to Sister Xian on the phone. Sister Xian was asking her if she had time, as Mei was in Jiangjing during this period, and together with Wan Qiushan, they wanted to invite her to dinner. Bai Lian handed her invitation to the hostess at the entrance in a calm and unhurried manner, and followed her through the gates. I'm quite busy with classes. I might only have time in the evening. A woman happened to come out of the door, and Bai Lian stepped aside to make way. The other's gaze fell on her. Bai Lian glanced down. It was a woman in a black cheongsam with golden flowers, her facial features refined and her bearing quite graceful. When the woman saw Bai Lian's gaze, she smiled softly and nodded at her. Bai Lian slightly nodded back at the woman, and then they passed by each other. After Bai Lian entered, outside, Gao Shu hadn't left yet. Her gaze followed Bai Lian's retreating figure. Bai Lian's face was so recognizable that even from just a photo, Gao Shu could identify her. Compared to a photograph, the real person was naturally more animated. The grace in her every gesture, which was rare even among those who had studied opera professionally. Gao Shu stood at the entrance contemplating. The opportunity Gao Yin mentioned to share the stage together was not impossible. It wasn't until Lu Jiu and his secretary arrived that they interrupted her thoughts. Secretary Shui inquired, Vice President, what did Dean Jian say? He said he's too old to take on such a big responsibility. Speaking of serious matters, Gao Shu also shook her head and withdrew her gaze, sighing. I couldn't persuade him. Blossoms on the Tree was a new play launched by the old dean of the Drama Institute, and the main theme music had not been settled yet. This matter was very important for Gao Shu. With a promotion on the horizon, the issue wasn't a huge one, but it wasn't minor either. Another vice president was eyeing the position, waiting to see who could handle it better. The teacher hasn't composed any music in recent years. Lu Jiu stood aside, speaking in defense of the teacher. Truly, he has no more energy for it. I was just asking. Gao Shu turned her head and asked Xue Na. What did Master Shua say? She was referring to Shua Qingyu, the master of classical music composition. Many dramas, and even those ancient-style epic TV series produced by the national station, were composed by him. Master Shua has some time lately. Secretary Xue opened her notebook. I've booked a table at the Qingxin building for 8 o'clock tonight. Will you go straight there? Let's go. Gao Shu nodded. Dean Jian's lounge. Bai Lian knocked and entered. Dean Jian was in the middle of a conversation when he saw Bai Lian. He stood up with a smile and introduced her. This is the president of our Jiangyin, President Yun. President Yun. Bai Lian greeted the other party. President Yun looked at Bai Lian, and naturally recognized her as the spirited girl with the zither under Pu Xiaohan's lens. However, thinking that she belonged to Jiang University and was out of reach, he felt quite despondent. Ms. Bai, the doors of Jiangyin will always be open for you. Dean Jian, please rest. Knowing that Bai Lian and Dean Jian had matters to discuss, Yun Chang didn't linger and opened the door of the lounge to leave. Downstairs, Bai Xiaoqi was together with Mrs. Song, accompanied by that girl who often studied with Bai Xiaoqi on the 5th floor, while Professor Jia was networking with some people in the front. As Yun Chang descended, Professor Jia quickly put down his cup and walked over. President, you've come down. President Yun put away his despondent expression and maintained a calm and steady demeanor. Is Dean Jian in good health? When will he come out? After asking a few questions, Professor Jia remembered the students behind him and introduced them. All of these are my students. Bai Xiaoqi and Yanning hurriedly greeted Yun Chang. President. Yun Chang nodded to them and, raising his eyes, already spotted several leaders from the music exchange meeting. He walked over to network with them. After Yun Chang left, Mrs. Song lowered her voice slightly. Was that the president of Jiangyin just now? He must be quite familiar with Dean Jian, right? Right. Bai Xiaoqi also withdrew her gaze. Although Jiangyin didn't have the influence of Jiang University, it wasn't an institution ordinary schools could compare with. Holding the position of president of Jiangyin meant having significant political influence. The Song family was able to sway Professor Jia with money because Bai Xiaoqi was introduced by the president of Beijing Music School. They were all acquaintances. They could offer resources and gifts to Professor Jia who would accept them. But if it were the president of Jiangyin, without a familiar intermediary, who would dare to accept mysterious gifts from a stranger? Upstairs. Let Yan Lu go receive the award. Bai Lian inquired Dean Jian about the Hua Chu Award. Dean Jian casually mentioned, I have to talk to a few sponsors for a while. Let old Hu take you down for a bite. It doesn't start until 7. There are many booths downstairs. Okay. The two of them left the lounge together. Old Hu followed behind Bai Lian. At the staircase entrance, Dean Jian suddenly remembered something. By the way, there's a play needing composition, an ancient-style battlefield type, and the theme music hasn't been decided yet. I think it's very suitable for you. Are you interested? Bai Lian hadn't written music for quite a while. Not to mention Yan Lu's fans are eagerly waiting. Dean Jian himself was persistently urging, but Bai Lian remained immovable as a mountain. Nowadays, few young people seem to be studying drama, and Dean Jian thought that if Bai Lian composed, he was willing to do the arrangement for her. Given Bai Jian's appeal among young people and the impact of every single one of Bai Lian's songs, Dean Jian thought, why should the name Bai Jian only circulate in the entertainment circle? He always felt that there was still an unreleased energy in Bai Lian's heart. Look at her, writing about gambling and reminiscing about the old days with such lightness. Yet every song she writes becomes a hit. If she really exerted that energy, might there appear a piece as enduring as Bai Yi Xing? white robe. A rare surge of enthusiasm welled up in Ding Jian's heart, and he stopped, hands clasped behind him, looking at Bai Lian. What do you think? Do you want to get serious and have a go? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 681, 271. Following her was the special assistant to President Jian, Gao family _1. Ancient-style battlefield? The dean spoke with earnest, prompting Bai Lian to seek clarification. A play. Aside from the composition Gambling with Liquor she created for Yen Lu, she had written many pieces with varied styles. The National Theatre's original play, Blossoms on the Tree, the dean explained, outlining the context. It's a work launched by the former head before retiring, and its theme song remains undecided. Bai Lian had also heard of the National Theatre. Yen Lu was currently preparing for examinations at the National Theatre. This was true art, an original work launched by the previous head. Ding Jian. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. You must be joking. If it was about opera, she had seen plenty during palace banquets, but she had never watched a play and didn't understand the form or style. The essence of what we're interested in is the drama's core. Ding Jian discerned Bai Lian's reluctance. Drama is just another form of performance. Once you've seen the script, you'll understand why I recommended you. Lifting her eyes, Bai Lian noticed that the organizers were already waiting nearby. She made her way downstairs. You should attend to your important tasks. She descended the stairs while Ding Jian stood at the top. Bai Lian was probably one of the few challenging people he had met in his life. Source, web novel. Com, updated on NewZero. The concert hall was vast. Bai Lian paused at the Kongho exhibition stand to listen for a while before moving on to the next one. Lao Hu followed closely behind her, only approaching to converse in a low voice when Bai Lian needed an explanation. His demeanor was very respectful. Now serving as Ding Jian's sole assistant, he was recognized by those well acquainted with the dean. Mr. Hu, a middle-aged man, approached from not too far away, shaking hands with Lao Hu before turning his attention to Bai Lian. And this is... It was neither Leng Shuhe nor anyone he recognized. This is Miss Bai, Lao Hu answered, then gently introduced her to the approaching figure. This is Director Li, a member of Ding Jian's previous team. Nice to meet you. Bai Lian was polite. With Lao Hu's attitude, even Director Li didn't presume too much. Looking at the stand and listening for a while, he said, surprised, So you're Miss Bai. You originally studied the pipa. He had just wanted to make conversation, and finding Bai Lian knowledgeable about pipa music, they talked a bit more. After meeting several people who knew Director Li, Bai Lian finally excused herself to check out another exhibition. When Professor Jia arrived with 2 students, Director Li was getting ready to head backstage. This is Yaning, I've mentioned her to you before. Professor Jia introduced his protégé to Director Li. And as for Bai Xiaoqi, because she was studying as an amateur, he didn't elaborate more. This is Bai Xiaoqi, my student from this summer's intake. Both Yaning and Bai Xiaoqi greeted Director Li respectfully. Before coming, Professor Jia had already informed them that Director Li had been a part of Ding Jian's team, a cultural bureau's core member, and also served as a professor at Jiangyin specializing in pipa. Director Li's demeanor was quite official. In such a setting, Madame Song stood beside Bai Xiaoqi without getting involved in the conversation. It was evident that Professor Jia was keenly paving the way for Yaning, introducing her to many industry moguls throughout the evening. As both were about to leave, Director Li caught sight of a group through the crowd. He moved forward, smiling and greeting the arrivals. Principal Miss Bai. Yun Chang, who had run into Bai Lian, was in the midst of discussing Jiang University's matters, asking about her studies, when Director Li called. Both stopped. Old Li, I was just about to take Miss Bai to see that new instrument that arrived. The tone was one of familiarity. Speaking, Yun Chang explained to Bai Lian. Previously, the museum housed a precious instrument for a long time, which was sold last year. Many regretted not purchasing it earlier. This year there's a new instrument, not as fine as last year's but better than none. Bai Lian wasn't dressed in a gown like the others. She wore a twisted knit cardigan with a mandarin collar and batwing sleeves, paired with a water blue swirling skirt, exuding a restrained and calm temperament. The jade hairpin at the back of her head shone delicately and moisturized under the lights, radiating a gentle beauty, smooth as cream. She wore no other jewelry. Even in an assembly of famed individuals, she didn't seem out of place next to Yun Chang, composed and at ease. Lao Hu followed her at a distance of 2 steps behind, smiling without joining the conversation. "So you're going to see the instrument," Director Li laughed. "Then you should go ahead. I need to prepare for the opening. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 682. 271. Following her was the special assistant to President Jian. Gao family _2. It was only after the group had left that Professor Jiao acknowledged Yun Chang with a greeting, while Bai Xiaoqi and Madame Song did not exchange a single word with Bai Lian, though Madame Song's gaze lingered on Bai Lian's departing figure. This was the first time both of them had encountered Bai Lian at such an event. With one hand clasped behind her back, Bai Lian conversed with Yun Chang with such an air of casual elegance that she seemed as if she had stepped out of a painting. The epitome of a noble scion, humble yet holding her own, more natural than anyone else they had seen. Compared to these two, Yanning recalled that this was the young lady she had met in the elevator before. "Teacher," Yanning said, looking at Bai Lian's retreating figure, "the beautiful woman next to the principal is lack of manners." Professor Jia reprimanded with a smile any term that addressed beauty inadequately. "I don't know who she is, but you all need to be polite when you see her." Director Li didn't introduce her to him, but since she could hold a conversation with Yun Chang, Professor Jia knew this young lady wasn't ordinary. "Be polite," Bai Xiaoqi unconsciously blurted out. Madame Song also withdrew her gaze and looked towards Professor Jia. "Yes, didn't you see Director Li calling her Miss Bai, and accompanying her to see the instruments was none other than the principal of Jiangyin?" Professor Jia said without doubting Bai Xiaoqi's question, instructing her with the most important point. "And did you notice the person who was following her on her left?" Yanning and Bai Xiaoqi turned their heads back again, but Bai Lian and Yun Chang had already walked far away. Nevertheless, they could still see Old Hu, dressed in unremarkable gray clothes, respectfully following behind Bai Lian. Source: Web Novel. Com updated on Omicron Nu. 0. Professor Jia said gravely, "That is Dean Jian's first assistant. Even Dean Jian's 3 senior disciples call him uncle, and his status in Dean Jian's heart is by no means lower than that of his disciples." Yanning suddenly understood. "No wonder, when I saw her last time at Jiangyin going to the recording studio." "Teacher, you don't know her either?" "There are many people whom I, your teacher, don't know," Professor Jia chuckled. "You all need to be smart about it." His gaze fell on Bai Xiaoqi and Madame Song, who both seemed a bit out of sorts. Mu family, Tingyu Pavilion. Dong Xiaobai seldom returned home, and the precious octagonal table was only occasionally punctuated by the faint sound of a soup spoon tapping against a bowl or dish. The woman seated at the head of the table was dressed in an exquisitely tailored outfit, the epitome of elegance and luxury. She ate only a couple of bites before setting down her chopsticks, her voice neither cold nor warm. "Uncle?" Mu Yining had gotten used to her demeanor. "The ritual banquet is at the end of the month." Mu Yujun looked well preserved, nearing 50 years old. She appeared just over 30. Taking a silk handkerchief from the butler behind her, she gently wiped her mouth. "Jiechen's aunt has returned. I might not have time then. I'll ask again about Gao Yi and Jiechen." Put simply, aside from the elderly patriarch, there was no one in the Mu family worth her making a special trip for. "It depends on your schedule." Mu Yining scooped up a spoonful of crab roe soup, his back straight. "Your matters take precedence." Since the Gao family had an esteemed daughter, their status had risen like the tide, becoming an unchallenged force in Jiangjing, where no one dared offend. As for the nearly diminished Mu family, the Gao family naturally didn't consider them important. Mu Xiangguang was not involved in the affairs, and Mu Yining also had his own pride. The Mu family was not the kind to curry favor and draw close to power. Even though Mu Yujun had married into the Gao family, the Mu family never boasted about their relationship with the Gao family. Consequently, Mu Yujun's life in the Gao family was quite pleasant. After bearing Gao Jiechen, her status further escalated. The butler did once lament over Gao Jiechen, wishing he was a member of the Mu family. But clearly, he did not have the audacity to compete with the Gao family for people. Aristocratic families often intermarry, supporting each other to preserve their legacies over time. But as the Mu family waned and the Gao family, over the years, Gao Jiechen had only returned to the Mu family once when he was 1 year old in the arms of Mu Yujun. After that, the Gao family did not allow him to visit, marking a clear separation between the Gao and Mu families. The Mu family was no longer of any consequence to them. Ren Wanxian sat next to Dong Xiaobai, spoon in hand. Throughout this meal, she had scarcely dared to lift her chopsticks. Ren Qian had arranged for so many etiquette teachers for her in her earlier years. She used to disdain the lack of grace in Shen Qing, Ji Heng, and their group, but now sitting here, she too felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny of others. At this table, besides the scholarly-born Dong Xiaobai, the other two were rather daunting figures. After dinner, Mu Yujun intended to visit Mu Xiangguang. As she stepped out the door, holding her handkerchief, she slowly turned. Tonight's crab soup was not very palatable. In a few days, I'll have someone send over some fresh Hongmao crabs. They are freshly caught and air-shipped. Jiechen's aunt just got quite a few fresh ones from the Jiang family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683. 271. Following her was the special assistant to President Jian. Gao family _3 Mu Yining was momentarily startled, then remembered who Gao Jiechen's young aunt was, and the relationship between the Gao family and the Jiang family, all supported by that one aunt. Alright. Just caught from the coastline, there were few families so wealthy and bold as to use their own planes to transport these goods. Mu Yining accompanied Mu Yujun to visit the old master. After they left, Ren Wanxian finally exhaled a long breath of relief. Dong Xiaobai stood by her side, watching her reaction with amusement. That's your aunt too. That's just the way she is. The Gao family has many rules, but she doesn't come back often, so you needn't be too nervous. Her son, Gao Jiechen. Now that's a formidable character. Dr. Gao. Ren Wanxian blurted out in shock. Wasn't this Dr. Gao the same man, whom even with a lot of money, Ren Qian found difficult to meet once in Xiangqing? Such a family, she and Ren Qian wouldn't have dared to imagine back in Xiangqing. Are they really relatives of the Mu family? Oh, seems like you've also heard of his name. Dong Xiaobai was not surprised. Shanghai apartment. When Bai Lian returned, Jiang Fulai was still in room 103, having been invited by Ji Heng to play chess with Lance. Lance had picked up the game of Go quickly, and by the time he left last year, he could play Ji Heng to a draw, winning most of the time. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. C0. In these past few days, ever since Lance arrived in Jiangjing, Ji Heng hadn't won a single game. Ji Heng had specially called over Jiang Fulai, who was free that evening, to play against Lance. This game isn't fun at all. Having lost yet another game, Lance, with his not-so-fluent Chinese and his hands pressing on the board, was ready to stand up. Jiang Fulai was seated opposite him, loosely holding a white jade chess piece between his right index and middle fingers. He calmly looked up, his noble phoenix eyes resting on Lance, an attitude of an idle man of wealth. The esteemed chief physician of MTR, with just a casual glance from him, stifled any curse that was on the verge of being spoken. Lance, wanting to curse but not daring to, silently sat back down and finished the game with extreme frustration. Then they began a new battle. Ji Heng stood behind Jiang Fulai, holding his pipe, lazily blowing a ring of smoke. Bai Lian entered with her fingerprint. Room 103 had only recorded her and Ji Heng's fingerprints. As soon as Lance saw her, he quickly jumped up. Bai, come here. Bai Lian walked over, glanced at the situation, and realized that Lance was almost being massacred. She casually picked up a black piece and placed it on the board. Opposite her, Jiang Fulai. He silently smiled. Alright, how was he supposed to make a move now? Only then did Ji-hung put away his smoking pipe, drawling, "Let's call it a day." Lance was relentless, insisting on having Bai Lian play in his place against Jiang Fulai. Ji-hung threatened him. "I'll have Alien play go with you all day tomorrow." Bai Lian would be even more terrifying than Jiang Fulai. Lance silently returned to the dining table, letting Ji-hung brew tea for him to calm his nerves. It's not that he didn't want to brew it himself, but Ji-hung didn't want to let him fuss over it. Bai Lian followed Jiang Fulai up the stairs. In the echoing stairwell, Jiang Fulai told her about the incident tonight when Tang Ming almost drove him mad. After he finished speaking, Bai Lian spoke unhurriedly. "Teacher Jiang, I think I saw your aunt tonight." There were many individuals who stopped to admire Bai Lian upon seeing her. But Gao Shu's gaze was special, one of appreciation mixed with surprise and a caring gentleness. And that cheongsam, it was made by the same person who made the daily clothes for Gao Yan. Almost at first glance, Bai Lian recognized it. Gao Shu had just finished talking with Shua Qingyu. Her car was on the way back. They happened upon Mu Yujun's car, and naturally, Mu Yujun recognized Gao Shu's car. She got out of her car to greet Gao Shu. Gao Shu sat in the back and did not get out of the car. She rolled down the window, and leaning lazily against the back seat, nodded to Mu Yujun. "Did you like the crabs I sent you?" They were very fresh. Jiechen liked them too. Facing Gao Shu, Mu Yujun naturally couldn't maintain the demeanor of a haughty lady. "That's good." Gao Shu chatted idly with her for a few moments, then raised her window and signaled the driver to continue driving. Jiang Fulai's call came through, and Gao Shu's spirits lifted. She sat up straight and answered the phone. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 684. 272 Mysterious Shanghai Residential Complex. A Table for One, Second Update. _1 Young Master Jiang. Gao Shu said, somewhat surprised, as Jiang Fulai seldom called her. They had WeChat, but rarely chatted. Most matters were conveyed to her by Jiang Shijue. "Why are you calling me?" It was indeed out of the ordinary. Jiang Fulai returned to his room after staying a long while in room 103. His clothes had picked up a faint smell of tobacco, and he was preparing to take a bath, holding his loungewear. His voice was casual. "Did you go to the concert today?" He had never before taken such interest in her whereabouts. Gao Shu's fingers rested on her knees, and after a brief thought, she said in surprise, "You don't tell me she recognized me?" Without speaking a word or giving Bai Lian overly attentive looks, she had been concerned about revealing anything to Bai Lian. "Yes, I mentioned you to her," Jiang Fulai said, turning with his clothing in hand. "What did she say?" Gao Shu quickly thought, knowing the gift she selected for Bai Lian had to be considerable. She had gone out of her way overseas to find a collector to select an imperial green hairpin for Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai dashed Gao Shu's hopes of giving Bai Lian another hairpin, and at the moment, Gao Shu had not yet found another appropriate gift for Bai Lian. Luckily, there was an auction later in the week, and Gao Shu had already had Secretary Xue schedule it in. Gao Shu stated formally, "If not, then don't wait any longer. Take me to meet her." Jiang Fulai reached for the bathroom door, stopping in front of the mirror. "It depends on her schedule." Source webnovel. Com updated on Omicron. Omicron, I know, Gao Shu smiled, knowing about Bai Lian's existence through news from Gao Yan. She did not dare to inquire about the people around Jiang Fulai. "Just let me know in advance when she is available." She hung up the phone. Jiang Fulai casually placed the phone on the washstand and began to unbutton his shirt. The Gao family. Mu Yujun waited for Gao Yi and Gao Jiechen to return, standing at the door to take the overcoat off Gao Yi. He spoke to Gao Jiechen at his side. "Have you had any contact with Professor Ma at the Tongfeng class or at the Ma Institute?" "As you know, Professor Ma always leaves right after his classes," Gao Jiechen said indifferently. They discussed some research matters. Once they were done talking, Mu Yujun brought up the encounter with Gao Shu she had on the road. Gao Yi narrowed his eyes, turning to Gao Jiechen. "Your young aunt is back. Try to arrange to meet her in the next couple of days. Her word carries more weight than that of our entire family. It couldn't be helped, after all. Gaoi was Jiang Fulai's uncle. But Jiang Fulai had long blocked his phone number. At one time, Gaoi dared to leverage his status as the uncle, but now, even seeing Jiang Fulai was not easy, let alone anything else. Apart from those in Jiang Fulai's laboratory, even ordinary people found it difficult to meet the young Master Jiang. Since marrying into the Gao family, Mu Yujun had only visited the Jiang family estate once. Later, as Mu Yujun went to the kitchen to arrange a late-night snack for father and son, the old butler mentioned something about the Mu family. The Mu family's uncle? Gaoi had never heard of such a person. He picked up his teacup, skimming off the froth, and lowering his eyes he said indifferently, "They invited our Gao family?" "You jest," the butler chuckled. "They only invited the lady." Gaoi heard the remark and let it be, not taking it to heart. He hardly ever visited the Mu family. He might have gone if the old Master Mu had come out of retirement. Currently, the Mu family was managed by a woman, and most families in Jiangjing did not take it seriously. Of course, Mu Yujun also never mentioned this matter to the Gao family. The following day, early in the morning, Ning Xiao finished packing his bag and looked at the main hall, whispering to the memorial tablet, "Grandma, I'm going to school now." He lit a stick of incense. It was a very quiet scene, until Tang Ming's voice came from the front door. "Brainiac, hurry up, the elevator's here." Tang Ming spent his weekends in Ning Xiao's guest room. Ning Xiao lived alone, and the group would come over every week, either freeloading food and drinks at room 103, or at Ming Dongheng's place. In the elevator, Zhang Xi's yawned, greeting Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, "Good morning." Their breakfast usually came from Kangyu Tower, prepared by Ming Dongheng in room 301. Today's crab roe buns taste even better than the last time. Tang Ming picked up a bun with his chopsticks. The sleepy Zhang Shi's eyes lit up. "Your Highness." Pu Xiaohan's eyelids twitched, signaling Tang Ming. Tang Ming stuffed a bun into Zhang Shi's mouth, dismissing him. Your Highness, just eat and be quick about it." Pu Xiaohan, holding his chopsticks, glanced over. Zhang Xi's had a very handsome but foolish face, acting silly every day. It hadn't been long since they came out, and he was already showing his true colors. Why couldn't he be more like Qi Lu, who was always steady? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 685. 272 Mysterious Shanghai Residential Complex, A Table for One, Second Update. _2 Thinking of Qi Lu's chef's hat, Pu Xiaohan paused slightly. If only others could take a leaf out of Jiang's brother's book and exhibit a little elegance and charm. Outside the door, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai came in. Pu Xiaohan was struck with awe. Yes, there was an air of grandeur. Bai Lian had a fondness for the breakfast at Kangyu Tower, which itself boasted a century-old heritage and had produced several imperial chefs. Their breakfasts were delivered from there every weekend. From Monday to Friday, Ming Dongheng also wanted to deliver breakfast to Bai Lian. The chefs at Kangyu Tower, of course, wanted to please Miss Bai even more, but she had refused them, preferring the cafeteria while at school. After all, she still held the canteen card from Master Jiang. Since then, Ming Dongheng had lost a morning task each day, which left him quite desolate. There was also a food container beside them, filled with freshly prepared crab roe buns. Ji Hung and Lance had not yet woken up so early, so Ming Dongheng had saved them for the two of them. "The buns are very fresh today," Bai Lian said as she held the chopsticks, having eaten 2 more crab roe buns than usual today, and not touched the other snacks as much. Ming Dongheng picked up his small phone, made a note, and instructed Jiang Shijue to dispatch 2 more teams to procure crabs. It was indeed the right season for enjoying crabs. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. These fresh items might not yet have appeared at the Jiang family home, but here at Bai Lian's place, they were already on the table. Days flew by. Lance's medical summit came to an end on Tuesday. During this period, instead of staying at the state guest house, he lived with Ji Hung. There were many waiting for him there. After attending the last summit, Even the assistant who drove Lance to Shanghai apartment found it surprising. One would think, given Lance's status, many in Jiangjing would want to meet him. Wherever he was, there were always many people lying in wait, many of whom were business tycoons with hired personnel on the lookout. Oddly enough, there were none at Shanghai apartment. This complex maintained a state of tranquility. The assistant escorted Lance to Building 5 and saw Lance confidently get out of the car without seeking any protection. "Professor, please be wary of the crowd," he cautioned. Lance waved it off unconcerned. "No problem, don't worry about me." The assistant, watching his back, trembled with apprehension. Thankfully, no one came forward. As he drove out of the complex, he noticed 2 security guards at the gate, both tall and burly. Even those sweeping the streets in the complex flexed noticeable muscles when raising their arms. The assistant glanced carefully. Clearly, this place was filled with capable individuals. Then he called someone from MTR, expressing his admiration. "This complex is really incredible. It's quieter here. Professor Lance will have better rest." Whenever Lance was free, he would join Ji Hung, taking their chessboard to the nearby park to challenge the students of Jiang University. The Jiang University Forum even had a post about 2 mischievous old legends playing Go in the college town park, unbeatable by any gifted student. Many talented students were eager to test themselves, making the morning hours bustling with activity. In the afternoons, the pair would go fishing. They were also invited to attend a small-scale concert by director Jian. On Friday morning, Ji Hung took Lance to visit the Su family to see Su Siki. The 2 old men seemed busier every day than Bai Lian. Afternoon. 1:03. As the end of the month neared, the building butler came to see Ji Hung with 2 boxes of gifts and to discuss the end-of-month ceremony. He also delivered a crab sent by Mu Yujun to Ji Hung's home. Very fresh, it was just 2 in total. The Mu family kept 1, and the other was for Ji Hung. Half the size of a pot. Ji Hung handed the building butler the 2 large boxes of unsteamed fresh buns to take to Mu Yining, crab roe buns. "Lance and I can't eat too much, so take these back for Yining to try. They're pretty good." The butler nodded, accepting the boxes without much question. What delicacy didn't the Mu family have? He then discussed with Ji Hung the matter of the Mu family ceremony at the end of the month. Bai Lian finished her week without literature reports and returned early. She pressed her fingerprint on room 103 and greeted Ji Hung first. "Grandpa, I'm back." Tang Ming followed behind her, calling out, "Grandpa, I'm back too." Ji Hung smiled, his eyes crinkling with joy as he went to the kitchen to bring them fruit to take up to their rooms while they did their homework. The building butler promptly stood up from the sofa to greet Bai Lian. "Miss Bai, will you be coming next Saturday?" To accommodate the students' schedules, Mu Yining had also moved the date to the weekend. Holding her laptop and dressed in a white coat with tendrils of hair falling over her forehead, her eyes and brows relaxed, Bai Lian glanced at the butler. "Next Saturday?" Concentrated on her studies, Bai Lian hadn't been told by Ji Hung about Ji Shayan's upcoming event. He handed her the fruit and explained leisurely, "It's about your uncle." He didn't bring up Ji Mulan. Mentioning her might indeed make Bai Lian too disinterested to continue listening. After thinking for a moment, Bai Lian agreed, "Then I'll go." The butler internally rejoiced at her decision. If Miss Bai attended, the old master would certainly make an appearance. He hid his excitement and added, "Your classmates are also very welcome." Tang Ming thanked the butler. Without lingering, Bai Lian simply told Ji Hung before leaving, "Grandpa, I'll be going out to eat later." Ji Hung acknowledged with an "oh," and asked Tang Ming, shouting, "Will you all go out to eat too?" "Grandpa, she's going to eat with Brother Jiang," Tang Ming whispered, raising his hand to speak with Ji Hung. "Ji Hung." He lifted his smoking pipe just as Jiang Fulai was mentioned. "Is Xiao Jiang coming on Saturday?" Bai Lian, unbothered, replied that Jiang Fulai was having dinner with his aunt later. "I'll ask him later." "He wouldn't miss it," Tang Ming muttered under his breath. As the young people ascended the stairs, Ji Hung closed the door, stuffed his pipe with tobacco, and lit it up. To prevent a repeat of the last incident, he methodically said to the butler, "Xiao Jiang will probably go too. Suan is sitting with your business partners. Just prepare a separate table for us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 686. Meet at 273. Out of the mountain _1 just one table by itself? The butler looked at Ji-hung, hesitating a bit. After all, Ji-hung was an elder, and it didn't seem right for him to sit with a bunch of kids. It's fine. Ji-hung had never been particular about these things. If not for Bai Lian and the others, he wouldn't have come back to Jiangjing. Seeing the butler's hesitation, he lowered his head and took a drag of his cigarette. You arrange it like that. I'll go back and discuss it with the young lady. Outside the courtyard gate, Lance and Jiang He were still squatting under the sun umbrella, looking at the newly sown seeds. The wind outside was actually a bit chilly. He told Jiang He to come in and put on a jacket. And Miss Mulan, the butler remembered this matter, made an appointment for next Wednesday to transfer her household registration. The ordeal of Ji Mulan's household registration went through several twists and turns. After countless obstacles, the Ji family's children ultimately returned to the Mu family, and now only Bai Lian remained on Ji-hung's household registration book. Smoke wafted through the air. Ji-hung lowered his eyelids. The butler, having conveyed his message, did not stay to disturb Ji-hung any further. After speaking with Ji-hung, he left with the crab roe buns that Ji-hung had given him. Source: web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New Omicron. Lance came in with Jiang He, and seeing the crab lying in the box in the hallway, he was startled, then said, "There are still some left? I don't feel like eating today." At 6 o'clock in the evening, Kangyu Tower. Gao Shu was somewhat nervous. She had come an hour early and was on the phone with Gao Yan, inquiring about Bai Lian's personality. "You're asking about Lian? Don't be nervous." On the other end of the phone, Gao Yan set down the fan in her hand, walked out to the porch to look at the koi under the bridge. "She's very well behaved and polite." Gao Yan leaned on the bridge railing, her figure illuminated by the light in front, uttering a string of praises for Bai Lian. These things had already been discussed between her and Gao Shu over WeChat. It was the same old story. Gao Shu briefly met Bai Lian once before, and could tell just from her appearance that Bai Lian was a person of cultivation and grace, no doubt nurtured in culture and the arts from a young age. Speaking of which, Gao Shu, like Gao Yan, found it strange. Where had Bai Lian encountered such traditional cultural influence? "I know, but I'm still a bit nervous," Gao Shu responded with a wry smile. She had reached the position of deputy director in her 30s, and now a promotion was imminent. She had never been this nervous, not even when she alone had managed to protect her unconscious nephew. Sigh, it hasn't been easy getting to today, and I still don't know if that girl can put up with his temper. Jiang Fulai and his sister and brother-in-law bore no resemblance to each other. Since his parents passed away at the age of 8, he turned into a completely different person, aloof. He was indifferent toward everyone, sparing little words or laughter, even scolding Jiang Shijua for no reason. "You don't have to worry about that," Gao Yan said, raising her eyebrows when Gao Shu mentioned this subject. Gao Shu hung up the phone, somewhat surprised. She had just asked Gao Yan about Bai Lian's preferences, and had Secretary Shui call over Kangyu Tower's manager to discuss the dishes, pastries, and teas to be served later. The manager bowed respectfully as he entered, replying to Gao Shu, "Jiang Xiao has already arranged these." "He did it himself?" Gao Shu stood up, surprised. "Yes." Gao Shu was quite astonished. Considering Jiang Fulai's expression, which always seemed to say, "Who are you?" he was nonchalant even about his own meals. Jiang He was so picky, and only Ming Dongheng and Jiang Shijua would look after him. It seemed somewhat fantastical. After the manager left, Gao Shu took her seat by the window again, and Secretary Shui poured her a cup of tea. "Now you can relax too." Gao Shu took the teacup and nodded his head. There was still time. Secretary Shui stood beside her, bringing up a formal issue. "Yesterday Xiao Li saw Mr. Shua having dinner with Deputy Director Jiu." "Deputy Director Jiu? Why is he so persistent in his grudge against you?" "Shua Qingyu had dinner with Gao Shu last week, where they discussed the issue of composing. This week, Jiu Inghui reached out to Shuaqingyu. Gao Shu had a certain influence in both the Jiang family and the scientific research circle. However, in the drama theater, Gao Shu had fought her way to where she was today all on her own. Her son, though learning piano behind Master Jian, knew Master Jian treated all three of his disciples equally. If only Master Jian were still composing now, Gao Shu said softly, skimming off the surface foam. I wouldn't have to contend with Jiu Inghui anymore. Master Jian was Gao Shu's first choice. Secretary Shui was momentarily at a loss for words, aware of the difficulties Gao Shu had faced along her journey. But aside from Lu Jiu, no one in the Gao family stood side by side with her. Lu Jiu was still an apprentice and hadn't inherited Gao Shu's artistic talent. What he could do was indeed minimal. At 6:50, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 687. Meet at 273. Out of the mountain _2 Gao Shu hurriedly set down her teacup, dusted off her sleeves, and stood up to look toward the door. The door was pushed open by a pair of hands with distinct knuckles, and a houndstooth scarf was neatly draped over the arm. This was Jiang Fulai. Gao Shu's gaze fell behind him, where a girl in a red embroidered vest stood, wearing an apricot-colored dress underneath, her eyes cast down. Last week when she saw Bai Lian, she had been dressed in plain clothes, graceful and restrained. Today's red coat was bright and captivating. It made Gao Shu pause slightly once again. Auntie, Jiang Fulai said, as he closed the door of the private room, greeting Gao Shu politely. Even this address of auntie carried an extreme blandness. Bai Lian also greeted Gao Shu with ease and without constraint. Secretary Shui quietly moved aside, watching the young woman inconspicuously, and was quite surprised internally. The Gao family was known for its beauties. Gao Si had married Jiang Sheng, which became a celebrated match in Jiangjing, followed by Gao Yan's marriage to Su Juling. In Jiangjing now, there were also the young ladies of the Ming family whom Secretary Shui had seen, and indeed they were beautiful. But having seen Miss Bai today, Secretary Shui felt that even Ming Zongyao would have to step back. Merely the temperament Miss Bai possessed was something the Ming family could not match. Source: Web novel. Updated on N0 Others, even if it was Elder Chen seated beside Jiang Fulai, would be overshadowed by it. Yet, Miss Bai remained calm and collected, with an effortless poise. Jiang Fulai picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for both himself and Bai Lian. Outside, the manager had started to serve dishes. Is the academic pressure at Jiang University very high? Last time I saw in the news that the probe successfully landed on Mars, Gao Shu said to Bai Lian beside her. She had heard from Gao Yin that Bai Lian was academically inclined, and might end up spending her future in the lab with Jiang Fulai. Gao Shu studied art, but during the past 2 years because of the Gao family and Jiang Fulai, she had come to understand a bit as well. Just last night, she asked the Gao family for some scientific research materials to review, but to the ears of the experts, there were always discrepancies. Bai Lian subtly steered the conversation away. The conversation began with scientific research and eventually shifted to art. Once the topic of art arose, Gao Shu inevitably spoke at length, mentioning how her art teacher had great expectations for Jiang He. Bai Lian nodded. Jiang He's paintings have a strong sense of illusion. The two chatted intermittently. Jiang Fulai seldom spoke, only occasionally serving Bai Lian some vegetables. He had always been reserved by nature, treating everyone the same, so Gao Shu was not surprised. Gao Shu became engrossed in the conversation until the meal ended, and she reluctantly put down her chopsticks. She then asked Secretary Shui to present a gift box and personally handed it to Bai Lian. Downstairs at Kongyu Tower, Gao Shu and Secretary Shui stood together, watching as Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai got into the car. Once the car turned the corner and was out of sight, Gao Shu turned with a smile. This child is truly remarkable. She finally understood why Gao Yan was so bent on taking Bai Lian as her goddaughter. Secretary Shui saw that she was pleased but didn't want to distract her with other matters. Nevertheless, he spoke up. Dr. Gao has asked to meet with you. Dr. Gao. There was no one else it could be but Gao Jiechen. Gao Shu's smile faded as she pressed her brow. Tell him I don't have time. The Gao family members only sought her out to join Jiang Fulai's group, or to enter the Ma Institute. What else could they want? Recently, Gao Shu had been busy with matters of the theater, and indeed had a full schedule. When Gao Shu returned home, Lu Jie was practicing piano. Seeing her come in, he came over to help her with her house shoes. Mom, Lu Jie said, placing the slippers beside her without leaving, but instead he said, my teacher asked if he could see the script Four Blossoms on the Tree. The play had not yet premiered, and rehearsals were underway. Even the theme song was not settled. Copies of the script Four Blossoms on the Tree were only held by those involved internally. Last time, to convince Ding Jian to compose the music, Gao Shu briefly shared the main plot with him. Your teacher wants to see the script for the play? The script was not a secret, and Gao Shu couldn't figure out why Ding Jian would want to see the script if he wasn't interested in composing, but she didn't refuse. I will send it to you from the study. Jiangjing Shua family. Shua Qingyu was an elder artist, and recently, 2 rising stars from the theater had approached him. He was weighing the pros and cons. He stepped out from the back seat of Jiao Yinghui's car. Jiao Yinghui exited the driver's seat and looked at Shua Qingyu with a smile. Mr. Shua, I heard your son's asthma has been troubling him. I have an invitation card from an MTR doctor that I hope could be of some help to you. With that said, he handed a gilded business card to Shua Qingyu. Shua Qingyu accepted it, looking at Jiao Yinghui. Thank you, Dean Jiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 688. Meet at 273. Out of the mountain _3. Furthermore, I will definitely recommend your composition to Dean Jian. Jiao Yinghui smiled, and let him personally arrange it for you. As a Guzheng heir, Dean Jian's reputation in Jiangyin was well established, to say the least. In the recent 6 months, as Yan Lu's master arranger, he had far surpassed others in the art world. Shua Qingyu himself was not inept at arranging music, but not to mention that Dean Jian's skill level was above his. Having the words Dean Jian on his work would also add a different value to it. He returned home with the business card, beginning to ponder over this matter. He had always been aware of the old theater's Dean canvassing for a theme song, and had even had someone get a copy of the script Blossoms on the Tree. The Jiao family had been involved in theater for generations, with his grandmother being a Peking opera heir, holding significant weight in the art industry. Gao Shu may not have had such a profound heritage, but she was a member of the Gao family. Shua Qingyu had hesitated between the two, certain that he had to compose this piece and confident of triumph. It was just a matter of which side to choose, knowing that it would inevitably offend one of them. At his age, no one did not want to climb higher. He was no different, with a strong sense of utilitarianism. Not only had Jiao Yinghui discovered his son's issues, but also made a promise about Dean Jian. Each action was a display of his power. Shua Qingyu laid the business card on the table, a decision already forming in his mind. Source web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. 0 Shanghai apartment. When Bai Lian returned, Zhang Xiais, Tang Ming, and Ning Xiao were doing their homework in room 303. Pu Xiaohan and Jiang He sat on the carpet playing with jigsaw puzzles. In her hand was a fresh rose, with dewdrops still clinging to the crimson petals. It's next Saturday. Bai Lian entered the study, where the desk was decorated with trinkets, and beside the black computer, there was a new celadone vase. Ming Dongheng had brought it back several days before. In the vase, a few roses were carelessly inserted at different times. Some were in full bloom, others were wilting. Bai Lian slowly added the rose in her hand to the celadone vase. Jiang Fulai lounged by the desk, looking down at the roses in the vase and said casually, "At the Mu family's place?" "Right." Bai Lian sat in front of the computer, powered it on, pulled up Ma Institute's email from her inbox, printed it out, then opened Zioki's email detailing the latest developments with Wenjixia. She scanned through it, opened WeChat, and began messaging Su-En. The Wen family was an established family of Jiangjing involved in the electronics industry. Scrolling down, she saw a message from Dean Jian, just one file. Blossoms on the Tree by Lien, with her good memory, recalled that this was the play Dean Jian had mentioned to her before. She clicked to receive the file and connected to the printer, printing it out as well. Jiang Fulai grabbed the printed thesis she had produced, neatened the pages with a stapler, and secured them together. I'm free on Saturday. After the thesis was printed, Blossoms on the Tree followed shortly. Jiang Fulai again took action, binding the entire drama script together. He had no interest in drama, merely glancing over it. Bai Lian didn't start by reading the printed playbill. She first went through the documents Ma Institute had sent, translating them swiftly. By the time she finished, it was nearly midnight. She sent the translated documents to Ning Xiao's email. As she stood up from the desk, she saw Blossoms on the Tree beside her. She looked down at the cover for a moment, then sat back down, and began to read under the study's light. The script of 40-some pages wasn't long. Bai Lian read quickly, skimming 10 lines at a time. Blossoms on the Tree was derived from military strategy. The script told a similar story, using strategy to make a small force seem large, cleverly employing a battle devised by Chen Yi to create a dramatic tale. Chen Yi was a disciple of Bai Zhongyu, who was adept at using this tactic. It took her no more than 5 minutes to finish reading the script. Her fingers resting on the keyboard, she replied to Dean Jian. The story is good. Nearing midnight, Dean Jian hadn't gone to bed, as if he had been waiting specifically for her response. Now are you interested? Bai Lian leaned back, her pale fingers on the keyboard, and after a few minutes of thought, she replied, I don't have much time. The Tongfeng class schedule was intense, and she was also studying for the Boyuan class. Physics was based on mathematical foundations as well, so tackling Wang's problems also served to improve her own skills. Ma Institute didn't relax his demands on her either, seeming quite urgent. Bai Lian really didn't have much time, and she thought for such an art form, she was too young. Even if Dean Jian trusted her, the theater's people probably wouldn't, she guessed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689. Meet at 273. Out of the mountain 4. Of course, she had no idea that the name Bai Jian had caused such an earthquake in the music world over the past year. The winters in Jiangjing were quick to get cold. It was simple for Ji Heng to make summer dresses for Bai Lian, but winter clothes were not done as quickly as before. One piece of clothing could take half a month, or even longer to finish. Bai Lian's wardrobe had some additional clothes sent over by Ming Dongheng. After Gao Yan learned of this from Ming Dongheng, she asked Bai Lian to meet at Qingxin Building on a Sunday afternoon, so that the tailor could measure her size. Upon hearing this, Gao Shu also brought out several pieces of rare fabric. Looking at the fabric she brought, which were fine and shimmered on the surface, these were jobs that only Gao Yan and Gao Shu could undertake, apart from those Jiang Fulai hurriedly worked on. Bai Lian stood on the carpet, her arms casually extended, her brows and eyes lazily drooping, letting others take her measurements. The female tailor noted down the figures on paper. Source: web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New. Jiao Shu and Gao Yan stood to one side, looking on at this scene from an angle, which was quite harmonious. After the measurements, the female tailor took the data and left. Gao Yan gestured for Bai Lian to come and try the new pastries at Qingxin Building to see if they suited her taste. It was at this moment Secretary Shui came in from outside, appearing somewhat flustered. She was slightly impolite, knocking and barging in. Madam Su, Miss Bai. She stood in the hall, greeted Gao Yan and Bai Lian, then looked towards Gao Shu. Mr. Shuo has categorically declined your invitation. Today he accepted Vice President Jiu's invitation, and is watching a rehearsal at the theater. These were all insiders here. Gao Yan and Gao Shu had decades of friendship, and as for Bai Lian, she was someone that Jiang Fulai and a few others had high hopes for. Secretary Shui had no intention of avoiding the topic. So as not to make Bai Lian feel uncomfortable, she did not treat Bai Lian as an outsider. He made it clear he's siding with Jiao Yinghui. Gao Shu put down her teacup and stood up. She was the first to find Shua Qingyu, thinking she had a fair chance of success. Unexpectedly, Shua Qingyu had been dragging out for half a month, and at this time shifted towards Jiu Yinghui, catching her off guard. Gao Yan, who usually enjoyed watching Gao Shu's dramas, had some understanding of the situation. She straightened up. Is it troublesome? A bit. Gao Shu stood up, smiled at Bai Lian and Gao Yan. I won't be able to join you two for dinner tonight. I'm heading to the theater. No worries. Bai Lian stood up, dressed in a simple white top, her eyes dark, reflecting the warm hues of the entire room. Her voice steady and unhurried. Hearing her voice, Gao Shu calmed down. Come over to my place for dinner in a couple of days. She grabbed her bag and hurried off. After Gao Shu left, Gao Yan finally had the chance to explain the theater situation to Bai Lian. It hasn't been easy for her these years. It's all right with the old dean around, but if he retires and hands over the position to Jiu Yinghui, Shushu will struggle even more at the theater. Butler Su stood behind Gao Yan, frowning as well. This Jiu Yinghui always plays dirty politics. When Miss Gao was up for the position of vice dean, he tried to sabotage her too. Bai Lian lowered her head to blow away the foam from her tea, listening quietly to Gao Yan's words. It wasn't until Gao Yan mentioned blossoms on the tree that Bai Lian looked up. Blossoms on the tree? Yes. Gao Yan pinched off a piece of plum blossom cake and bit into it. The theater has launched a new major play, the last piece of work from the old dean before retirement. 5 years in the making, with many actors auditioned. When it's formally performed, I'll take you to see it. Couldn't find anyone else? Bai Lian closed the white porcelain lid of the teacup. Such a masterpiece, most people don't dare to take on. Shushu initially approached Dean Jian. In Jiangjing, it's pretty much just the two of them, but Dean Jian didn't agree. Saying this, Gao Yan tapped her fingertips on the table, looking at Bai Lian, an idea crossing her mind. Lian, you're close to Dean Jian. How about you persuade him? Gao Yan was aware that Bai Lian and Dean Jian were very close, almost paternal friends. She had seen Leng Shuhe with Dean Jian. There wasn't the same ease and harmony as when Bai Lian was with him, and Gao Yan always felt there was some indescribable respect from Dean Jian when he spoke of Bai Lian, especially when mentioning Bai Lian's teacher. Gao Yan looked anxiously at Bai Lian. Bai Lian didn't speak, only picked up the white jade bone fan she had set aside earlier. The fan felt cool in summer and surprisingly warm in winter. Holding it with her right hand, she casually opened and closed it, her eyelashes drooping as if mulling over something. The private room fell into silence. Gao Yan, watching Bai Lian deftly play with the fan, knew the gift was well chosen. Never mind, she chuckled, shaking her head. If Dean Jian is saying he's lost his creative inspiration, even your persuasion might not work. It's just that this time for Shushu. No, I'm just thinking. Bai Lian snapped the fan shut, the end pressing against her palm, her demeanor relaxed. When does she approximately need it? Gao Yan didn't expect Bai Lian to suddenly ask this. Gao Yan was taken aback and not too clear on the timetable. In a month or two, I guess. It won't be too rushed. Gambling with liquor would be out in a few days, a month or two. That should be fine. Bai Lian narrowed her eyes slightly. If Dean Jian can't do it, he'll do it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 690, 274 by Jian, an expert. Mu Laoyi steps out of the Buddha Hall. 2 watches combined. _1 Bai Lian had listened to Jian Zongyi's collections, The White Snow of Tsang Mountain, The Peace of Autumn, and The Sounds of Home. She had heard them all. These were works from Jian Zongyi's middle period, characterized by simple, steady rhythms and a warm atmosphere. So when she learned that Jian Zhongyo had become famous for playing The White Robe Journey, and that his later compositions turned out to be as plain and sincere as Qingjio's, Bai Lian was somewhat surprised. Blossoms on the Tree tended toward a tense style with an overwhelming sound, and as the script progressed toward the middle and later stages, it created an anxiety similar to the empty fort strategy. It wasn't a style that Jian Zhongyo excelled in, And indeed he didn't have much energy to continue to create. If he hadn't been unable to find the right person, he would have already retired. Bai Lian put it this way. But Gao Yan and the butler were choked by Bai Lian's remark that Director Jian can't do it. However, they quickly caught the meaning of Bai Lian's words. Alien you. Gao Yan set down the plum blossom cake and sat up straight. Can you compose music? She knew Bai Lian could play the guzheng, but she had never heard her play it. And judging by the way Director Jian interacted with her, Gao Yan knew that Bai Lian's guzheng skills must not be too shabby. But, composing music and such, people without professional skills couldn't just start doing it. With something like a research competition, it was easy for Gao Yan to look toward Bai Lian. Gao Yan had never associated Bai Lian with composition. Source web novel. Updated on new. Omicron now I suppose I can, Bai Lian said, holding her folding fan. I haven't seen a stage play before. I might not be suitable, just giving it a try. We'll choose the best option later. Gao Shu would certainly seek others too. It's just that they might not measure up to the expertise of Mr. Shua. Director Jian had a lot of faith in Bai Lian, and although music had no clear boundaries, the stage play's theme song style was somewhat direct. Bai Lian still wasn't clear on the style. Okay, good, Gao Yan said, still not fully processing. I'll tell Shushu. Ming Dongheng's car was waiting downstairs, and Gao Yan escorted Bai Lian to the lobby. After the car had left, Gao Yan wrapped her coat around herself, lost in thought as she turned to the butler. Butler, do you think it's reliable? It won't interfere with her studies, will it? According to Su Nanjing, Bai Lian was now the darling of the Physics Institute. This, the butler wasn't certain either. Madam, Miss Bai Lian said she wants to try, so let her try. Gao Yan took out her phone and called Gao Shu. At the theater, Gao Shu had already met with Shua Qingyu and Jiao Hui, who were indeed watching a rehearsal of the stage play together. Even the actors for Blossoms on the Tree had been selected over a period of more than 1 year. Shua Qingyu and Jiao Hui were standing up front, speaking with a man, who was none other than the play's male lead Bei Tong. Secretary Shui whispered to Gao Shu, "They are already discussing the singing issues with Bei Tong." Shua Qingyu had prepared for so long, and the compositions he held were surely already more than half complete, eventually to be presented before the old director through Bei Tong's performance. I know, Gao Shu said with a grim face, turning to go to the back. What about Teacher Xia? What did he say? This was her backup plan. He needs it by December. Teacher Xia said he wouldn't dare to take on something belonging to the old director. Secretary Shui had a notebook in hand. He's currently in Beijing. Do you want to go to him? Beijing. Gao Shu climbed the stairs, surprised he was in Beijing but still instructed. Pick a couple of days and prepare a plane ticket to Beijing for me. She reached her office just in time to answer Gao Yan's call. Bai Lian had mentioned wanting to try composing for her. She said just to give it a try. Gao Yan sighed. I've told you before she plays the guzheng, maybe she really could come up with something. Hearing about Bai Lian, Gao Shu's mood also improved significantly as she sat at her desk. Really? Then she might even have something in common with Lu Jiao. Gao Shu continued. Whatever she writes, no matter what, they'll have someone from the theater sing it. That's what I think too. Gao Yan laughed, the two of them ending up on the same wavelength. Gao Yan merely mentioned it in passing, and Gao Shu noted it down, but after all, even Director Jian didn't dare to take on the song, so Gao Shu didn't expect Bai Lian to produce any kind of composition. After hanging up the phone, she discussed the trip to Beijing with Secretary Shui. Shanghai apartment. When Bai Lian got out of the car, she saw workers busy in the yard of number 103, installing transparent glass on the wall and roof. Miss Bai, it gets cold in Jiangjing during winter. Ming Dongheng got out of the car and stood behind Bai Lian explaining. Putting up the glass will make it like a sunroom. Jiangjing winters were indeed cold. Bai Lian nodded slightly, but remarked that it was much better now than before. In the past, winters in Jiangjing were truly cold, almost like a mini ice age. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 691. 274 by Jian, an expert. Mu Laoyi steps out of the Buddha Hall, 2 watches combined. _ 103. Ji Hung and Lance weren't there, as the old rascals had gone fishing in the afternoon. In another month, Jiangjing would be ready for ice fishing. She returned to 303, where only Zhang Xiais and Tang Ming were doing their homework. Xiaohan wasn't there, as she had joined Ji Hung and the others to film the fishing scene, and Ning Xiao had been called away to help Zhou Wenqing. Now in the Tongfeng class, the most outstanding ones weren't actually Gao Yuan and his group. Bai Lian was in a league of her own. Beneath her, it wasn't Liang Wuyu or Gao Yuan, but Ning Xiao, with Tang Ming and Gao Yuan even further down. As the quality of the students in the Tongfeng class was so high, Zhou Wenqing also had some thoughts. He preferred Bai Lian, but being in the same physics institute, and seeing the abnormal behavior of Dean Huang and academician Ma, he too had come to understand over these 2 months and didn't dare to approach Bai Lian. Lian Jie, seeing Bai Lian return, Tang Ming lifted the draft paper in his hand. "Haven't you done this problem from the challenge bank yet?" Bai Lian walked over and glanced at it, a math problem. She took off her coat, picked up the remote, sat down on the sofa, turned on the TV, and searched for a drama. "It's similar to the Buyuan class problems this time, on my desk." Tang Ming pushed open the door to Bai Lian's study. Her study's bookshelf was filled with books, most of which weren't college level. And apart from those, there was a stack of historical records. Tang Ming approached her desk where a stack of neatly bound A4 papers was placed, with the translation Bai Lian had just done for them the day before being the topmost on the left. He flipped through and found something that looked like Chinese drama scripts underneath. Thinking it was Yen Lu's script, he flipped another page and finally found the Buyuan class papers. He pulled it out, closed the door, and left. Bai Lian was lying leisurely on the sofa watching the play, and Tang Ming glanced at it, but didn't have the artistic talent to appreciate it. Downstairs, the group that had gone fishing had already returned. Tang Ming received a message from Shen Qing and went downstairs to get fruit. The glass roof in the courtyard was almost finished, the workers were skilled, and there was hardly any noise during installation. "I'll take these too." Tang Ming noticed there were also sunflower seeds left on the table, so he took another pack. Lian Jie is watching a play, let her have some seeds to crack. Next to him, the dean who was looking at the fish with Lance heard the keyword and paused for a moment. "She's watching a play?" The dean followed Tang Ming to 303. Bai Lian held a black remote in her right hand, leaned against the sofa, and rested her legs lazily as she calmly watched the TV. The dean looked toward the TV. It was a classic domestic, ethically themed drama. He sat on Bai Lian's left. "Why did you suddenly start watching a play?" Bai Lian tapped the remote with her fingertips, her tone unhurried. "I want to give it a try." Following suit, the dean had an inkling already in his heart. "Yes. Plays are categorized too," said the dean, a theater enthusiast, thrilled to hear Bai Lian wanted to try. "I can introduce you to a few plays with the same style as following suit." Bai Lian shook her head. "I might not be able to write the style you're looking for." "Give it a try," the dean said, his tone exuding confidence. "It's also my first time composing music for a play." Jiang Fulai got back late. Tomorrow was Monday, the day of the group meeting, and everyone in his group had the same papers. Jiang Fulai organized the progress of the last 2 weeks of the experiment, and by the time he got back, it was already 10 o'clock. After a day in the lab, he planned to take a shower before heading over to 303 to check on Bai Lian and the others. But the small light in the 302 lounge was on. Jiang Fulai took off his coat with a stretching motion and hung it on the nearby rack, his cool gaze falling on the light, lingering for a moment before he caught on and headed towards the music room. The music room door was not tightly shut, leaving a crack, but the soundproofing was excellent, and one could not hear anything even while standing at the door. He gently pushed the door open. The air conditioner inside was on, with only a small lamp lit, casting a dim light. Bai Lian wasn't sitting on the piano bench as usual, but rather in simple loungewear, lazily seated on the thick black carpet, the piano resting beside her with several sheets of paper scattered around. Some with writing, others blank. Oh, and there was a lighter. She seemed a bit lazy, her slender fingers too lethargic to pluck the strings, so she just picked up the lighter next to her, clicking it intermittently. Jiang Fulai was somewhat fastidious about cleanliness. She had only brought a lighter with her. The pale blue flame reflected in her deep black eyes, casting a long shadow of her eyelashes. Seemingly noticing someone at the door, she turned her head, sat up a bit, her hair casually pinned up with a few strands falling onto her brow. She put the piano down and stood up. "Looks like I've been idle too long. You're already back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 692. 274 by Jian, an expert. Mu Laoyi steps out of the Buddha hall. 2 watches combined. _3 Something came up at school. What did you have for dinner? Jiang Fulai approached, bent over to pick up the scattered papers on the ground, embodying the elegance of a clear and breezy moonscape. A new batch of graduate students was about to start, and the school actually wanted to ask if he would take on 2 more team members, but no one dared to mention it to him. Working under him, unless they had talents like he, few could keep up with his pace. Those who were too dull, even a glance from young Master Jiang seemed a waste. It was fish caught by my grandpa, and today Chun from the office cooked. Bai Lian still fiddled with the lighter, watching him organize things neatly and place them onto the nearby bookshelf. "Your aunt saved 2 pieces for you, and there will be soup for you to bring tomorrow." "All right." Jiang Fulai had little interest in most things. He came from an esteemed background, yet lived more simply in the lab than academician Ma. He was indifferent about almost everything. Even Ming Dongheng and the Jiang family couldn't casually enter such a secretive place as his lab. He even had a special pass but disabled it because he found it bothersome. Only when he was in Xiangqing having dinner with Bai Lian and Jiang He did Jiang Fulai not eat at the lab, and that was when Ming Dongheng arranged dinner for a while. But now, Shenqing and Ji Heng always made sure Jiang Fulai brought a lunchbox when he went to the lab, mostly large dishes and stewed soups made by Shenqing. "My aunt added something extra to the soup," Bai Lian said lazily as she stood beside him, watching him organize the bookshelf, her voice pausing slightly at the mention of the addition. Jiang Fulai turned slightly and reached around her waist, his fingertips tensing as he bent his head down, eyes lowered, and asked in an orderly manner from a close distance, "What extra?" "It's what Tang Ming and Ning Xiao drank." Bai Lian's gaze was towards the door, wondering if Jiang He might suddenly return. Jiang Fulai bent his head down, kissing her from behind the backlight. His arms bent around her waist, seemingly cold in demeanor, yet his tense arms held strong power. The slightly rolled-up sleeves revealed faintly protruding veins. "What are you thinking about?" It was some time before Jiang Fulai spoke again in a steady voice, his gaze faintly toward the door. Xianiao's fingerprints weren't recorded. Room 302 had only Bai Lian's and his fingerprints. "I have half a month off in January." Jiang Fulai reached out, brushing the hair that fell on her neck behind her ear. "Let's go to the Snow Mountains. There's an ancient site there too." Taking such a long break, Bai Lian looked at him. "Aren't you researching dark matter anymore?" "There's no rush," Jiang Fulai chuckled, looking down at the qin still on the ground. "Why are you so late in the music room today?" He recalled Bai Lian's schedule. Yen Lu was in Beijing preparing for a new play, and there was no intention to release new music. "I wanted to try composing for a stage play," Bai Lian replied to him. Jiang Fulai thought for a moment about Gao Shu and narrowed his eyes slightly. Monday. Early morning. Mu Yining got up early. She lived in an outside house and only steamed some breakfast with Dong Xiaobai. Dong Xiaobai set down the milk for her, and the two discussed the matters of Saturday. "How many distinguished guests?" "Not many." Mu Yining sat beside him, took a sip of milk, and then spoke. "The Gao family won't come, but Elder Chun and President Su will arrive on time, along with my business partners." That was almost enough. Mu Yining's partners were also among the top circles in Jiangjing. It wasn't as grand as Elder Zu's birthday celebration, but there were still many who were eager to get in. "These crab roe buns are really good. Dong Chuan and Wan Xian will go together," Dong Xiaobai said. Dong Chuan, Dong Xiaobai's nephew, his mother a member of the Jiang family, was already set to be the heir of the next generation of the Dong family. His standing in the Dong family was significant. Otherwise, Dong Xiaobai wouldn't have accompanied Ren Wanxian on her last visit to the Dong family. Hearing this, Mu Yining straightened up. He's coming. Dong Chuan didn't usually mix in these circles, and had a higher status than other Dong family members. Being so distinguished, he shouldn't be interested in the affairs of the Mu family's side branches. Why would he come? Wanxian requested it. Dong Xiaobai held his chopsticks. She's returning to the clan and asked Dong Chuan to accompany her just to make an appearance. This Ren Wanxian, she really has good luck, Mu Yining exclaimed. With Dong Chuan showing up, even the main Mu family lineage wouldn't dare to speak ill of Ren Wanxian. If Dong Chuan is coming, we need to notify the butler. After all, he is no ordinary person. Dong Chuan was influenced by his mother. His last relationship was with a girl of artistic temperament. Dong Xiaobai spoke, then suddenly remembered something. Isn't Wanxian supposed to transfer her household registration this Wednesday? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 693. 274 by Jian, an expert. Mu Laoyi steps out of the Buddha Hall. 2 watches combined. _4 It's confirmed, these are indeed the people of the Mu family. With such a vast family enterprise, the wealth left to them is innumerable. Together with Mulan, Mu Yining also picked up a crab roe bun with her chopsticks. Taking a bite, the juice burst forth. The crab roe was fresh and delicate, the crab meat tender, and the soup profoundly rich. Even for Mu Yining, who had tasted so many delicacies, this was a particularly dazzling experience. The last time Mu Yujun visited the Mu family, she began to disdain the crabs they ate during this season. Every year, Jiangjing could only provide so much to this elite circle. In recent years, the Mu family actually hadn't gotten their share of the food or dim sum, while the Gao family, with mountains at their back, still managed to get some. After Mu Yujun brought them over, Mu Yining only saved one for the old master, and sent one to Ji Heng. Now tasting this crab roe bun, she was also quite surprised. Such quality in a crab roe bun was rare even in her childhood, during the Mu family's golden age. After breakfast, the housekeeping aunt cleaned up. Mu Yining got into the car, and called the floor butler to inquire about the source of the crab roe buns. Learning that it was sent by Ji Heng, Mu Yining was very surprised. The Ji family was becoming more and more mysterious to her. Wednesday, Bai Lian was still in the dining hall eating when she received a call from Su-en. Alien, good morning. Driving, Su-en sounded cheerful. After exchanging pleasantries with Bai Lian, he went on to tell her about Ji Mulan's request to transfer her household registration. Su Siki was registered under the Su family, and the Su family matriarch wouldn't allow him to transfer it. But Su-en still decided to inform Bai Lian about the important matter of transferring registration. Aha, I got it, Bai Lian said after swiping her card, picked up her breakfast, and handed the card to Tang Ming standing beside her. Tang Ming, with utmost respect, received Bai Lian's card with both hands, not daring to let his gaze linger on the 3 characters, Jiang Fulai, printed on it for too long. Ding Wenyang had perfectly integrated into their group. As long as Bai Lian was at school, they would all flock to dine with her. Seeing Tang Ming showing such reverence for a card, he was somewhat puzzled. Brother Tang, you're a contestant with 2 million points now. One of the top students of the elite Tongfeng class at Jiang University was showing undue respect to a card. Brother Ding, you don't understand. Tang Ming thought back to Monday morning when the young master Jiang heard about his points and gave him a humph expression. He said gravely. Tang Ming swiped the meal card. Ding Wenyang stared at the balance on the meal card, exclaimed, then realized, of course, it made sense to show utmost respect to the god of wealth. After getting their food, the two sat down opposite Bai Lian and Yang Lin. Ding Wenyang saw 2 foreign language books beside Bai Lian, which he often saw and found unsurprising. His eyes drifted to the paper above them with strange symbols that he had already learned from Tang Ming were called reduced character scores. What's the big boss been up to recently? Ding Wenyang asked, biting into a bun, poking the Tang Ming beside him for answers. Seems to be researching drama. Tang Ming chewed his bun, then went on disapprovingly. This bun isn't very tasty. I'll just eat one. Let's swap for an egg pancake instead. Ding Wenyang forgot about Bai Lian's matter and said incredulously, our cafeteria's pork buns are famous in Jiangjing. You know how many internet celebrities come here to borrow meal cards to buy buns and check in? The food at Jiang University's dining hall was indeed famously delicious. Many food bloggers had become popular by featuring the delicacies of Jiang University online. Tang Ming silently nibbled on his bun. I'll bring something even tastier for you next week. At the Jiangjing Public Security Bureau, Su En parked his car. He saw the waiting floor butler at the entrance. Mr. Su, Miss Mulan. The floor butler smiled as he introduced the people beside him. This is Miss Wanxian, and this young master is Dong Chuan. Both parties had heard of each other before. Dong Chuan stood tall, wearing a windbreaker, his eyebrows and eyes slightly deep. Mr. Su. Young Master Dong. Su En had heard Mu Yining speak of Dong Chuan. Not only was he the heir to the Dong family, but his mother's family was also formidable. Su En was very polite. Ji Mulan had recuperated for 2 months, and her health had mostly recovered. However, today she wasn't wearing high heels, only a goose-yellow coat with a hat perched on her head, regal and dignified. Her gaze swept past Ren Wanxian and settled on Dong Chuan, addressing him with equal courtesy, young Master Dong. The officials at the Public Security Bureau and the floor butler had all been arranged by Mu Yining. Special staff led them to queue up, to transfer their household registration, take photos. In less than half an hour, everything was done. Ren Wanxian lowered her head to look at the floor butler's household registration book, and, remembering something, asked him, Bai Lian didn't come? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 694, 274 by Jian, an expert. Mu Laoyi steps out of the Buddha hall. 2 watches combined. _5 Miss Bai? The butler mentioned Bai Lian. His eyes and brows also softened considerably. She doesn't intend to move her household registration here. I see. Ren Wanxian lost interest at that. Bai Lian not moving her household registration was actually good news for her. Beside her, Dong Chuan had been keeping her company. Hearing her mention Bai Lian, he didn't ask further. He knew that the Mu family had a few more relatives, but apart from Wanxian, he didn't pay them much attention. Inside the car not far away, Ji Mulan was looking at the rearview mirror. The boyfriend she found seems quite decent. I heard his mother's family has no simple connections. One could tell. Even the butler treated Dong Chuan with great respect. Not bad. Su En started the car and assessed seriously, but suddenly he thought of Jiang Fulai. In terms of presence, all these years, he hadn't seen anyone whose aura could match that of young Master Jiang. Beicheng. After being busy for a few days, Gao Shu finally managed to take out 2 days to visit Teacher Xia in Beicheng. Secretary Shui had already contacted Teacher Xia's current address. Hearing this address, Gao Shu was very surprised. Time entertainment? Teacher Xia used to compose for traditional operas and big movies, leaving behind many famous compositions. Later, he composed for national orchestras, and had not composed for a long time. This kind of artist had nothing to do with the entertainment-focused entertainment industry. Why would he be at Time Entertainment? Gao Shu was puzzled as her car drove up to Time Entertainment. The deputy director of the Jiangjing National Theater learned that she was coming over. Even the president of Time Entertainment was alerted, and the high-level executives were all standing outside Time Entertainment's entrance to receive Gao Shu. The welcome was a bit too grand. There was no other way to find Teacher Xia in such a short time. Secretary Shui could only resort to a simple and crude method and unavoidably alarmed these people. Beicheng was a bit warmer. Gao Shu got out of the car wearing just a simple trench coat. Director Gao, the president of Time Entertainment, respectfully led Gao Shu to the president's private elevator. Teacher Xia is training Yen Lu to sing, on the 29th floor. He'll take you to the resting room. Yen Lu? Gao Shu had an impression. She had also seen Great Yong. In the resting room, Teacher Xia entered with a roll of sheet music. Director Gao, since you've come personally, I won't beat around the bush. I've grown old and lost my passion for composing. I've also seen blossoms on the tree, but there's someone I want to recommend to you. After much consideration, I think only she is the most suitable. Who? Gao Shu quickly stood up. Teacher Xia tapped on the sheet music side, the composer of Gambling with Liquor, by Jian. This song, Gao Shu had also looped it many times. But she wasn't familiar with the entertainment industry and had no idea about the sensation by Jian the composer had caused online. If it's a composer you admire, then where is this master right now? I don't know. Teacher Xia was very straightforward. For a year now, no paparazzi in the entertainment industry have been able to dig her out. Inside and outside the circle, do you know how many people want to have her compose for them, but have no way to reach her? She only favors Yan Lu, composing for Yan Lu. Perhaps letting Yan Lu sing the theme song for you might give you a slim chance. It's unrealistic to find her. Teacher Xia finally looked at Gao Shu and suggested, let my disciple compose for you, he can also deliver a work that will stand out. Gao Shu understood it was indeed difficult. Even an artist like Teacher Xia had to go through coaching Yan Lu to sing in order to contact that by Jian. She definitely isn't short on money. On the road, Secretary Shui analyzed for Gao Shu. She also has substantial backing. I'll try my best to collect information about Teacher Bai for you. After Secretary Shui returned to Jiangjing, he utilized quite a few connections to gather information on that online sensation. Saturday early morning. The Mu family's home was brightly decorated. The butler could see the red lanterns hanging from the treetops all along the way. The Mu family hadn't been this lively for 20 years. Leaning on his cane, he made his way to the old master's courtyard, crossed the crossroads, lifted the door curtain, and waited outside the small Buddha hall. Old master. Inside, the sound of the wooden fish continued. Mu Ziangguang's voice was calm. Is today the day they return to the ancestral hall? He stayed out of sight in the Buddha hall but still remembered today. The butler bowed respectfully. Yes, we have many guests today. Miss Wanxian is also bringing young Master Dong Chuan. Inside there was only a hum. The sound of the wooden fish did not stop. Also, the butler's eyes and brows drooped. The young lady asked me to inform you that today, Miss Bai will also come. Miss Bai Lian. Mu Yining had mentioned her countless times to him, the top college entrance exam scorer, who swept over Jiang University this year. The wooden fish sound stopped. It was 3 minutes later when Mu Ziangguang's voice came out. Bring in my coat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 695. 275 Not-So-Simple Guests, Part 1. By the end of October, the weather had become colder again. The Gao family. Today, Mu Yujun had not originally planned to go to the Mu family. It wasn't until she heard that Mu Xiangguang had come out of the Buddhist hall that she made a slight effort to dress up. Are you and Jiechen going? She asked as she put on a newly tailored outfit and draped a string of jade beads around her neck. Gao Yi picked up his coat. Today I'm taking Jiechen to the theater. Next to him, Gao Yi's assistant glanced at Mu Yujun. That glance made Mu Yujun feel momentarily embarrassed. Once, the Mu family could discuss matters on equal terms with the Gao family, but later the Mu family gradually faded from this circle, and the Gao family became somewhat disdainful of Mu Yujun's status. Think about the women of the Gao family, one married into the Jiang family, another a distant relative married Su Jueling. Yet Gao Yi married Mu Yujun. If it weren't for the fact that she had given birth to Gao Jiechen, she might have separated from Gao Yi years earlier. The Mu family's business car arrived at Shanghai apartment early in the morning. Assistant Wang drove, with Xiaojie in the passenger seat, driving into building number 5 of Shanghai apartment, passing by the security guard standing at attention. Xiaojie couldn't help but take a second look. What's up? Asked Assistant Wang. Xiaojie spoke. That security guard looks like he's from a special training camp. Assistant Wang wasn't very familiar with such matters, so he didn't ask any further. In building number 5, Ji-hung had already come out and handed a plain moose green cloak to Tang Ming, asking him to take it up to Bai Lian. Only you. Xiaojie got out of the car with assistant Wang and opened the door. Yes. Ji-hung held a cigarette holder, his eyes drooping. They still have books to review. Well, just go for a meal, not participate in the ceremony, and arrive later. Xiaojie thought of Bai Lian's group of friends. Whether from Jiang University or Media University, they were indeed all diligent in their studies. Upstairs, Tang Ming handed the cloak to Bai Lian, and then went to the 5th floor to find Ning Xiao. Has the scholar arrived? He shouted immediately after exiting the elevator. With no one else around, he treated it like his own home. Ning Xiao's door was open as he was still on a call. On the other end of the phone, Wang Yufeng spoke calmly. What's the rush? I'm already in Jiangjing. What time will you arrive? I'll have someone take it to the main entrance. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao had always been looked after by Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing. When Wang Yufeng found out about today's event, he sent a gift to Jiangjing through a contact. 11 o'clock. This was the time Jiang Fulai had mentioned, and it was unlikely to be wrong. Tang Ming, curious after seeing him hang up, asked, "What gift did your uncle prepare for Uncle Ji?" To give Ning Xiao a gift was to give a whole apartment. In Tang Ming's memory, only Jiang Fulai spent money without batting an eye. Ning Xiao, however, had no idea what the gift was. Just after 10 o'clock, the Mu family, ancient and quaint door towers were adorned with festive red lanterns. The floor butler, walking with a cane, had especially put on a festive long robe today to receive Mu Yujun. Her arrival immediately drew the attention of the Mu family members. They all knew she was now the lady of the Gao family, and her son Gao Jiechen had a promising future. The clan leader of the Mu family and others formed a line to chat with her. After seeing Mu Yujun, the floor butler spoke. Mr. Xiaojun has already arrived at the ancestral hall. Elders and uncles, shall we move to the ancestral hall? Today's event was organized by Mu Yining. Most of those from the ancestral hall would give her face. Originally the clan leader was Mu Xiangguang, who 20 years ago had passed his position to a distant relative of the clan, with both Mu's second uncle and third uncle being from a side branch. Ji Xian's return had also injected new vitality into the Mu family. I heard Dong Chuan is coming today? Mu Yujun had been sitting, sipping tea with downcast eyes, not getting up. The butler of the Gao family stood behind her, without uttering an extra word. She had inquired about Ji Xiaojun before coming back. For decades in Xiangqing he had been an art teacher. Although since his return his methods were quite like the decisive actions characteristic of the Mu family, his return also disturbed the interests of some. He's coming with Miss Run. The floor butler thought it over for a moment. Among those coming today, only Chief Chun and Dong Chuan could cause her to move. The mother of Dong Chuan was from the Jiang family, not the core descendants, but as long as one bore that surname, it carried weight. Well, no rush for the ancestral hall. Mu Yujun put down her teacup. I'll wait here for young Master Dong to arrive. The floor butler looked up, seeming to want to say something more to Mu Yujun, but at that moment his phone rang. He checked and it was a message that Bai Lian was about to arrive. Without saying more to Mu Yujun, he seemed to become 10 years younger at once. Haste in his step as he hurried out with his cane. Miss Bai has arrived, I'll go welcome her first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 696, 275 Not So Simple Guests, Part 2. At this time, even Mu Yujun was not concerned. Mu Yujun rarely paid attention to the affairs of the Mu family, and this was the first time she heard of Miss Bai. With just a glance, someone explained to her. There wasn't much information about Bai Lian in the Mu family, and it was generally difficult for others to access her records. Butler Lu rarely mentions her, but it seems she is quite talented, and now she is at Jiangjing University, the old patriarch said with a chuckle. Speaking of talent, Butler Gao glanced at the old patriarch. The old patriarch also chuckled in reflection. Look at what I'm saying, in front of Dr. Gao, what talents should I mention? No matter how good the talents, They couldn't compare to the son of Mu Yujun Gao. Mu Yujun slowly pushed aside the tea foam without denying it. The old patriarch went with those granduncles from the Mu family to the ancestral temple to prepare the ritual for Ji Xiaojun. Butler Gao, with his head lowered, asked Mu Yujun, "Do you want to meet that Miss Bai?" "Wait for Dong Chuan," Mu Yujun said indifferently. Among the people who came to the Mu family today, Dong Chuan was the only one she would consider meeting. She didn't care about the others. The Mu family's residence was vast. Butler Lu went around the side rooms and long corridors, and it took 5 minutes before he saw several people at the entrance of the main courtyard. Next to them were Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, and Pu Xiaohan. Yang Lin had a part-time job in the morning and had to help in the laboratory in the afternoon, so she didn't come. In the center stood a girl wearing a moss green cloak, her slender figure slightly leaning against the edge of the pool's railing, her arm resting on the cast railing, revealing the snow-white sleeve beneath her cloak as she talked to the man beside her. The man wore a very simple trench coat. He had a tall figure and was slightly tilting his head. You could see his ice-cold jawline and the half of his face that was extremely stern. At 11 o'clock, the sunlight was just right above. The light wasn't glaring even in winter, but as Butler Lu looked at that stern profile, he felt quite dazed. He stopped in his tracks. As part of the Mu family, he was aware of the few people from the Jiang family. He hadn't officially met Jiang Fulai more than twice and hadn't spoken to him, but he knew of his existence. A person who led the Jiang family to rise from the same circumstances as the Mu family not only stabilized the precarious situation of the Jiang family, but also helped it thrive. He was involved in both politics, business, and the scientific community. Butler Lu stood in place without speaking. When Tang Ming turned his head and saw him, he hurriedly greeted him. "Butler Lu, are you here to find Sister Lian?" "Ah." Butler Lu came back to his senses. Yes. He turned his gaze to Bai Lian, not daring to look at Jiang Fulai again. "Miss Bai, I will take you to see Mr. Ji. He's talking with the master." Mu Xiangguang was in the main courtyard. Crossing over would lead to a cobblestone path, and just lifting the door curtain would allow them to see him. He didn't see anyone else. Butler Lu left Ning Xiao and Tang Ming outside at a small table, serving them tea and refreshments. There was also one more person. His gaze fell on Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai casually sat down, his long and cold white fingers picking up a cup of tea, absent-mindedly blowing on it. His demeanor elegant and posh, showing no intention of going in with Bai Lian. When he looked up again towards Bai Lian, he asked, "Do you want to give me the cloak?" There was heating inside the house, and the cloak made by Ji Hung was very warm. Bai Lian untied her cloak and handed it to him, then flipped open the door curtain and entered the main room. Inside the house, Mu Xiangguang was talking with Ji Hung. He was 2 years younger than Ji Hung, his hair completely gray, his figure lean, the cheekbones on both sides protruding, and the wrinkles on his face were evident. "I know about Mu Qiong's matter," Ji Hung said, sitting close to him slowly smoking, "but I didn't expect you to be so disheartened." There weren't many people in the direct lineage, and Ji Hung and Mu Xiangguang had a good relationship since childhood without any disputes. Mu Xiangguang held a string of Buddha beads in his hands, his eyes closed, turning them slowly. "Life is unpredictable. I had Yining looking for you for many years, and it was only last year that suddenly there was news." The vast fortune of the Mu family, the share meant for Ji Hung, had always been untouched by him. However, the Mu family had been unable to locate the news about Ji Hung until last year when he came to Jiangjing. It was only then that Butler Lu, following the trail, managed to get a bit of information. Regarding these matters, Ji Hung offered no explanations. As the two talked, the door curtain was lifted, and Butler Lu said softly, "Miss Bai has arrived." Mu Xiangguang stopped turning the Buddha beads in his hand and opened his eyes. The lighting inside the room was dim, but Mu Xiangguang still managed to make out the figure who walked in. The visitor was dressed all in white, with an erect spine, walking unhurriedly as if she had severed the bonds with a century of time. That kind of demeanor? Mu Xiangguang was somewhat stunned. "Grandfather," Bai Lian approached and greeted Ji Hung. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 697, 275 Not-So-Simple Guests, Part 3. Ji-hung knocked his pipe, shaking out the ash, and introduced casually, "This is your second grandfather." Bai Lian looked towards Mu Xiangguang and spoke with composure, "Second grandpa." Mu Xiangguang came back to his senses. He was usually a man of few words, but upon seeing Bai Lian, he couldn't help but ask a few more questions. "Sit down. I heard from your grandfather that you're in the Tongfeng class." In fact, Mu Xiangguang had already heard these pieces of information many times from the Mu family butler and Mu Yining. Having grown up in Xiangqing without elite education and still achieving greater success than the Liang family's descendants, Mu Xiangguang felt that perhaps without his intervention, these young people could have gone even further. "That's right." Bai Lian sat next to Ji Hung, calmly replying. Despite being out of management for many years, Mu Xiangguang still had a keen eye. Such a demeanor, even Mu Yining couldn't match. He took out a wooden box from the side and pushed it in front of Bai Lian. "Since you call me second grandpa, I don't have much for a meeting gift. Let this be my present to you." Bai Lian looked at the ebony box but didn't immediately reach for it. Instead, she looked toward Ji Hung. Ji Hung blew out a ring of smoke. "Take it." "Okay." Bai Lian accepted it. 11:30. Mu Yujun, along with Dong Chuan and Ren Wanxian, went to the clan ancestral hall. The entire registration ceremony wasn't long. Firecrackers and fireworks exploded outside. Mu Yujun, considering Dong Chuan's face, stayed a little longer. Once the ritual was complete, the guests started to take their seats. The guests exchanged pleasantries with the three of them. And Mu Yining did not expect that Mu Yujun would still be there. She introduced Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing to her. "Sister, this is Xiaojun, and this is his wife Shenqing. Xiaojun and I will go outside to greet others. You can sit down and have some tea first." Mu Yujun's gaze swept past Shenqing, who was always intimidated by such imposing figures, and gave Mu Yujun a somewhat ingratiating smile. "Congratulations." Mu Yujun didn't look at Shenqing, curtly saying the words and covering her nose with a handkerchief. With Mu Yining and Ji Xiaojun gone, only Su En, Shenqing, and Ji Mulan were left. Why would Mu Yujun demean herself by wasting time chatting with them? She coolly withdrew her gaze and turned to speak to someone else, little Dong Wanxian. She addressed Ren Wanxian quite intimately today, and Ren Wanxian was pleasantly taken aback by the honor. But Ren Wanxian also knew it was because of Dong Chuan's influence. Today, no fewer than 10 people had greeted her, all clan chiefs and estate managers. For a while, Ren Wangshuan's table was extraordinarily lively. Dong Chuan and Mu Yujun were the popular figures of the day. "Do you want to join your aunt for a while?" Dong Chuan asked, looking down at Ren Wanxian. Ren Wanxian, seeing the situation clearly and catching a glimpse of Ji Hung and Ji Xian's group from the corner of her eye, didn't go over to greet them and just stayed at her own table. She didn't have a particularly good relationship with Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing, especially Shenqing. Having been in Jiangjing for so long, she had barely interacted with Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing, and Ji Xiaojun never included her in various social gatherings. Ren Wanxian wasn't without her grievances over this. No need. Ren Wanxian looked down and sat at her table with Dong Chuan. Dong Chuan didn't pay much attention to Ji Xian's group either. Shenqing and Ji Mulan didn't seem like they came from prominent families, and he noticed that Mu Yujun didn't want to have much contact with that group either, so he didn't purposely get close. "Mrs. Gao, I've heard that Dr. Gao." He conversed with Mu Yujun, bringing up Gao Jiechen. For a moment, the distinction was as clear as day. The Mu clan leader exchanged glances with the other clan elders, knowing they inevitably had to neglect one family in favor of the other. Although Ji Xiaojun had inherited part of the estate, everyone accompanying the Mu clan leader knew Ji Xiaojun hailed from Xiangqing, with a wife of humble origins and little backing. On Ren Wangshuan's side, setting aside Dong Chuan, just the presence of Mu Yujun was a rarity for them. There was no real choice to be made, and without thinking, everyone knew whom to greet first. In an instant, most people approached to curry favor. The Mu clan leader went over to congratulate Ren Wanxian, with an excellent start. Wanxian, I've heard you have a good hand at Liang script, truly accomplished for your age. Liang script? Mu Yujun took a longer glance at Ren Wanxian. Find a chance and it'll take you to meet Old Master Chen. Old Master Chen? Who is that? Ren Wangshuan's heart raced, and before the meal even started, she stood up with her teacup to thank Mu Yujun. Thank you so much. Their table was surrounded by layers of people on the inside and out, bustling with activity, which made Xinqing's side seem extremely quiet in contrast, with only 2 of Mu Yining's business partners speaking to them. And not all seats were filled. That's Dong Chuan, and also Dr. Gao's mother. A young member of the Mu family whispered to Mu Zhao. Aren't you going over there? Mu Zhao shook his head. I'm taking care of Mr. Su and the others. He stood behind Mr. Su and Xinqing, asking if they needed anything. All right, a once-in-lifetime opportunity, the young member of the Mu family shrugged. Then I'll be going over there. I wonder how good Ren Wangshuan's writing really is. I'll go add her on WeChat first. Maybe I can even add Dong Chuan. Outside. Mu Yining accompanied Ji Xiaojun to receive guests. Other than Old Master Chen, are there 2 other business partners who haven't arrived? From the Little Grape Foundation. Ji Xiaojun was at the entrance speaking when 3 people came in from outside. He approached them, greeting Director Chen first, before introducing the remaining 2. Chairman Feng, President Liao, this is my sister. The private fund managed by Su An was left to Ji Xiaojun. Unaware of the details, it was just a private fund for Mu Yining, who simply funded it as a form of participation, but she was shocked to see the 2 who arrived. Chairman Feng, Dean of Jiang University's School of Finance and President of the Jiangjing Business Federation. President Liao, President of the Jiangjing Business Association, and a member of the Business Federation. Also a graduate of Jiang University and Chairman Feng's right-hand man. Both were at the very pinnacle of the business community pyramid. Mu Yining had thought that Director Chen's attendance at today's ceremony was already an icing on the cake, but the private fund that she hadn't paid much attention to managed to attract these top-tier guests. The Mu family hadn't been this lively in a long time. Mu Yining was truly astonished. On her phone, the butler instructed her to wait outside a little longer, as Bai Lian and Ji Heng were arriving soon. It was a bit unexpected that the butler informed her so early in advance. Regaining her composure, Mu Yining asked Ji Xiaojun to usher the distinguished guests inside first and waited at the entrance. Xiaojun, you go ahead and attend to the 3 guests. The butler told me to wait here for my uncle. After the guests had gone in, Assistant Wang stood by Mu Yining's side, surprised. Dean Feng is here too? What kind of private investment is Mr. Su involved in? Send me information about the investment later. Intuition told Mu Yining that this investment was anything but ordinary. As they were speaking, a group of people could be seen walking leisurely in the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 698, 276 gathered, second update. _1 Mu Yining caught sight of Ji Heng walking ahead, a long smoking pipe in hand, with Tang Ming by his side. Mu Xiangguang hadn't come, which Mu Yining had expected. As the cold wind blew, they could hear Tang Ming's cheerful voice. Grandpa, look, that duck can fly. Ji Heng looked up and smiled as he took a puff of smoke. That's a spotted goose. The Mu family's estate was located in a garden area, where many protected wild birds would take refuge. And Ji Heng recognized at first glance what bird it was. Next to him, the butler followed on Ji Heng's left, uncharacteristically silent. Mu Yining was somewhat astonished at the butler's neglect and straightened her clothes before approaching Ji Heng. Uncle, you're here. When she looked up, she finally saw Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai, who were lagging behind. Bai Lian was wrapped in a green cloak, holding a box made of ebony in her left hand, tapping it leisurely as she chatted idly with the person beside her. In the sunlight, the white jade hairpin on her head seemed to glow with blue radiance. Are you going to have dinner with my aunt tonight? Jiang Fulai, hands in his coat pockets and eyes downcast in exquisite sorrow, was evidently frustrated. When did you two become so close? They were planning to have dinner together, and he was the last to know. Ji Heng stopped and greeted Mu Yining, then said to Jiang Fulai, Xiaojiang, this is Yining. Jiang Fulai lifted his gaze and nodded to Mu Yining, his tone noble yet aloof. Hello. After the greeting, he continued discussing with Bai Lian why they were going out to eat, and how he had no clue about it. With his usual demeanor of being too lazy to converse with others, Bai Lian thought that even Gao Shu wouldn't dare to bother him with such trivialities. No more words, young Master Jiang. Bai Lian busied him, placing the ebony box in his hands. Hold this for me. Jiang Fulai glanced down at her and, taking the box from her, didn't ask further. Ji Heng, still holding his smoking pipe, saw Mu Yining standing still. Aren't you going in? As he spoke, Jiang Fulai also glanced over, his gaze faintly landing on Mu Yining. Mu Yining, having encountered a variety of personalities within the circle, used to see Chen family's elder regularly in earlier years. Yet now, confronted by Jiang Fulai's gaze, she felt a chill down her spine. Uncle, please go ahead. Ji Heng walked inside, and Mu Yining followed a few steps behind, staying close to Bai Lian and the others. Young Master Jiang, I didn't expect you to come. Jiang Fulai, the legitimate son of the Jiang family, rarely appearing in public, even Chen family's elder would rise to greet him. How could Mu Yining not know him? I came with Grandfather Ji, Jiang Fulai, holding the ebony box and following Bai Lian, replied indifferently. You don't need to mind me. His words revealed so much. Today's Jiang Fulai didn't come as a representative of the Jiang family, but with the Ji family. Mu Yining looked at Bai Lian beside him. Her heart tense as she finally understood why the butler informed her so much in advance to stand outside. Otherwise, if the butler had simply stated, the eldest young master of the Jiang family has also arrived, Mu Yining would have definitely not believed it. She followed behind the group, looking at the silent butler, and let out a breath of murky air. They, the two of them. The butler nodded towards Mu Yining. The ancestral hall. Knowing that Ji Xiaojun had gone to meet with collaborative partners, the Mu clan's leader and his entourage didn't pay much attention, simply chatted and laughed with Dong Chuan and Mu Yujun, until Ji Xiaojun arrived with the three individuals. The person in the middle, Director Qin, was seldom seen smiling. After becoming the head of Yinxiao district, his authoritative presence had grown even more evident. Ren Wanxian, who had seen Director Qin before, recognized the man she had met in Xiangqing instantly, setting down her teacup. Qin? Mr. Qin? The surname Qin indeed attracted attention. The Mu clan leader and Dong Chuan quickly turned their gaze, and Dong Chuan didn't hesitate to put down his teacup and rise from his seat, both surprised and respectful. Mr. Qin. Dong family's eldest young master, with close ties to the Jiang family, naturally recognized Chen Yongquan. Besides, who wasn't aware by now who had single-handedly promoted Chen Yongquan? Hearing Dong Chuan's voice, Mu Yujun looked up, aware that the Chen family had little contact with the Gao family, but she knew this rising star, Mr. Chen, was on good terms with Jiang Fulai. In the past 2 months, Gaoyi had tried to meet with Chen Yongquan more than once, and lately in Jiangjing, many sought to ingratiate themselves with Chen Yongquan, with no shortage of gifts sent from many within the Jiang family. But Chen Yongquan was an enigma, accepting no gifts and living a reclusive life, skillfully handling affairs without getting involved. These individuals found it difficult to establish connections with Chen Yongquan. Mu Yujun was extremely surprised to encounter Chen Yongquan here. A truly unexpected delight. She set down her teacup and stood up, very polite. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? We've met before at the Su families. Behind her, the high-ranking Gao family butler, who had barely interacted with the Mu family, looked up, surprised to find that the present Mu Yining had such connections that she had invited Chen Yongquan. He greeted Director Chen respectfully. A crowd had gathered around Ren Wanxian, both inside and out, several layers deep. Director Chen's gaze fell on Mu Yujin's group, while in the corner of his eye, he saw Xinqing's side looking deserted, with only Mu Zhao attending to the guests. They were all people of the world, and at a glance it was evident what was going on. Not to mention he wasn't familiar with Mu Yujun, knowing that Jiang Fulai didn't like the Gao family. Even if he had been familiar with them, after today, he would start acting unfamiliar. Director Chen just nodded towards their side as a polite gesture. As for Dong Chuan, he didn't know him and therefore didn't greet him. Then he walked briskly with Dean Feng towards Shen Qing and Su En, stopping in front of them, warmly greeting Shen Qing. "Sister-in-law, you've arrived quite early." At the table, Shen Qing was only familiar with Su En, and Ji Mulan didn't pay her much attention either. Although Su En was looking out for her feelings, he was unable to attend to her fully due to the presence of two other business partners, and Shen Qing found herself at a loss for words. Sitting in the spacious hall, surrounded by the powerful elite, she felt very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Mu Zhao, who was sitting beside her, often spoke to her, which prevented her from feeling too constrained. Now that Director Chen and Ji Xiaojun had arrived, Shen Qing breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. "Xiaochen, you've come so late." Director Chen smiled. "I had some matters to deal with and arrived late. I'll start by drinking 3 penalty cups." Su En stood up. He was familiar with Director Chen and dispensed with the formalities, greeting the other two, Dean Feng, Chairman Liao. This side was filled with joyful laughter and chatter. By greeting Shen Qing like this, Director Chen had done his duty for appearance's sake. On the other side, the group with Mu Yujun and Dong Chuan quieted down. When the head of the Mu clan found out who Director Chen was and learned the identities of Dean Feng and the others, he too grew restless. He wanted to go over, but having not greeted Shen Qing and the others earlier, he couldn't find a good reason to do so now. A sense of regret welled up inside him. Who could have known that Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun, having returned to the Mu family for so long and always acting low-key, would know people of such stature? Even the Gao family's butler could not help but bow his head and ask Mu Yujun in a low voice, "Madam, is the Mu family so close with Director Chen?" Mu Yujun's mind was in disarray. How could she know that Shen Qing, a woman whom she thought she could see right through, would actually know Chen Yongquan, and be on familiar terms with Chen Yongquan? Dong Chuan, seeing Director Chen seat himself next to Shen Qing, couldn't help but look at Ren Wanxian, asking, "Wanxian, should we not go over and greet your uncle and auntie?" Ren Wanxian looked up, but didn't get a chance to respond to Dong Chuan. At the entrance, Assistant Wang led Ji Heng and others in. Ji Heng wore a gray robe, carrying a long smoking pipe, his hands clasped behind his back, while the usually chattering Tang Ming, seeing the crowded hall, also stopped. Most people did not recognize Ji Heng. Behind them followed Pu Xiaohan and Ning Xiao, with Ning Xiao holding a gift box, always gloomy and not prone to speaking with others. Jiang Fulai, holding Bai Lian's sandalwood box, walked with a lazy look in his eyes and followed her steps, unhurriedly. He seemed quite relaxed today, tall and handsome with a detached expression. However, as soon as they entered the hall, starting from the entrance, the boisterous, interacting crowd, centered around Bai Lian and the others, began to quiet down, radiating outwards. Director Chen, who was talking with Su En and the others, sensitively picked up on this disturbance. He looked towards the entrance and quickly stood up. Dean Feng also felt something odd, followed his gaze, and immediately recognized the two striking figures among the crowd. He coughed and quickly put down his teacup to stand up. When he stood up, Liao Guangshuan, who had not seen Jiang Fulai before, also stood. Everyone at the table stood up, and Mu Yujun and Dong Chuan, who were paying attention to their side, also looked towards the entrance. Who was this arriving? They immediately spotted Jiang Fulai. Dong Chuan's face, which had always been calm, changed. He stopped talking to Ren Wanxian and abruptly stood up. His composure had always been dependable. Even when facing Mu Yujun, one of the highest status individuals Ren Wanxian had ever encountered. Dong Chuan's sudden serious expression surprised Ren Wanxian. Mu Yujun and the senior butler stood frozen in place, looking towards the entrance, struggling to grasp the situation. The line of people slowly approached. At Director Chen's table, the usually talkative Dean Feng and Chairman Liao didn't dare to speak, but Director Chen, accustomed to such situations, was the first to break the silence. "Uncle Ji, Miss Bai, young Master Jiang." Dean Feng, not recognizing Ji Heng, smiled. "Miss Bai, young Master Jiang." Bai Lian nodded to him in acknowledgement. In the silence, Jiang Fulai casually yet politely greeted Ji Xiaojun. Uncle Ji. This greeting of Uncle Ji undoubtedly dropped a bombshell among everyone present. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 699, 277. The relatives who flew onto the branches, the Great God Files, first update. _1 Gao Jiechen observed the atmosphere of the entire hall. He glanced at Jiang Fulai in surprise but didn't say much, just asked them to sit down first. Earlier, Ji Heng had spoken to the butler, asking him to arrange a separate table for them. But Ji Heng was of a higher seniority, and the Mu family cared about these things, so the butler placed their table to the left of Ji Xian's, side by side, at a distance where they could speak to the adjacent table just by turning around. Jiang Fulai greeted Ji Xiaojun, his gaze then falling onto the others at the dining table, his black windbreaker accentuating the aloofness of his eyes and brow. The dean and the president of the federation, as well as various major business partners, began to avert their gazes. Shen Qing had breathed a sigh of relief when Ji Xiaojun had arrived earlier. Now that Bai Lian had arrived, Shen Qing relaxed even more, while Tang Ming chatted cheerfully about the spotted goose with her. Their table was the only one in the entire quiet hall where the atmosphere was relaxed. Ji Heng and Jiang Fulai sat next to Shen Qing, and Bai Lian one after another. Shen Qing was still talking with Bai Lian. It's all thanks to Mu Zhao. She introduced Bai Lian to Mu Zhao. Bai Lian thanked Mu Zhao. Thank you. This is what I should do, he replied nervously. His surprise at seeing Bai Lian was even greater than his surprise at seeing Jiang Fulai. Mu Zhao was a freshman at Jiang University, where by now virtually no new student hadn't heard of Bai Lian. Among the 4 people in his dormitory, the most discussed topics were Bai Lian and Liang Wuyu, especially Bai Lian, one of whom even used a video screenshot as their phone's wallpaper. Students also have their idols, particularly those from the affiliated schools. From junior high to high school, each of them had been overwhelmingly pressured by Liang Wuyu, only for a dark horse to suddenly emerge during the college entrance examination, surpassing Liang Wuyu's score to become first. At the start of school, the Tongfeng class exam results were widely discussed in the forums, with 3 students from Xiangqing sparking the buzz. In a pure science exam, 1 student scored higher than Liang Wuyu, and 2 scored nearly as well. What more was there to say? This class had already been dubbed Celebrity World by netizens. Mu Zhao was just one among many students who looked up to this group, never expecting one of them to be Shen Qing, another niece of Mu Yining, whom he had heard about from his own relative. He was quite excited in the moment. With Bai Lian seated at the next table, Mu Yining came over and asked Mu Zhao to return to his own seat. Mu Zhao nodded and before leaving, asked Shen Qing if he could add Bai Lian on WeChat. WeChat? Shen Qing took out her phone and recommended Bai Lian's contact card to Mu Zhao, asking him to keep it off the internet and not pass it to others. I know, thank you, Mu Zhao said, taking his phone back to his table. As Bai Lian and the others took their seats, fireworks were lit outside, and the silent hall slowly began to buzz with quiet conversation. There weren't many people moving around the venue. A distant uncle from the Mu clan sat on edge at Mu Yujin's side, constantly asking in a low voice, "Clan leader, when do we go over?" Just moments ago, when they greeted Mu Yujun and Dong Chuan, it was casual, but now the thought of returning seemed forced. And now, returning to engage in conversation with Ji Xian's table seemed questionable. The clan leader was at a loss as well. If they were already regretting their presence after the arrival of the bureau chief and the dean, their regret peaked internally with the arrival of Jiang Fulai. Mu Yujun stood still for a good while. Jiang Fulai just glanced over coolly from afar, making her feel a chill rising from the soles of her feet. Butler Gao, seeing him at the Mu family residence, was bewildering to Mu Yujun, and she looked dazedly at Butler Gao. Butler Gao, having seen Jiang Fulai more times than Mu Yujun, also realized, it's young Master Jiang. Mu Yujun sat down absent-mindedly, no longer concerned about Dong Chuan or the clan leader. tightly clutching her handkerchief. Why would he be at the Mu family? Jiang Fulai, along with Gao Jiechen and Gao Yi, were figures they hardly ever saw, except for a personal meeting during Elder Zu's birthday. He had not been seen in any public venue, but now he had appeared at the clan initiation ceremony for Ji Xiaojun and the others. And he called Ji Xiaojun Uncle Ji. Chen Yongquan also arrived at the Mu family at this time. Everything strange yet traceable. When it was time to eat, Mu Yujun picked up the wine glass beside her and went to find Ji Heng. As she left, Ren Wanxian finally caught her breath. She looked towards Dong Chuan, becoming aware that Jiang Fulai's identity might not be ordinary, and looked at Dong Chuan in astonishment. Dong Chuan remained silent, unwilling to elaborate, and only asked her to pick up her glass and head over to Ji Shan's table. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 700. 277. The relatives who flew onto the branches. The Great God Files. First update. _2 Ren Wanxian quickly took a glass and followed Dong Chuan. At Ji Shan's table, Ji Heng and Jiang Fulai were not present, and his own words had always been scarce. Mu Yining had just entered the hall and knew the situation upon seeing Mu Yujin's area. She glanced at Dong Chuan and Ren Wanxian, then introduced the people at the table with a light smile. Xiaochuan, these two here are Director Feng and Chairman Liao, and this is CEO Su. As she introduced them one by one, Dong Chuan finally understood who Director Feng was. He was surprised on the inside, and his demeanor became even more humble. He had initially thought that Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing were just ordinary people. In fact, Ji Heng was indeed born of a concubine, and later chose to leave the Mu family voluntarily. He hadn't contacted the Mu family for 40 or 50 years, and had only been in Xiangqing, so Dong Chuan hadn't taken much notice at first. Who knew that this relative would pull such a grand move? Dong Chuan thought to himself that this year, for the Lunar New Year, their elders and mother would personally visit the Mu mansion to pay their respects. Dong Chuan had always held himself with high status and dignity, even when facing Mu Yujun. This was the first time that Ren Wanxian saw him lowering himself to such an extent. As for the table behind them, Dong Chuan didn't dare to take another glance. Ren Wanxian looked back. At Bai Lian's table, Director Chen had left in the middle of his meal to join Ji Heng for a drink, while Su En and Ji Xiaojun were discussing business at the table behind. Amidst the clinking of glasses, even Xin Qing was repeatedly toasted. She didn't understand the situation, only hazily joining in the drinking with her beverage. When others toasted, they drank a shot of liquor in one gulp, but with each sip of her drink, no one dared to say a word. Tang Ming and Pu Xiaohan were chattering away, with Pu Xiaohan leisurely videotaping the process of serving the dishes with her phone. Ren Wanxian frowned slightly as she observed Pu Xiaohan doing this, and her peripheral vision caught Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai beside her, giving her a sudden jolt. She simply could not understand. Was kid? Tang Ming still had to go back in the afternoon to check on Zhang Shi's homework. Had only had a few drinks and suddenly thought of something. When will you give the gift to Uncle Ji? Ning Xiao lowered his head to look at the paper box at his feet. The box was a 50-centimeter wide square, quite large, and with some heft. He didn't yet know what was inside but knew that Wang Yufeng was not one to joke about this kind of thing. I'll give it to him when we leave. Tang Ming nodded. He wanted to see the gift in advance. But the timing was simply not right. Ji Heng was staying at the Mu mansion for dinner, and Ji Mulan was going to stay there for a few days. Bai Lian and the group of students were all heading back. Mu Yining had been deliberately not focusing on Jiang Fulai, but she stopped Bai Lian. Alien, the Mu mansion has many animals and a lake created by redirecting water. Won't you stay for the night to see the scenery? The scenery of the Mu mansion was indeed rare. Anyone else would surely want to stay for the night, but Bai Lian, who had once lived in the general residence which far surpassed the Mu mansion, had no curiosity about it. No thank you, Bai Lian said as she lowered her gaze and methodically tied her cloak strings, looping them into a loose knot. All right. Mu Yining had no other options. As Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai were about to leave, a bunch of people from the Mu family saw them out. But the only one who could speak with them was Mu Yining. The Mu clan leader wanted to add a word, but since they had no prior interaction with Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing, they were not close enough to speak. Mu Zhao was indeed familiar with Shen Qing. Bai Lian found Mu Zhao in the crowd and raised her eyebrows. Was it you who sent me the friend request just now? Caught off guard by the direct address, Mu Zhao was quite surprised. Yes, it was me. Bai Lian nodded. On hearing about this connection to Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, who had already moved aside, also raised his eyes indifferently, giving Mu Zhao a glance. Mu Zhao's back stiffened under the gaze. At the right moment, Ning Xiao handed the paper box to Ji Xiaojun, concisely stating, "Uncle Ji. Is this for me?" Ji Xiaojun, who had had a bit to drink and was conversing with Liao Guangshuan, took the square paper box with a smile, thinking it was a small token from a child. "Thank you." After receiving it, he felt its few pounds of weight. Not heavy, not knowing what was inside. A bunch of people stood at the entrance of the Mu mansion, waiting for the car carrying Bai Lian and the others to drive away, and the breath that had been hanging in everyone's hearts finally dissipated. Ever since Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai had appeared, Mu Yujun had been much more silent. She walked back a distance with Mu Yining before speaking up. "Why didn't you say earlier?" "I also just found out." Mu Yining shook her head, her expression serious. "You can see as well, he's come because of our great-grandfather and others, not directly related to our Mu family." Mu Yujun fell silent. There was another family banquet in the evening, but Mu Yujun didn't stay, hastily returning to the Gao family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 701, 277. The relatives who flew onto the branches. The Great God Files, first update. _3 Mu Yining watched her leaving, slightly shook her head, and then returned to Lanlin Pavilion, where Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing were present, with the butler serving them tea. Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing were opening boxes. Mu Yining sat in her seat, lifted the teacup, and gazed at the cardboard box. The butler spoke softly. "This is a gift from Miss Bei's classmate." There were many gifts today. The storeroom was filled with treasures for Ji Xiaojun. Mu Yining thought it was better to be a college student, with no burdens on their mind. The cardboard box was opened, and Ji Xiaojun scooped out a vase from inside with one hand. It was a peach and plum blossom openwork heart-turning vase. The body was gilded, and one could see it had some age. Exquisite in craftsmanship. Cough cough. Mu Yining almost spat out her water. She put down the teacup, and hesitantly asked the butler, "This vase, have I seen it in an auction house catalog before?" Although the Mu family did not have a private museum like the Chun family, they too had quite a few antiques at home. The butler could tell as well. This vase was no ordinary item. In the afternoon, Ning Xiao went to the school to help Zhou Wenqing. Bai Lian went to meet Gao Shu in the evening. Gao Shu usually lived in the apartment assigned by the drama theater, a 3-bedroom and 1 living room place, mostly occupied by her alone, very spacious. Bai Lian brought a bouquet of fresh flowers from Aunt Zhang's to her place. When Gao Shu opened the door, she saw the two people outside, Bai Lian holding a bright bouquet, dressed in white clothes with a green cape draped over her. Sheer elegance and simplicity. Looking at the person beside her, Jiang Fulai stood with one hand in his pocket, indifferent and aloof, like the distant sunlight of a winter day. "Auntie." Even his tone was casual. Gao Shu was taken aback and then smiled. She took the flowers from Bai Lian's hands and stepped aside to let the two in. Lian, you even brought flowers," she said cheerfully as she put them into a vase. "You two sit for a while with Yan. I'll go to the kitchen to see if there's anything I can help with, and make an extra dish." During Bai Lian's last measurement session, Gao Shu had left early without having dinner. Today, she had specially invited them for a meal, and she did not expect Jiang Fulai to come too. Gao Yan was picking out films to watch while sitting on the sofa. Seeing Jiang Fulai, she subconsciously stood up. Her gaze then fell on Bai Lian. Lian, Come and see if there's anything you want to watch. As the deputy director of the drama theater, Gao Shu had many film and television discs. Bai Lian also liked watching movies, but her recent interest was in plays. She glanced over the discs, noticing two without covers on the cabinet beside her, only marked with a sticky note. Blossoms on the Tree rehearsal. Can I watch this? She bent down and picked up the disc. Sure. Jiang Fulai came over, took the disc and looked down at it. But such rehearsals, unedited and without music, are shot in wide angle. Bai Lian shook her head. It's fine. All right. Jiang Fulai reached out to open the player and placed the disc inside. Gao Yan watched the scene quietly and returned to the kitchen to assist the chef and Gao Shu. The Blossoms on the Tree rehearsal was as Jiang Fulai described, wide angle unedited, but each actor performed quite well. The main character, Bai Tong, played Chen Yi, which was considered an unofficial history. The other actress, Qin Si, could be considered the second lead, also with significant presence. The recording was not very clear, but Bai Lian had read the script and remembered the lines, making it easy for her to follow. Bai Lian lounged on the sofa, having removed her cape, dressed only in white clothes and a white skirt. Her slender fingertips tapped intermittently on her knee. She began to contemplate the direction of the music and the overall tone. The first part quickly ended, and Jiang Fulai, who had been leaning on the armrest next to her, stood up to change to the second disc for her. Outside, the doorbell rang. With Gao Yan and Gao Shu in the kitchen, Bai Lian got up to open the door. The person outside was also familiar to Bai Lian. It was Secretary Xue. Secretary Xue was not surprised to see Bai Lian. Glancing past her, she saw the aloof figure switching discs and quickly retracted her gaze, not daring to enter. She handed Bai Lian a file. Miss Bai, this is the document Vice Director Gao requested. Could you please pass it to her for me? Bai Lian looked down and saw a folder with natural color, only a single word written on it in black pen by. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 702. 278 is also the second watch, _1 commonly used by her by Xiangjuan. Bai Lian took the file from Secretary Xue's hand and entered the room. In the kitchen, Gao Shu also heard the faint sound of the doorbell and poked her head out. Lian, is that the document from Secretary Xue? Just put it on the table. Hearing Secretary Xue, Gao Yan, who was watching the chef prepare the food with her arms crossed, also turned her head. Is it about the theater company? Gao Yan knew that the theater company had not been progressing well recently. It's nothing, said Gao Shu, coming in to help the chef. Teacher Xiao's student is covering for me, and is already working on it. She could cook, having taken care of Jiang Fulai for a while when he was injured as a child. During that time, she cooked everything herself, refusing to let him eat anything not prepared by her hands. Later, when Jiang Fulai regained consciousness and gradually took over the Jiang family's power, she was finally able to relinquish this great responsibility. It was also for this reason that Jiang Fulai had never touched the Gao family, and the Gao family's fortunes had risen ever since. Gao Shu did not harbor thoughts of revenge, but everyone knew that the only person in Jiangjing who could earn Jiang Fulai's respect was Gao Shu. And there's Lian. Gao Yan remembered Bai Lian, who was outside. She had not been interfering with Gao Shu and the chef, just standing in the corner. Isn't she also writing something? Mentioning Bai Lian, Gao Shu also smiled. With Bai Lian busy with her studies yet still caring about her theater company's affairs, Gao Shu didn't have high hopes for Bai Lian's work but was pleased internally. That's true. Gao Shu had arranged the evening's menu early on. But because of Jiang Fulai's arrival, she asked the chef to add 2 more dishes. After the party finished eating and left, Gao Shu saw Bai Lian was still looking at the rehearsal DVD for Blossoms on the Tree, and decided to give her the disc. Take this with you to watch, there won't be another copy in the future. Bai Lian wrapped herself in her cape, took the DVD from Gao Shu, and left with Jiang Fulai. As she turned around, Gao Shu saw the large patch of poppies embroidered on the back of her cape's hood, and along the hem. Leaning against the doorframe, Gao Shu admired the embroidery on Bai Lian's cape, and thought that the clothes Gao Yan was making for Bai Lian might not be as exquisitely crafted as the ones Bai Lian was wearing. After seeing Bai Lian off, with someone else cleaning up the kitchen, Gao Shu took the materials from Secretary Shui back to her room. When she saw the black letters on the cover, she straightened up. She put on her glasses and carefully opened and examined it. Looking at the sealed file envelope, there was only one piece of paper inside with a few lines of text. Name, by Jian Gender. Unknown age, unknown debut works. Gambling with liquor, autumn again. It could be read at a glance. For a moment, Gao Shu felt her astute secretary was playing a joke on her. She took out her phone and called Secretary Shui. Shui Na, are you serious with this information? On the other end of the phone, Shui Na sighed helplessly. Boss, this person is really mysterious. I couldn't find anything at all. In the evening after work, Dong Chuan's father left the office. The deputy director was waiting specially at his door, greeting him and making small talk for 10 minutes before letting him go. That's strange, a colleague commented to Dong Chuan's father. Isn't Deputy Director Liang someone who doesn't care about anyone except Director Jian? Dong Chuan's father was also surprised. His father was indeed a distinguished member of the Calligraphy Association, but had long since retired. In the Dong family he wasn't the most successful one. His son Dong Chuan was much more accomplished. The Liang family member, who descended from on high to become the deputy director, usually looked down on people. This was the first time he had greeted Dong Chuan's father. With puzzlement, Dong Chuan's father went home, and upon seeing the old master, he learned the reason. Dong Chuan and Ren Wanxian had returned that afternoon, and told the old master about Jiang Fulai's news in person. Ren Wanxian had to leave for a family banquet later that evening, and though Dong Chuan had not intended to attend the dinner, he decided to go after all. The old master of the Dong family saw the two out the door with Dong Chuan's father, then turned his head towards his son. Have you confirmed this year's exchange participants for Ink and Ocean with the Calligraphy Association and Cultural Bureau? Ink and Ocean, a four-nation calligraphy and painting exchange event. Held once every 3 years, it always drew significant attention. Not only would the entire Cultural Bureau participate, but Chun Leoi would preside over the event personally, with media and journalists from all 4 nations in attendance. There was a segment intended for promoting calligraphy culture among youth and master artists, using Liang-style calligraphy. It would be broadcast live with official cameras focused on them. It was held at the Cultural Square, watched by millions of people online and offline each year. Not yet. They originally recommended a young woman from the Calligraphy Association, Su Yajun, but she's 6 months over the age limit. They plan to hold open auditions. The father discerned the old master's intent. Are you saying? This time, the Calligraphy Association should not refuse. Let Wanxian practice copying diligently lately. She's generous and most likely won't get nervous in front of the official cameras. The old master nodded almost imperceptibly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 703, 278 is also the second watch, _2 commonly used by her, by Xiangjuan. This showcased their calligraphy heritage to the outside world, representing not just the Calligraphy Association. They had to be cautious, then even more cautious. The Mu family. When Ren Wanxian and Dong Chuan returned, the 4 red lanterns outside the gatehouse had already been lighted up. In the dim light, they could see Ji Xiaojun talking to someone. The butler stood behind Ji Xiaojun. As they approached, both Ren Wanxian and Dong Chuan greeted Ji Xiaojun very politely and respectfully. Ji Xiaojun, who was always indifferent to them, just nodded slightly, and then continued to talk to the boy. His expression was clearly much warmer when he spoke with the boy. Dong Chuan subconsciously looked at the person opposite, who appeared young, dressed only in a black fleece hoodie, exuding a gentle and easygoing temperament, like an artist who could sketch anywhere with a drawing board in hand. The temperament was very distinct. Unexpectedly, It matched well with Ji Xiaojun. And considering that Ren Wanxian and Ji Xian's relationship had always been average, Dong Chuan felt that this young man seemed more like Ji Xian's nephew. "Who is that?" he asked Ren Wanxian. Ren Wanxian glanced indifferently at Xiaoqi. Ji Xian's kindness towards Xiaoqi made her uneasy. He treated an outsider better than his own niece. A thug from Purist Street. Someone who used to hang out with Bai Lian. She naturally didn't have a good impression of Xiaoqi, and now it was even heavier. "Is that so?" Dong Chuan withdrew his gaze thoughtfully. The temperament didn't seem like that of a thug. Outside the gatehouse, under the gentle light, Xiaoqi smiled very politely. "Uncle Ji, please feel free to use it. If it breaks, there's more where it came from. It's also fine for holding flowers. It was originally intended for my sister to hold flowers, but Mr. Ming had already brought her a vase, so our boss didn't send it over." The vase was so precious that the butler mentioned it to Ji Xiaojun, who then called Ning Xiao. Xiaoqi personally came to explain. Upon hearing it was initially intended for Bai Lian, Ji Xiaojun was somewhat doubtful. "All right, Xiaoqi, would you like to stay for dinner?" "Thank you, but I need to get back to oversee the place," replied Xiaoqi graciously as he bade farewell to Ji Xiaojun. He got in his car and left. As Ji Xiaojun watched Xiaoqi leave, the butler behind him spoke softly. "You seem to like Miss Bei's friend a lot." "I always feel a sense of familiarity with him," Ji Xiaojun replied. In the car, Xiaoqi sent a message to Bai Lian, clarifying the situation for her. Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian had just gotten home. While replying to Xiaoqi, she opened the sandalwood box on her desk. Inside was a small black seal, feeling warm, smooth and delicate to the touch. Black as lacquer, oily as fat. An exquisite inked jade dragon turtle seal. She picked up the seal, examined it against the light of the study, then left for 103. In 103, Jiang Fulai had already taken off his coat and stood before a table in the living room, backlit, his features deep, his hands clasped in front of his chest, observing a design for new clothing that Ji Heng was drawing for Lance. Next to him, Jiang He sat at a small table drawing. He had attended a drawing class all day and was now working on his homework assignment from the teacher. Ji Heng was engrossed in drawing, and Jiang Fulai was the first to notice Bai Lian's arrival. He made room for Bai Lian, so she could watch Ji Heng's design drawings. Lance was leaning across from Ji Heng, gesturing at the design. "Here, and here should have flowers." Ji Heng ignored his odd and peculiar demands. Not until Ji Heng had finished drawing did Bai Lian show him the black seal she held. "Grandpa, he didn't send the wrong thing, did he?" It was only then that Jiang Fulai's gaze fell upon the object in Bai Lian's hand. Her fingers were slender, and under the light they were as white as jade, making the black seal appear even darker, a square seal measuring 4 centimeters on each side. He looked at the seal, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. "This," said Ji Heng, glancing at the seal in Bai Lian's hand with indifference. "You play with it if you like. It's not of much use now anyway. You might be able to sell it later." So casual. Bai Lian tossed the ink-black jade in her palm and replied, "All right." Time flies quickly in the winter days. By the end of November, the cape Ji Heng was making for Lance was near completion. Bai Lian also finished the theme song for Blossoms on the Tree. And with the heating on at this time, the warmth was ample in room 302. She sat on the warm carpet in the piano room wearing only a light garment, shoes off, and with one hand transformed the reduced character score into a staff notation. After verifying it was correct, she sent it to Dean Jian. As usual, she composed the music, and Dean Jian arranged it. She had time to learn staff notation, but had little knowledge of modern instruments, so such tasks were best left to the professionals. The Cultural Bureau. Jianzhongye was organizing an exchange meeting for calligraphy and painting as vast as oceans. Recently, this was the one international event in Jiangjing. "So we are arranging for Miss Run with the Calligraphy Association." Vice Director Liang was reporting to him on the side. It was at this moment that Jian Zhongyo received Bai Lian's message. It was a translated score with the same name as the drama written on it. Blossoms on the Tree. It was Bai Lian's composition. From October to November, A composition that took a little over a month. This was the most serious piece Bai Lian had ever worked on since Jian Zhongyo had known her. Jian Zhongyo was stunned for a moment, then stood up abruptly and said to the vice director, "I don't understand the affairs of the Calligraphy Association. Just coordinate well with them." Having said that, he left in a hurry. After he departed, a few people in the bureau looked at each other. What did Dean Jian see to make him so excited? After working together for so many years, they had never seen Dean Jian this agitated. Being proficient at the guzheng, the overall tone of the song leaned towards the guzheng. Dean Jian went straight back to Jiangyin recording studio and played Blossoms on the Tree, according to the staff notation with the guzheng. A style of music that was calm on the surface, yet turbulent and harboring hidden dangers underneath. Dean Jian, who had never understood the tactic Blossoms on the Tree, now had an image of a magnificent scene in his head. After he finished playing, he was emotionally stirred for a long time. Even the recording staff approached to inquire, "Dean Jian, what is the name of this piece?" Dean Jian took a deep breath, didn't answer her, and instead made a phone call directly to Bai Lian. He cut straight to the point. "Transfer your studies to Jiangyin." Bai Lian, who had returned to the study room of 303, was taken aback, then realized that Dean Jian must have replicated her entire piece of music. Her tone was casual. "I just happen to be good at this style." "It's not about being good." Dean Jian's voice was trembling with excitement. "Do you realize what this piece of music means to me? Dean Jian, the benchmark of the classical music world. Didn't you say just to take it seriously for a bit?" Bai Lian turned on the printer to print out a paper, her brows and eyes cast down. "I took it seriously, now it's your turn." Blossoms on the Tree, exploiting a situation to lay out a strategy, to wield small force that exerts a great influence. This bluffing tactic to intimidate the enemy was also something Bai Xiangjuan was accustomed to using. This song is beautifully written, absolutely beautiful. Cast a monthly vote for it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 704. 279 Strong Collaboration. Master-level arrangement. Chapter 1. The Final Battle. Chen Yi led so many people to evacuate from Xiangqing. The city, now with only a little over 100 soldiers, had become an empty husk. Bai Lian arranged for these people to be stationed at the city gates, beating the drums daily. None of the usual procedures were missing, and they even created a fog of illusion regarding the arrival of food and supplies, mixing the false with the true. The enemy forces didn't dare to act rashly for the moment. The sword hanging over one's head could only be truly understood by those who had experienced it themselves. "I need some time," the dean had previously told Bai Lian with ambition, but when it came to his turn, he feared he would mess up the composition. He hung up the phone. The dean turned to ask the sound engineer, "Did you get that recording just now?" The young girl had never seen the dean so meticulous. "I got it, it's recorded." "Go get your teacher." The dean sat in front of the military drum, put on one side of the headphones, listened to the melody, and tried to record a new drum section, then worked on tuning it. This time he wanted to add piano, bass, and electric guitar to create an atmosphere. That's why the dean wasn't confident in the song by himself. He planned to ask 2 more people for their opinions. The young girl, watching the dean's serious demeanor, suddenly had a guess. Could it be that the great god Bai Jian had released a new song? She was somewhat excited, although the song just now didn't quite match Yanlu's usual style. But then again, Yanlu never had a fixed style. Suppressing her excitement, she quickly opened the door to go find her teacher. Meanwhile, the dean's phone rang, an old acquaintance asking if he was taking on any new composition projects. "It's for teacher Sure, also an old artist. Someone from the drama theater asked me to contact you." Composition. The dean had little patience for these things now, only saying, "I'm not taking any composition work at the moment." After composing for Bai Lian, all other composition work felt flavorless. The dean found it hard to be interested. He hung up the phone and set it to silent mode. After the song was sent to the dean, Bai Lian's busy spell of composing came to an end. She bound the printed papers she had written into a book and walked outside to don her cotton-padded jacket, then stretched out to grab the cloak hanging on the nearby rack, descending the stairs. It was Wednesday, but already last week Tong Feng had arranged for the students to collectively enter the laboratory, with only one full class in the morning and group activities in Jiang University's various labs in the afternoon. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao and the others were assigned to the best laboratory this time, Professor Sun Fu's Plasma Research Laboratory. Room 103. Lance was trying on clothes, having rented the 7th floor of Building 5. A crow-black cloak, a dark gray cotton robe. Ji Hung had restrained himself, but the crow-black cloak was still meticulously embroidered with an assortment of colored peonies. It had a strong design aesthetic. Bai Lian found it a bit too gaudy for the eyes. Lance adored this cloak, wearing it over a simple shirt even indoors. This is for her. Ji Hung handed a white bag to Bai Lian. I finished it this morning. As the heating was on and the doors and windows were closed, Ji Hung didn't smoke in the main hall, generally only smoking with Lance in the sunroom of the courtyard. In the bag was a long down coat that Ji Hung had made for Yang Lin. Yang Lin hadn't left Xiangqing since she arrived in the summer, bringing only a thin suitcase with her. And Jiangjing was cold. In a couple of days, snow was expected, and the temperature would drop even further. At the beginning of the month, Ji Hung had planned to make her a warm, long down coat. Without the neighbored embroiderist to help him in Jiangjing, Ji Hung still managed to finish it before the snowfall. Yang Lin was in the open laboratory of the biology building. Bai Lian and Tang Ming had come here to find Yang Lin before, and several senior sisters and brothers in the lab recognized them. Seeing Bai Lian, they greeted her warmly. Yang Lin is in the 3rd floor lab, junior sister. You can go straight to find her. The laboratory building also had heating. Wearing a white cotton-padded jacket with a crabapple red cloak over it, Bai Lian removed the hood of her cloak, smiled at the other party, her eyes gleaming, her presence as fresh as a rainy spring on begonias. Thank you, Lu senior sister. It was only after she had gone that the girl grabbed the sleeve of the person beside her, in utter disbelief. She actually remembered my name. 3rd floor. The laboratory was at the end of the hall, with the door ajar. As Bai Lian approached, she could hear Yang Lin's voice. Wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt, she faced away from the door, hands together in a prayer-like pose, addressing a petri dish. Bacteria Lord, I beg of you, please survive. You are the last bacteria strain that Teacher Xia gave me, please. She bowed at a 90-degree angle very respectfully. Bai Lian. She unfastened her cloak, stood at the doorway for a moment in thought, then silently went back downstairs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 705. 279 Strong Collaboration. Master Level Arrangement. Chapter 2. She phoned Yang Lin at the stairwell entrance. Sister Lian, came Yang Lin's calm and mechanical voice over the phone. Grandpa asked me to bring you something. I'm at the experimental building now, Bai Lian said. Yang Lin's voice was as unvarying as ever, devoid of emotional fluctuation, and she succinctly replied, the last laboratory on the 3rd floor. Bai Lian hung up the phone and waited at the stairwell entrance for another 2 minutes before heading to the laboratory. The laboratory door was shut tight. When she arrived, Yang Lin was holding a record report in one hand and a black pen in the other, still wearing black-framed glasses, her skin snow-white. Her bangs and glasses concealed her clear and cool eyes. I'm writing the experimental schedule, Yang Lin said as she placed the pen and report on the table and adjusted her black-framed glasses. Bai Lian's down jacket was already unzipped. She held a cape in one hand and placed her clothes on a chair beside her, speaking at an unhurried pace. The down jacket Grandpa made for you. After spending a few months with Bai Lian, Ji Hung, and the others, Yang Lin had come to understand them a bit. She didn't refuse and pondered for a moment. I will visit Grandpa this weekend. If you're busy, don't make a special trip to see him, Bai Lian said as she left. She still had to go to the plasma laboratory and simply waved her hand lazily behind her. knowing that a professor was supervising Yang Lin, and she was busy every day. No rush. After Bai Lian left, in the laboratory, Yang Lin reached out to open the bag. It was a black satin down coat with 4 white toggle buttons specially crafted on the outside of the zipper. The hem and cuffs were embroidered with numerous small blossoms of multicolored lilies and vines. On both sides were 2 large square pockets, the pockets made of velvet, each with a large lily meticulously embroidered on, blooming with elegance. Yang Lin held the down coat, her hands tightening slightly. Jiang University's School of Physics, Experimental Center. Plasma Laboratory. Even for freshmen, especially those from the Tongfeng class, there wasn't much they could help with in the laboratory. They were just getting acquainted with various equipment and experiencing the academic environment in advance. Bai Lian's group was the same, being mentored by Sun Fu's team. The atmosphere among Sun Fu's graduate students was average. When Bai Lian arrived, Tang Ming and Ding Wenyang each carried a jug of mineral water inside. Tang Ming, who had trained with Ming Dongheng and Bai Lian, found carrying a jug of mineral water no challenge. But Ding Wenyang, an academic prodigy since childhood who had never done heavy labor at home, was panting for breath. Bai Lian took off her cape and white down jacket, draped them over her wrist, wearing only a sweatshirt of the same color underneath. As she passed by the two, she glanced at Ding Wenyang and lifted the jug of mineral water from his shoulder. Carrying the water casually, she walked deeper into the corridor. Ding Wenyang, completely bewildered, gave Tang Ming a stiff look. "Tang bro, what's going on?" As Tang Ming effortlessly climbed the stairs with the water jug, he coolly told Ding Wenyang, "Ding bro, you'll get used to it." Bai Lian put the water on the drinking fountain outside, and then entered the laboratory directly. Professor Sun's laboratory was large, consisting of 3 connected rooms. By the experimental table, only Liang Wuyu was recording data. This was the assignment that Professor Sun's laboratory had given to the group of new students, and it was also the recent research direction of Professor Sun's team, to purify uranium from seawater using plasma technology. Upon seeing Bai Lian, he looked up to greet her. "Where are the other 2? Bai Lian asked about Su Jiyue and Ning Xiao. Jiyue is helping sister with printing documents. Liang Wuyu spoke up. Ning Xiao went to get experimental equipment for brother He. The equipment they needed was in the physics building, and it took some time to walk back and forth. As they spoke, a male student dressed in a lab coat with a stack of printouts came over. "Bai Lian, Liang Wuyu, good to see you're both here. This is the group assignment for this time. Remember to hand it in on time to me and sister." Liang Wuyu reached out to take the group assignment from Hen Shuyan's hands. After handing it over, Hen Shuyan smiled and said, "This is a creative opportunity for you guys. Thanks for your hard work." Bai Lian went to get a lab coat, putting it on languidly as she smiled nonchalantly at Hen Shuyan. "So should we thank brother He?" She appeared beautiful and non-threatening. Hen Shuyan seemed to detect a hint of sarcasm in her words and looked back at Bai Lian, who still had a lazy demeanor. He turned away, deciding he must have misunderstood. That evening, Bai Lian and her group rushed to complete their group assignment, leaving the laboratory only at 11 o'clock. So tired, Ding Wenyang massaged his own arms, asking Tang Ming beside him, "When did brother He and the others leave?" "Around 6-something. Tang Ming roughly remembered the time. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 706, 279 Strong Collaboration, Master-Level Arrangement, Chapter 3, Ding Wenyang sighed. "It still has to be the chief disciple." Bai Lian held a cloak in her hand, not wearing it. Seeing the car parked outside, she recently spent time in the piano room late into the evening, so she hardly went back to the dorm. She didn't go back today either. In the driver's seat, Jiang Fulai's hands were crossed and resting on the steering wheel. The interior light casting deep and distinct features, always dressed in a cold, color-coordinated style. Exquisite and lazy, meticulously handsome. Bai Lian's mood lifted considerably at the sight. As she got into the car, Jiang Fulai casually tapped the steering wheel. a nearly imperceptible frown showing his dissatisfaction with the time she left the laboratory. What's keeping the freshman so late? Even in his own laboratory, one and the others were recently busy with a new project, and had only just left. A project on extracting uranium from seawater, Bai Lian said as she buckled her seatbelt, eyes downcast. They can refine that? Must cost a pretty penny. Can they even produce new materials? Mr. Jiang couldn't help but scoff. The laboratories provided to the freshmen by the school were all part of the experimental center. Accustomed to top-tier laboratories, Jiang Fulai seldom found these facilities impressive. Most of the projects seemed quite superficial. Bai Lian gave him a deep, meaningful look. Of course that's them. Jiang Fulai spoke calmly again. Have you heard of hydrazine hydrate cellulose? Though Jiang Fulai didn't research this area, he had attended some lectures, and could offer a few suggestions. He started the car and headed off campus, discussing the project topic with Bai Lian. As the headlights switched on, snowflakes began to flutter down from the sky suddenly and in large clumps. Leaning against the car door, her finger lazily propping up her chin, Bai Lian watched the snowflakes drizzle down outside, her mind wandering slightly. It's snowing. Jiangjing was cold, and snow had started falling as early as December. Jiang Fulai drove Bai Lian to the parking lot of Shanghai apartment. As the distance to building number 5 was short, she did not don her cloak. The snowflakes spun gently, landing on her eyebrows and the top of her head. After parking the car and turning off the engine, Jiang Fulai walked with her towards the building, their conversation shifting from hydrazine hydrate cellulose to the atmosphere in the laboratories. It's not just about academic atmosphere, Bai Lian said as she caught a falling snowflake with the cloak in her hand. She leisurely described the plasma laboratory group to Jiang Fulai. As he listened, Jiang Fulai brushed off a few undissolved snowflakes from her head. There's always some politics where there are people. Some research groups are like that, but most have a very good atmosphere. The Ma Institute's group, for instance, is very decent. Seeing that Ji Heng's courtyard lights were dimmed, Bai Lian didn't bother to greet them. She climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor with Jiang Fulai. Recalling a sudden thought while listening to Jiang Fulai talk about the laboratory, she asked, "Is it true that no one dares to speak up in your lab?" Given Jiang Fulai's tendency to provoke with just a few words, "It's all right," Jiang Fulai replied indifferently. "There are more who focus on the actual work without too much cunning. Anyone slightly complex, like Gao Jiechen, even if from the Gao family, he would not accept." After sending Bai Lian home, Jiang Fulai returned to 302. After thinking for a moment, he went to the study, turned on the phone and made a video call. On the other end, academician Ma had just got home not long ago. Investment or equipment? No. Jiang Fulai settled into his chair, his phoenix eyes narrowed, tone casual. "Oh, goodbye." Academician Ma reached out, about to hang up the video call. Jiang Fulai leaned back. "I just sent her home, talked about the laboratory." Academician Ma's mouth twitched at his "just sent her home." But knowing Jiang Fulai was reaching out about Bai Lian, he didn't disconnect. "What about it? What's up with the lab?" Director Jian's music composition cycle was also longer than usual this time. He had provided the main theme by Wednesday. On Sunday noon, Bai Lian received a call from Director Jian, while dining at 103. At the table, Shen Qing and Tang Ming, Yang Lin, and others were present. The table was laden with fish caught by Ji Heng, Lance, and Director Chun. Shen Qing and Director Chun were the main chefs, preparing fish head pots and a large plate of sauerkraut fish. Holding her phone, Bai Lian stepped into the sunroom to take the call. There was no heating on the outside, but with glass all around and the glass doors of the hall open, it wasn't particularly cold. Standing before a potted plant, she watched as Ji Heng's peony bloomed. Director Jian. Director Jian had spent several days living in the recording studio, not getting enough sleep, yet he remained incredibly energized. "It's done. The chorus isn't very rich. I left some space. Let me play it for you first." The sound was still being burned onto a CD, so he directly played the demo of Blossoms on the Tree live for Bai Lian, with the addition of military drums and saxophone, blending the sounds of the pipa and bamboo flute. The music oscillated between tension and relaxation. The few seconds of silence in the chorus were a masterful touch, catapulting the tension to its peak. The next moment, the vigorous sounds of the Guzheng matrix clashed boldly and fiercely. Even Bai Lian was moved by the demo. 2 minutes later, Bai Lian finally spoke, an astounding display of creativity. Truly the work of a master composer. I discussed it with old Ian, said Director Jian. It'll take an hour to burn the CD. Once it's ready, I'll deliver it to you. The quality of the CD burned in the recording studio was high, intended for use by the opera house. Director Jian had the CD directly burned. Transferring via the internet could affect sound quality, and he would not tolerate any flaw in this song. Okay, said Bai Lian as she hung up the call. She looked down to see a new message on WeChat. It was from Gao Shu. Lian, there is a rehearsal of the first half of Blossoms on the Tree this afternoon. Do you have time to come and watch? Gao Shu knew Bai Lian was very interested in Blossoms on the Tree. This month there had been 2 rehearsals, and she had mentioned to Bai Lian about attending. But Bai Lian, because of her project and work with academician Ma, hadn't gone. Bai Lian regarded Gao Shu's message and leisurely replied with a word. Okay, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 707. Fighting for 280, Bai Lian's theme song, second update. _1 When Dean Jian arrived at Shanghai apartment, Bai Lian was upstairs talking to Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi was telling her about Xingyi Martial Arts School and the medical hall. The solid foundation paste from Xingyi Martial Arts School had successfully broken out of the small business circle. Hen Jiwei had also taught several sitting doctors about myopia acupuncture, which had been fully promoted in Xiangqing. Xiankong Pharmacy became a national chain enterprise and entered the Jiangjing Chamber of Commerce. In just 1 year, despite the pressure from the Luo family pharmaceutical and the traditional Chinese medicine market, they broke through to the chained pharmaceutical market, and Zioki's contributions were indispensable. The only acupuncture that hadn't been popularized had a long treatment cycle, requiring more than 2 months. Many people inherently distrust traditional Chinese medicine, which made it difficult to promote in Jiangjing and other places. Xiaoqi was determined to spread this technique worldwide. He sat at the small tea table in Bai Lian's study, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea. The tea here was always exceptional. Has Dr. Lance's myopia been completely cured? Bai Lian flipped through a report and then handed it to Xiaoqi. What do you have in mind? After finishing his tea, Xiaoqi said, I want to invite Mr. Lance for a 1-day tour at Xiankong Pharmacy. He's in 103. Go discuss it with him. Bai Lian knew that Xiaoqi and Mao Kuan both knew Lance, as it was Mao Kuan who introduced him in the beginning. The two left the study. Outside, Zhang Xiais was sitting at the table, not doing problem sets today, but engrossed in a thick law book, the seriousness of his demeanor replacing his usual casualness. It wasn't until he heard noise that he finally showed a bit of his usual irreverent air, and seeing Bai Lian about to leave, he looked somewhat anxious. Sister Lian, where are you going? To the theater, Bai Lian said, picking up her cloak and heading out. Zhang Xiais watched her leave, and under Ming Dongheng's expressionless gaze, he wondered how he was going to get through Jiang Fulai's questions in the afternoon without Bai Lian there. With Bai Lian around, Jiang Fulai could hold back his disdain for Zhang's foolishness. Once Bai Lian left, Jiang Fulai had only one look left. Are you sure you want to go to the University of Political Science and Law and spread your nonsense? The theater. Xue Na, wearing a thick long down jacket, arrived 10 minutes early, and was waiting at the main entrance of the theater. The cars owned by the Jiang family had special numbers, including the business vehicle Ming Dongheng usually drove, which stood out in the traffic with its distinct feel. Xue Na had indeed heard that Jiang Fulai's cars were specially modified, with each window being bulletproof. As she thought about this, she went to greet them. The rear door of the car opened automatically. Bai Lian, holding her cloak, got out. She had her hair half tucked up, and as she bent over, her black hair fell to her chest. As she did not need to walk outdoors today, she hadn't worn a cotton-padded coat. She was dressed in a white satin cross-collared shirt with light golden patterns embroidered, shimmering with reflected light, exuding an air of nobility, and a scarlet pleated skirt beneath it. When touched by sunlight, it sparkled like cold light reflected on snow. Quite a striking palette. As she stepped out of the car, she casually threw the cloak over her shoulders, every gesture exuding the grace of nobility, and she greeted Xue Na, Secretary Xue. Wearing a scarlet cloak that matched her pleated skirt, adorned with embroidered flowers and blue butterflies as if ready to take flight, fluttering gently in the wind. Bright yet restrained and warm elegance. A very distinctive temperament. Due to the special nature of her job, Secretary Xue had seen many beautiful people. But even having seen Bai Lian several times, she was still taken aback upon first sight, and it took her a moment to recover. "Miss Bai, it's cold outside, let me take you in." She led the way, noticing that Bai Lian was holding a black disc case. The exterior wall of the theater was covered in a layer of snow, with the columns at the entrance clearly defined. Outside, there was also a giant poster announcing Blossoms on the Tree, to be performed on Saturday evening at 7 o'clock. It was evident that the theater placed great importance on this play. With the theater undergoing renovations this afternoon, and not open to the public, Secretary Xue led Bai Lian through the backstage to the lobby, a curved and expansive space. A grand staircase led directly to the second floor. On the stage in front, the crew was setting up, and rehearsals were about to begin. Gao Shu was talking sporadically with a man in his 30s on the left side of the stage. "This is a younger member of our family," Gao Shu introduced to the man beside her as soon as Bai Lian arrived. The man promptly greeted Bai Lian. Gao Shu also quietly explained the man's identity to Bai Lian. "This is Mr. Summer's student, who came to Jiangjing especially for the composition of Blossoms on the Tree." Bai Lian nodded her acknowledgement. She had heard about this from Gao Shu. As they conversed, the old dean arrived. His hair was gray, his eyes behind presbyopic glasses, exuding a great deal of authority. He sat in the middle, and Gao Shu went to greet him. The rehearsal today focused on an earlier segment. Drama is a very direct form of performance. Bai Lian sat to the side, watching the segment intently. The character in the play, modeled after Chen Yi, also included scenes featuring the actor playing by Zhongyu. She watched with rapt attention. The first half lasted only an hour, and after it finished, the two leads did not take a bow. The sound of music began to play. The rhythm of the music, emphasized by drum beats, drew Bai Lian out of her emotional immersion. She looked up at the stage. The male and female leads were singing the theme song. Meanwhile, Jiao Yinghui was talking to the old dean. "Dean, this is the theme song Mr. Shua composed for Blossoms on the Tree. We wanted to ask Dean Jian to do the arrangement, but he didn't have the time. Please listen." As the prelude played, the old dean sat up straight with interest. The theme song matched the rhythm of Blossoms on the Tree perfectly, with its narrative building up tension. It was evident that there was a study of new drama involved. After the song ended, the old dean nodded. He looked at Shua Qingyu and nodded slightly. "This theme song is very intriguing, well done." For the usually strict dean, this was already exceptionally high praise. After listening to Dean Jian's demo and then this theme song, Bai Lian didn't feel much of anything. She glanced at Jiao Yinghui and figured that this was probably the person who had tried to snatch someone away from Gao Shu midway through. Beside her, the student of Mr. Xia stood up after listening, and without a word, walked out through the backstage. Gao Shu immediately followed, signaling Secretary Xue to take Bai Lian for a walk around the theater. Bai Lian asked about a few things concerning Jiao Yinghui and Shua Qingyu. Secretary Xue recounted a few minor disputes between the two, and Bai Lian contemplated them thoughtfully. Only when Gao Shu was about to be done, did Secretary Xue take Bai Lian to the second-floor lounge and brewed a pot of tea for her. Secretary Xue waited outside the lounge until Gao Shu came up from downstairs, then nervously inquired, "What did he say?" She was asking about Mr. Xia's student. He said he couldn't compete with Mr. Shua in composition and left early. I had oldly take him to the airport. Gao Shu massaged her temple, looking rather helpless. She had listened to Mr. Xia's students' work too, and indeed it couldn't compare to Shuo Qingyu's. Shuo Qingyu had prepared for this opportunity for a long time. Ordinary works simply couldn't compete. Even the old dean had praised him repeatedly. The first performance would start next Saturday, and the day after tomorrow was the old dean's final deadline. To the side, Jiao Yinghui and Shuo Qingyu, along with the two leads, made their way from the end of the corridor, lively. I've booked a private room at Qingxin Building for 6 p.m. The dean will be there later too. You all must come. Mr. Shuo, rest assured, am still in contact with Dean Jian. He's been busy lately, but we'll definitely have an opportunity to collaborate on the next piece. Jiao Yinghui said with a smile and passing to Gao Shu. Vice Dean Gao, I'm not staying late today, I'll be going first. Shuo Qingyu was aware that Jiao Yinghui could indeed get in touch with Dean Jian, so even in front of Gao Shu, he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. The group departed. Boss, Secretary Shui asked, should we still keep Bei Tong and the others to practice the theme song? Forget it. Gao Shu pushed the door and entered the lounge. Let them go have a meal. We're giving up on this theme song. He managed to invite even Dean Jian himself to do the arrangement. What more can I say? The bond with Lu Jiao was strong, yet she had not managed to persuade him to come out of retirement. Are we really giving up? After months of effort, at this critical juncture, Secretary Shui found it difficult to voice the notion of giving up. If Vice Dean Jiao did ascend to the position, then Gao Shu would truly be marginalized. But the disparity was there for all to see. Mr. Xia's student had already conceded defeat and left Jiangjing on his own accord. Sighing, Secretary Shui thought to confront whatever came their way, as she picked up her mobile phone to notify Bei Tong and Qin Si not to stay late for practice. Inside the lounge, Bai Lian was on the phone with Ji Heng, who asked if she would come back for dinner that evening. I will. Glancing as Gao Shu entered the room, Bai Lian stood up. Xiaoming is already waiting downstairs. Bai Lian picked up her cloak and ended the call. Are you leaving now? I've already called the chef over. Gao Shu shook off her thoughts, still speaking softly to Bai Lian. Don't go back. I'll make you one of my specialties today. Bai Lian didn't respond, simply passing the CD she held in her hand to Gao Shu. What is this? Gao Shu asked, puzzled. In the past month, Gao Shu had been frequently exchanging details with Mr. Xia's student, and he had reached out to her often. Bai Lian had never asked Gao Shu anything. Gao Shu had forgotten that Bai Lian was also composing a theme song for Blossoms on the Tree. The theme song for Blossoms on the Tree. Bai Lian dusted off her slightly wrinkled sleeve, draped her cloak elegantly, and lifted her eyes, smiling calmly and breezily. I thought, you probably wouldn't have time to cook these past few days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 708. Miss by 281 is that composing genius _1 theme music itself can't constitute drama, but once integrated into the background, it can more directly influence the audience's emotions and expand the drama's expressiveness. The old Dean's Blossoms on the Tree took so long to create because it's an original drama that the theater has been heavily promoting in recent years. The theme song is not just a promotional track, but will also be integrated into the background music of the play. Most people indeed wouldn't dare to take on this task. Secretary Shui and Gao Shu escorted Bai Lian downstairs. And as Ming Dongheng's car drove away, Secretary Shui curiously looked at the CD in Gao Shu's hand. Miss Bai actually wrote it? The arrangement is done too? She can compose and arrange music? I didn't expect it either. Gao Shu walked back to the office, where the computer can play CDs. The two reached the office, and Gao Shu bent down to turn on the computer directly, while Secretary Shui opened the black CD case, revealing the logo inside. Jiangjing Music Academy. There was also a printed sheet of musical notation. Is it a CD recorded at Jiangyin? Secretary Shui was somewhat stunned, since Jianjian's recording studios aren't easily accessible to just anyone. Gao Shu took the silver CD she picked up and inserted it, not as surprised. When the CD was inserted, Gao Shu clicked on the drive and played the music inside. Secretary Shui took the opportunity to make Gao Shu a cup of tea, guessing that Gao Shu would definitely want to drink tea while enjoying the song, and might even need to loop it several times. She handed the tea to Gao Shu. Tomorrow we'll find a singer to release this song. At this moment, both of them felt much better, although they had almost never thought of using Bai Lian's song as the theme tune. The recording was rushed, the video had no content, just pitch black, and as the blue progress bar appeared below, the dense drum beats pulled in from afar. Gao Shu and Secretary Shui were originally laughing and discussing, but upon hearing the introduction, Gao Shu, who was sipping tea with lowered eyes, immediately straightened up. She suddenly looked up and put down her teacup, her wrist resting on the desk, and her previously lax posture leaning back in the chair. She now sat upright. The demo was a trial singing version. When the beautiful female voice joined in the middle, Gao Shu and Secretary Shui felt goosebumps. During the chorus, the pipa sound vanished for a few seconds, leaving only the melodious singing. It was like the calm before a storm, with dark clouds obscuring the sun, bringing quiet yet suffocating tension. Gao Shu's fingers, resting on the table, twitched slightly. The next second, when the Guzheng matrix started, she felt a chill down her spine, as if leaves were breaking through the air, and her cheek was scratched by a leaf carrying a threatening aura. The 4-minute and 59-second track finished quickly, and after the player finished the song without looping, it stayed in a ready-to-play state. However, the two in the office couldn't react, as they had watched the rehearsals several times and were too familiar with the plot. Even people unfamiliar with the story would be swayed by the undercurrents in the lyrics, let alone them. After a while, Gao Shu snapped back to reality and clicked the play button with her mouse once more. After listening once, they played it several more times. After a good long while, she finally exhaled deeply, her knuckles whitening slightly as she pressed on the table, her chest heaving. "Shuina, go and ask Bei Tong and Qin Si to come over." If just after hearing the song written by Shua Qingyu, she felt that it encapsulated the tension of blossoms on the tree very well. A student of teacher Xiao's music composition indeed had no comparison. Even laypeople could discern the good from the bad. Now, with the song that Bai Lian had brought out, the sense of calm yet hidden danger it evoked was several levels higher than Shua Qingyu's work. Not to mention Gao Shu, even Secretary Shui could tell the difference in quality. At this point, Gao Shu finally understood why Bai Lian had left with that remark. "You won't have time to cook these next few days." This time Shui Na didn't send a text, but went directly backstage to find the two main actors. Today, Jiao Yinghui invited the male and female leads, as well as the old dean, to a meal. Bei Tong and Qin Si, the two leads, had just changed out of their costume clothing and removed their makeup to change into their own clothes. When Shui Na arrived, Bei Tong had already picked up his military coat, ready to leave the backstage. It was evident that he was excited, looking forward to the gathering. Both were meticulously selected young people who had secured the leading male and female roles in Blossoms on the Tree, destined to become the backbone of the theater company. Secretary Shui. Bei Tong's appearance was not the typical idol in entertainment circles, but rather rugged, with highly adaptable features. Having listened to Bai Lian's composition, Shui Na felt much more relaxed, dispelling the aimlessness of the afternoon. She mentioned to the two leads about going straight to Gao Shu's office later to get familiar with the theme song. After Shui Na left, Bei Tong's phone rang again. It was Jiao Yinghui's assistant inquiring about their whereabouts. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 709. Miss by 281 is that composer genius _2 Bei Tong hesitated before saying they hadn't left yet. After hanging up the phone, Bei Tong exchanged a glance with Qin Si. Between Jiao Yinghui and Gao Shu, neither was easy to offend, and not attending the dinner invited by Jiao Yinghui, wasn't that losing face for him? Gao Shu had arranged to practice singing with them after rehearsal in the morning, and although they had just been informed that the practice was unnecessary, Secretary Shui had come in person, 2 big shots. Qin Si suggested. How about one of us attends the dinner, and the other goes to get familiar with the song? We can explain to each other. Bei Tong put on his scarf, spoke without changing his expression. Then you go to Vice President Gao's office. You are more familiar with her and both of you are women. I'll go to Qingxin building. Mentioning women was just a pretext. In this round of the game, observing the old dean's reaction, Jiu Yinghui clearly had a slight edge. And moreover, it is said that the composer Gao Shu invited has already returned to Beicheng. Whether to practice the song or not, Bei Tong felt that it wasn't very meaningful, as it was almost confirmed to be Shuo Qingyu's piece. Gao Shu's office. After Shui Na returned, Bai Lian's song was still playing on loop on the computer. She approached, marveling. How did Miss Bai come up with this? Is she really a student at Jiang University? Not only is she a student at Jiang University, but she is also the top scorer of the college entrance examination. Gao Shu said with a smile. Originally thinking that Bai Lian was just playing around, Gao Shu didn't take the child's actions seriously. Who would have thought that in the end, she would give herself such a pleasant surprise, this feeling of stumbling upon treasure. It's said that the university is the forefront of humanity, Secretary Shui sighed. While attending classes, she composed this song. She truly understands this play. The old dean must really like it. Outside, Qin Si knocked on the door. Gao Shu paused the music and let her in. Qin Si was recommended by Gao Shu herself, and the two were considered familiar. She explained the situation on behalf of Bei Tong to Gao Shu. But those who could sit here understood the twists and turns of this place. Gao Shu didn't speak, but Secretary Shui chuckled. Boss, the demo that Miss Bai provided had only a female voice. Her composition seems more suitable for a female voice. How about we let Qin Si do all the recording? Her words surprised Qin Si. To record a song meant that after the old dean made a decision, they would first record the theme song, extract the background music, and finally post it to the official account of the theater as a promotional effort. Why did Secretary Shui's words seem to presume that the old dean would choose their song? Bai Lian returned to Shanghai apartment, nearing 6 o'clock. Dean Shuo had been tense for half a month and was relaxing in room 103, planning to go ice fishing with Ji Heng next week. Bai Lian took a plate of fruit to room 303. Jiang Fulai returned from the lab in the afternoon, his face cold as he checked on Zhang Shi's learning progress. The scene was tragically poignant. Even Qi Yundai, who wasn't present, was innocently dragged into it. It wasn't until Bai Lian returned that the battle situation eased somewhat. Bai Lian pushed open the door, hung her cloak on the rack in the corner, and noticed Zhang Shiai standing respectfully in front of Jiang Fulai, a departure from the strict demeanor she saw before she left. Jiang Fulai sat in his chair, a black pen held between his pale fingers, drawing a line on Zhang Shi's math paper, his phoenix eyes looking down, his voice indifferent. Last Saturday, the second major problem that Ning Xiao explained was similar to this one. It really is terrifying how good some people's memories are. Zhang Shiai bowed his head and apologized proficiently. Jianggu, I'm sorry. Bai Lian walked over to see Zhang Shi's score on the recent monthly exam spread out on the table. 629, ranked 107th in the entire school. A rank of 107th in the affiliated middle school meant there was no need to worry about University of Political Science and Law. Qi Yundai was planning to take him there for a moot court simulation this week. His grandmother was already preparing fireworks at home for these scores. For Zhang Shiai, he could never achieve such a score in 10 lifetimes. But for Jiang Fulai, this level of difficulty was so low he could pass with his feet. Not only Jiang Fulai, but Zhang Shiai had also been taught by Hewen Xinglihong, Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, and included by Lian. A group of geniuses from Jiang University had already done all they could. Jiang Fulai felt embarrassed to even mention he had tutored this matter. Bai Lian crossed her arms in front of her chest, leaning lazily on the table, watching for a while without speaking for Zhang Shiai. Jiang Fulai scolded him for a few minutes, then let him go write down the corrections to his mistakes. Bai Lian handed him a strawberry. Teacher Jiang, have some fruit, cool down. Zhang Shiai, standing aside, breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Fulai took the strawberry, calmed down, and started discussing serious matters with Bai Lian. Make sure you take your research group's paper seriously. He didn't state the reason. Are you sure? Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 710. Miss by 281 is that composing genius _3 Jiang Fulai pinched a strawberry, took a bite, and the sweet taste spread. He said in an unhurried tone, right. Monday morning. Xiaoqi took Lance on a tour of the official Xiankong website, and by the afternoon, a flurry of news had flooded all the major browsers. Oh my god! Acupuncture can actually cure myopia. This is actually true. I watched it 3 times and still can't believe it. Completely defies your imagination. Without Lance even knowing, he appeared in shock reports on the headlines of major browsers. Since the medical conference had just ended, Lance's popularity from the conference naturally went without saying. Once the netizens did a bit of science popularization, with Lance leading the way, the effect of celebrity endorsement was beyond question. At this point, quite a few netizens from Xiangqing who had already cured their myopia came forward to corroborate the story, making Xiangqing traditional Chinese medicine clinic catch fire again. In the follow-up, the first group of people who went to try acupuncture at Xiankang's various branches was not in short supply. There were even quite a few internet celebrities who took this opportunity to carve out a brand new route for themselves in new media. Day N of checking in for Xianhu myopia acupuncture, they documented the entire check-in process. And they recorded the process of continuous eyesight improvement, sparking a trend of checking in at Jiangjing for traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture, no less popular than the previous Xiangqing trend. The name of Hen Jiwei, the resident doctor at Jiangjing's main store, became a hot topic within a short 2 days. Thursday. Plasma Laboratory. In the past few days, Bai Lian had been discussing with Ning Xiao the possibility of plasma seawater purification. Jiang Fulai asked her to take it seriously, so she temporarily stopped the research at Ma Institute. She suggested 2 possibilities to Ning Xiao, but they needed experimental verification. And Ning Xiao looked towards the inside of the laboratory. You cannot enter laboratories 2 and 3. Hen Shuyan said with a frown, seeing Bai Lian and Ning Xiao standing outside the second door of the lab. Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, have you finished calculating the data? Don't run around. Senior Hen. Tang Ming came over with a smile, inserting himself in the middle. The data are here. Bai Lian didn't speak, only walked back with her phone, pondering about taking Ning Xiao to Ma Institute's laboratory over the weekend. Since the National Day, she had almost been going to Ma Institute's laboratory every weekend, using various precision instruments. She hardly ever forgot what she saw and could operate more instruments than Hen Shuyan. Therefore, there was no need to get familiar with the instruments in the external laboratory, and the task of data that was assigned during the group meetings was quickly calculated by her. Most of the massive data assigned to Tang Ming and Su Jiyue was organized by her. She returned outside and continued looking at her printed-out paper. Her phone lit up with a message from Gao Shu. Gao Shu wanted to discuss the copyright fee with her. Gao Shu. Qin Si has already recorded it. The song will be kept secret until its release, and a snippet will be posted on the official site. Also, who did the arrangement and the lyrics? The old dean is very surprised. He would like to meet you guys too. Bai Lian put the paper aside, leaned back, and her slender fingertips tapped on the phone screen, typing out a line of text. Bai Lian. No need, it's a free gift on the other side of the phone. Gao Shu looked at the message from Bai Lian on her phone, feeling somewhat helpless. Secretary Shui came in with a stack of documents and saw Gao Shu sitting on the sofa. Boss? Gao Shu put down her phone and sighed. I originally wanted to help her and her friend to gain some popularity. Such a good song, I didn't expect she'd say it's a free gift. I've already found some marketing accounts, Secretary Shui pondered. This song won't be buried, don't worry. National Theater. Beitong. Why haven't you recorded the song yet? Blossoms on the Tree was set to debut on Saturday, and Beitong and Qin Si had been getting familiar with the stage in the past few days, ensuring that nothing would go wrong. Strangely, Beitong hadn't recorded the song they had agreed on beforehand. When a colleague asked, Beitong also felt puzzled. Maybe recording doesn't need to be paused anymore. He had no other suspicions, after all. The dinner he had last time was quite satisfactory. He didn't talk much at the table, and although the old dean didn't say much either, he acknowledged the work of Shuo Qingyu. There shouldn't be any accidents. 7 o'clock in the evening. The official account of the National Theatre posted a 1-minute song news clip. V Theatre. This Saturday at 7 o'clock, Blossoms on the Tree passionately performed. A work officially launched after 5 years. Under the Weibo post, there was a 1-minute promotional theme music video. Theatrical plays have always been somewhat niche. Young people don't pay much attention. Once a Weibo post was made, there were only a few dozen comments below, and no one had clicked on the promotional video. The staff managing the theater's Weibo account also left it alone after posting, not expecting much. The theater's official Weibo seldom got replies, which he was used to. At the same time, in the Baijian super topic, a bunch of people were urging. It's been almost 4 months. This has never happened before at Yinlu at Jiangjing Music Academy. Can you hurry them up? Last month, when the Chinese Music Awards nominations came out, why hasn't Baijian released a new song? Also trended on the hot search. One can imagine the grudges of the netizens. Until a Weibo post barged into everyone's view. Everyone go check out the Weibo just retweeted by at Jiangjing Music Academy. Netizens followed the tag to check it out. 3 minutes ago, Jiangjing Music Academy retweeted and commented. Congratulations. 10 minutes later, Yan Lu retweeted and commented on the official Weibo of the theater. Congratulations. The traffic to Jiangjing Music Academy was not too heavy. But everything spiraled out of control when the ever-popular Yan Lu retweeted the post. The official Weibo of the theater was instantly overwhelmed by responses. And that's when the fans who viewed the video increased substantially. The traffic was massive, including hardcore fans of Yan Lu, and die-hard fans of Baijian and Jian, who despite the video being only 1 minute long, had goosebumps throughout watching it. Recognizing the exquisite arrangement style, and the composition and lyrics, some fans smelled something fishy right away and asked the Jiangjing Music Academy if the song was by those two. The Jiangjing Music Academy replied, "Classmate, you have good taste." 8 o'clock in the evening. Gao Shu had just finished dealing with office matters, ready to head home. Blossoms on the Tree was about to premiere, and the dean was satisfied with the theme song and highly recognized her ability, entrusting most matters to her, keeping her busy every day. Secretary Shui hurried in from outside. "Boss, have you seen Weibo?" "What happened?" Gao Shu picked up the coat hanging nearby, as she seldom paid attention to Weibo. "Weibo has exploded. It looks like I don't need to buy views for the official account." Secretary Shui handed her the phone. "Miss Bai, is she the composing genius behind Yan Lu? Is the arranger of this song Dean Jian?" Gao Shu's heart skipped a beat, and as she looked down, she saw the hot search page. Hot search number 2. Yan Lu retweeted Weibo. Hot search number 1 Frowny face by Jian's latest composition of the year, Blossoms on the Tree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 711. 282 It's too late for regrets. Brother Jiang is on the phone. Part 1. Blossoms on the Tree, according to official confirmation, was still composed and arranged by those two individuals. The lead vocalist was no longer Yan Lu. Everyone turned their attention to the new lead vocalist, Qin Si. A professional stage actor, stage acting is niche, and they don't have the same level of popularity as the entertainment industry. But because of this 1-minute segment led by Qin Si singing Blossoms on the Tree, she went viral. Qin Si's appearance in the video was also widely approved by netizens. Everyone knows the disdain hierarchy. Stars in an instant, her followers surged from tens of thousands to over 1 million. People flocked to comment on the theater's official Weibo. Why is it only a minute? Is there anything we Svips can't see? Official. Open up. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Okay, I got a ticket for Saturday night at 7 o'clock. Picture. I will report to you all on time. The tickets for Blossoms on the Tree on Saturday, several thousand of them, and although a few hundred were unsold, within 1 minute, they were all snatched up. The person in charge of the theater's official Weibo had just posted and returned home for dinner when his phone was bombarded with calls. His boss called him directly. Edit the video quickly, replace it. The Weibo guy received a brand new video, and before even opening it to see what was added, he immediately went on Weibo to replace the video at the behest of his superior. But as soon as he accessed it, his phone crashed from the overload. Almost instantly, hundreds of thousands of likes and messages popped up, shocking him. Even though he knew Secretary Shui was buying likes, could it really be this effective? He nervously clicked to replace the video, and the next second, he saw the comment with 210,000 likes, Vian Lu. Congratulations, and below were a bunch of Jian, and by Jian comments. He opened the video and saw it was still a 1-minute video with nothing replaced, except there was a new caption added. Blossoms on the Tree lyricist. By Jian composer. By Jian arranger. Jian vocals. Qin Si. When Bai Lian returned to 407, it was after 10 o'clock. She could still hear Kong Wei and Yu Simin engaged in a heated discussion, while Sun Qian sat in her spot, quietly reviewing her books. Qin Si, this Miss Qin was the top professional to join. As expected, their designated singers are no ordinary individuals. Kong Wei wore headphones and wasn't playing anything out loud, but one could see that she was refreshing the short video page. Netizens are incredible. With Qin Si's sudden rise to fame, they dug out her previous stage drama clips and set them to a 10-second chorus from Blossoms on the Tree. This combination of the song and Qin Si spread quickly across various short video apps, together with the theater. Blossoms on the Tree was an original script from the theater, built on traditional cultural attire and allusions. Seeing its popularity, the theater's officials were very generous with the traffic. It became another hot topic recently, along with the acupuncture craze. Why do we have to wait until after the performance on Saturday to release the full song? I can't wait anymore. Kong Wei took off her headphones to discuss with Yu Simin for a moment, then turned to Bai Lian. Do you know a bit of insider info? Will Yan Lu continue to sing in the future? With Qin Si's sudden emergence replacing Yan Lu as the singer for the two bigwigs, netizens were discussing whether Yan Lu would stop singing altogether. Yu Simin also stared intently at Bai Lian. Bai Lian hung her pure white cloak beside her seat and, dressed in a fleece-lined stand-up collar shirt, leaned lazily against the chair back. She opened her black laptop, her snow-white fingertips resting on the keyboard, and spoke with conviction. She will. That's great. Kong Wei and Yu Simin both breathed a sigh of relief, visibly relaxing. I just knew she would. Ever since Bai Lian casually produced 2 signed photos of Yan Lu the last time, Kong Wei and Yu Simin were certain she had special relationships and channels, especially with Ming Dongheng looking like a counterterrorism expert. Kong Wei scrolled her phone for a while longer, and upon receiving a notification, she stood up abruptly. I got an appointment for Xian Kang's myopia slots this weekend. Really? Yu Simin pushed off neatly with her feet, sliding her chair across. Let me see. Xian Kang was recently in demand, and the appointments at all Jiangjing branches were already booked until next month. Notably, He Jiwei had to consult hundreds of patients daily, and he claimed he could place acupuncture needles precisely even with closed eyes. Bai Lian quietly tapped on her keyboard, refining the experiment she and Ning Xiao had proposed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning into the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.